Chapter 1236. Rue actually stole money. After Han Yunqi explained the situation, not only did Long Fei laugh, but Gu and Tang Li also couldn't help but laugh. It was the first day of the new year and Rue was caught stealing money. Tang Li coughed lightly and said seriously, "Brother, you can't spoil him for stealing money. You must teach him a lesson." Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, and Gu all glared at him, including Ningjing. Did a child who wasn't even a year old know what money was? Little Tang Tang understood and casually stared at the red packet. Rue didn't understand. It was his first time receiving a red packet this year, and it was even his first time seeing banknotes. Previously in Yuning Palace, he had only seen Han Yunqi and Long Fei reward the servants with broken pieces of silver. Long Fei was about to speak, but Gu was the first to flare up. He stared coldly at Tang Li. "Say that again." Tang Li was a fellow with a short memory. As soon as he had a daughter, he started showing off. He'd already annoyed Long Fei once. If this kept up, heaven knows if Long Fei would kick him back to the Tang clan. I was just joking. You guys don't be so serious. Tang Li's mouth twitched. He was afraid of these people. It's not to the extent of stealing money, but it's certain that he stole something, Long Fei said objectively. Tang Li was convinced by this, and so was Ningjing. Although Han Yunqi didn't want to admit that her precious son had stolen things, she still nodded. If it was a daughter, she could spoil her a little. But when it came to her son, she should be ruthless. However, Gu was indignant on behalf of Rue. How could a child who wasn't even a year old distinguish so clearly? Rue didn't take things from outsiders. He might not even care if they were given to him. He had only taken his mother's things. Did he know what these things were for? Would he be able to tell whether it was his mother's or his? Gu took Rue from his arms and let him sit on his lap. He was so angry that he didn't want to speak. It was fine if Tang Li made a joke, but Long Fei's attitude. Was it necessary? Rue was confused. He knew the word steal, but he didn't understand it very well. In the past, if there was something I didn't understand, I would look to Grand Tutor. Now that Grand Tutor wasn't here, he looked to Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. Long Fei got up and walked over. He squatted in front of his son and asked seriously, "Rue, do you know what steal is?" Rue nodded. Long Fei asked again, "Then do you know what fight is?" Rue shook his head. "Rue, don't take things that don't belong to you no matter how much you like them." "Got it." Long Fei said seriously. Perhaps Rue I would understand better if he used the word take. Sure enough, Rue nodded. Long Fei smiled and said, "But you can fight. If you win, it's yours." Hearing this, Gu Qishao, who was about to refute Long Fei, shut up. He agreed with Long Fei's last sentence. If you like something, fight for it. Fighting was a great skill. Who do you fight with? How do you fight? Can you fight? On what basis? What is the bottom line of the fight? What comes after fighting is abandoning and cherishing. Rue didn't understand these things even now. However, Long Fei knew that he would have to teach him in the future. Perhaps he would teach more. Perhaps Han Yunqi would teach more. Perhaps Gu Beiwei would teach more. He was good at fighting in the dark, Han Yunqi was good at fighting in the open, and Gu Beiwei's realm might be higher. He won without fighting. It was easy to fight for the world, but difficult to defend. How much fighting was hidden in the word defend? Rue was the crown prince, the first person to defend the country. Rue still had a lot to learn. His path had just begun. Long Fei didn't know that Rue had taken the money. He was just using this to teach Rue a word, fight. Perhaps Rue didn't understand, but at least he knew and remembered this word. Rue repeated after Long Fei. "Yes, fight." Long Fei immediately ordered for a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and wrote a large fight word on the spot. Rue had already learned to read. Seeing the unfamiliar word, he came over and asked, "Imperial Father, fight?" Long Fei Yi only nodded and didn't say anything else. Rue lay at the side, looking at the word seriously and memorizing it. It was all thanks to Gu Beiwa that he could learn to read at such a young age and develop such good habits. Perhaps the most precious thing Long Fei Yi had given his son wasn't Cloud Realm, but Gu Beiwa. Although little Tang Tang could understand and speak many words, she hadn't even started learning to read yet. She hadn't received much education and had been raised by her grandmother and Auntie Ling, or for the first year of her life. All she did was play. After she turned a year old, she followed her mother for a few months, running to the mountains to plant flowers or staying by her parents' side to watch her father fiddle with hidden weapons and her mother work on the abacus. She looked at the big word written by her imperial uncle and began to read it in a low voice. Fight! Ning Jing hadn't found it strange when she saw Rue Er's early maturity. After all, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were his parents, so it was normal for him to grow up early. But now that Rue had learned to read before he was even a year old, Ning Jing was truly surprised to see Long Fei Yi teach him like this. 3 years old looked like an adult. The teachings before 3 years old had a subtle influence, and it was the influence that was most easily overlooked. Tang Li spoiled his daughter to the heavens, protecting and doting on her. Ning Jing was a mother for the first time and had never seriously considered Tang Tang's upbringing. She couldn't count on Tang Li anymore. No matter if I'm in the Tang clan or wandering the outside world, no matter how bad my relationship with Tang Li becomes, my daughter's education will always come first. On the first day of the new year, under Tang Li's suggestion, everyone disguised themselves and brought their children to a nearby town to join in the fun. The 2 children had never seen such a lively scene before and were extremely excited. Since they were happy, the adults were naturally happy too. As for the empty red packets, Long Fei Yi said to Han Yunqi, "Let it be. Let's see how those old man people react before we discuss it." Han Yunqi knew that she would have to face annoying things after returning to the palace. However, she still had a lot of fun these few days. On the 4th day of the new year, Long Fei Yi was ready to set off for Yuning Palace. At the beginning of the country's founding, there was a pile of government affairs entangled with him. In addition, the disaster in northern Li hadn't been alleviated yet, so he couldn't leave for too long. "Brother, Ning Jing and I will stay for a few more days before looking for you," Tang Li said with a smile. Gu was on their roof. When he heard this, he rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. This tea house was his. What was the use of Tang Li asking about Long Fei Yi? Long Fei Yi personally tidied up a few urgent letters as he answered, "You can ask Rue. This tea house belongs to him." Gu liked hearing this. He was happy and hung down from the eaves to look into the house. He saw Tang Li carrying little Tang Tang and running to Rue. He asked nicely, "Nephew, can Uncle Li and Aunt Jing stay here?" Rue was folding paper. He ignored Tang Li and glanced at little Tang Tang before continuing with his work. "Baby Rue, you guys go home first. Uncle Li will stay here, okay?" Tang Li asked again. Rue turned around and still ignored Tang Li. He asked little Tang Tang seriously, "Tang Tang, are you a mouse?" "Tang Tang? Mouse?" Han Yunqi and Ning Jing looked over, puzzled. "You're the mouse." Little Tang Tang was angry. Rue didn't argue with her. He wanted to yield to this little sister. He didn't understand why this little sister was so clingy. She was so clingy with the little thing. And the little thing also stayed in the Grand Tutor's arms every day. He hadn't seen her come down from her father's arms these past few days. Little Tang Tang didn't know what Rue was thinking. She was innocent. Her father liked to hug her and held her in his arms all day. She couldn't do anything about it. Rue couldn't be bothered with her anymore. When Tang Li asked a few more questions, Rue simply covered his ears. Looking at Tang Li's defeated expression, even Ning Jing wanted to laugh at him. Tang Li suddenly hoped that Long Fei Yi would have a daughter soon. He wanted to see how Rue or would treat his biological sister. At this time, Long Fei Yi looked back and said seriously, Tang Li, go to Yuning as soon as you arrive. Rue, I will be 1 year old in a while. It's up to you whether to invite your father or not. The Tang clan held 2 positions. One was in charge of the military equipment, and the other was in charge of the construction of the imperial capital and palace. Both of these were important matters. The construction of the imperial capital and palace would come to an end. As for the military equipment, as long as the country existed, so would the equipment. He didn't want the Tang clan to fall into chaos. He also didn't want Tang Zijin to be impeached by the imperial court because he was busy with the construction of the imperial capital. There were many people who coveted the benefits of the military equipment, and Bailey Yuanlong was one of them. Long Fei Yi was the first to know that Bailey Yuanlong had colluded with the Southern Army. Although he hadn't exposed it or done anything to this day, he knew everything in his heart. Bailey Yuanlong would probably never know how stifled and uncomfortable his heart felt. Bailey Yuanlong was different from the others, and the Bailey army was different from the other military factions. The Bailey clan was once his most trusted clan, as well as the one he relied on the most. Bailey Yuanlong had endured patiently with him for more than 10 years, accompanying him from Tianning's civil strife to Cloud Realm Continent's chaos, to the recent establishment of the Great Qin Empire. But now, he was the person he had to be most wary of. The history books all said that when the birds were gone, the bough would be put away. When the cunning rabbit was dead, the hounds would be cooked. Those whose achievements overshadowed their masters would die. But how many times did the emperor have no choice but to be forced into a corner? Those whose achievements overshadowed their master's ambitions. If Bailey Yuanlong had colluded with other military factions, he could turn a blind eye to it. But those people from the Jiangnan military faction couldn't obtain the position of empress or gain any benefits. Instead, they were forced to provide grain for disaster relief. They had long harbored thoughts of rebellion. Tang Li still hadn't figured out the meaning behind Long Fei Ye's words. But Long Fei Ye's serious tone was enough to put Tang Li on guard. He stopped joking around and nodded seriously. All right, I'll go with you. Long Fei Yi glanced at Gu, who was hanging upside down by the door. Gu suddenly felt a little nervous, thinking that Long Fei Yi was going to take him back to Yuning Palace as well. But Long Fei Yi said, Don't block the way, get out of the way. Gu's face darkened, and he was so angry that he almost fell over. He flew to the roof and sat down, thinking to himself that it was fine if Long Fei Yi didn't invite him to Yuning Palace. He just so happened to have time to go to Jiangnan to find some good tea. Han Qin liked preaching Ming tea, didn't he? He'd definitely find something better than Long Fei Yi. Gu left number 7 tea house first, followed by Long Fei Ye's group. The spring festival had ended early. When they returned to Yuning Palace, there were several big troubles waiting for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Chapter 1237. By the time Han Yunqi's group returned to Yuning Palace, it was already the 6th day of the new year. They arrived at night, but Long Fei Yi didn't even have time to rest before heading to the imperial study. There were plenty of memorials to the emperor waiting for him to deal with. Han Yunqi and Rue had no idea when Long Fei Yi returned to his quarters. In any case, when mother and son woke up the next day, Long Fei Yi wasn't there. Han Yunqi had long gotten used to his busy schedule, so this wasn't even his busiest time. Even when they were in the same palace, she and Rue wouldn't see him for 2 to 3 days. Han Yunqi walked out the door and looked at the palace. She couldn't help but think of the time when she lived at the Duke of Qin's estate. Long Fei Yi had been busy back then as well, so she often went days without seeing him. Now that she'd finally seen him, he'd come looking for trouble with a cold face. Yuning Prefecture was the temporary capital city and the liveliest place in Cloud Realm Continent. The inner city was filled with nobles, civil, and military officials, while the outer city was filled with commoners. The madams and young misses of the inner city organized all sorts of banquets to recite poems, compose poems, admire flowers, and write lyrics. Almost every banquet had amusing or scandalous news to spread and become the butt of jokes. If there were only two kinds of people who were invited to every banquet, one would be the most popular, and the other would be the least popular. Han Yunqi had been the least popular back in Tianning's capital city. Everyone wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Now, she was the woman no one dared to invite. Since no one dared to invite her, she was happy to stay in the palace and play with her baby Rui. That was one of life's greatest joys. On Tang Li's first day in Yuning, he took Ningjing and little Tang Tang to a temple fair in the outer city. Han Yunqi didn't go with them. She was waiting for the 10 old man's men to make trouble. She hadn't even returned to the palace when she confirmed that the 10 empty red envelopes had all been delivered to the old man's men. She even specifically asked a maidservant and a eunuch who handled this matter. The maidservant sent the red packets to Yuning Palace by Eagle. The eunuch took over and arranged for them to be distributed. When the servant girl counted the red packets, she noticed that there were 10 red packets without banknotes. When the eunuch went to each manor to distribute the red packets, he also noticed the 10 empty red packets. However, the two of them didn't dare to say anything. They all thought that the Empress did it on purpose. How could Han Yunqi blame them? Han Yunqi originally thought that as soon as she returned to the palace, the old man's people would come to her door. However, as the days passed, there was still no movement from this matter. If it was other people who received an empty red packet, they would be terrified and would not dare to say anything. They would only nervously try to figure out the Empress' intentions and reflect on how they had offended the Empress. However, the 10 madams were different. It would be strange if they didn't seize this opportunity to teach Han Yunqi a lesson. However, Han Yunqi waited for 2 days, but there was no movement from the group of madams. Han Yunqi was puzzled and became more cautious. She also didn't take the initiative to mention this matter. She quietly waited and observed the changes. The 9th day of the new year was coming. The 9th day of the new year was Xianyuan Rui's first birthday. It was the first birthday of his life. Long Fei Yi originally planned to hold a banquet for his first birthday. The invitations were also sent out. However, who knew that a few days after he returned to the palace, bad news came from Northern Li, an avalanche. Originally, the disaster had not been alleviated. After the beginning of spring, as the weather warmed up, there were several small-scale avalanches. Many herdsmen were killed or injured. It was unknown what man-made rumors said that the emperor wanted to give up Northern Li. The entire Northern Li could be said to be shrouded in a pessimistic atmosphere. On the night of the 8th day of the new year, Tang Li and Ningjing rushed back from the outer city. Tang Li directly rushed to Long Fei Ye's imperial study. He leaned on the table and asked, "Brother, tomorrow is Rui-er's first birthday banquet. What do you plan to do?" Northern Li had an avalanche. The country was in trouble, and the people were in trouble. If they held a big banquet for celebration, how many people would talk about it? Not to mention Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Even little Rui, who didn't know anything, would be condemned. Long Fei Yi raised his head from a pile of memorials and asked seriously, "You invited your father?" "Brother, I'm asking you something serious. The common people outside the city are talking about how the herdsmen in Northern Li can't eat, but you want to hold a banquet for the crown prince. Brother, those people are looking for an opportunity to criticize the crown prince. Don't harm Tang Li said seriously. Tang Li knew about the open and secret struggle between Bailey Yuanlong and his father. However, he didn't know much about the current situation and didn't understand it well enough. He originally didn't pay attention to this matter and even prepared a very special gift for Rui. However, when he went to the temple fair in the outer city, he heard all kinds of rumors and slanders. He was so angry that he directly rushed back and didn't care about anything else. Ning Jing chased after him with little Tang Tang. Seeing Tang Li so impudent, she was about to speak when Han Yunqi stopped her. To have a younger brother like Tang Li, who dared to rush here and slam the table with Long Fei Yi, was also a kind of fortune for Long Fei Yi. When fighting for the country, everyone was loyal. When it came to defending the country, those who fought for fame and fortune were also fighting for it with all their hearts. That was then, and this is now. Otherwise, the words protecting the country wouldn't be so difficult to write. As the head of the Tang sect, Tang Li was also in the circle of interests. However, Han Yunqi knew that Tang Li would never change. Do you have any good ideas? Long Fei Yi asked seriously. Tang Li thought for a long time before replying, cancel the birthday banquet and celebrate it with Rue in private. The reason why there were so many rumors outside was because tomorrow was the 9th day of the new year, and Long Fei Yi still hadn't released the news of canceling the banquet. Ning Jing couldn't help but step forward and bow. Your Majesty, this subject's husband thinks of canceling the banquet and donating all the expenses in the name of the Crown Prince to the victims of the Northernly disaster. This way, all the ministers will have to follow suit. Canceling the banquet at this time would appear insincere and would show that the Emperor and Empress were afraid of those who spread rumors. However, in the current situation, the banquet had to be cancelled. Thus, Ning Jing thought of this idea as a way to make up for it. Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Li. In my opinion, I can rest assured that your wife will be in charge of the Tang sect in the future. In front of Tang Li and the others, Long Fei Yi had never put on airs and didn't refer to himself as Your Majesty. Tang Li was proud that Ning Jing could come up with this idea. As long as Ning Jing was willing, he could also hand over the affairs of the Tang sect to Ning Jing without any reservations. It was a pity that he didn't have the final say in the Tang sect. His father still controlled the Tang sect's elders. Tang Li sat to the side and muttered, "She and I are both running away. Why should we care about the Tang sect?" Long Fei Yi casually threw down 2 booklets. Tang Li caught them and looked at them. His face immediately lit up. One of the booklets was from the Ministry of War, and the other was from the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of War complained that the Tang sect hadn't received the first batch of weapons they were supposed to deliver at the beginning of spring. The Ministry of Works complained that Tang Zijin hadn't returned to the imperial capital since he returned to the Tang sect in the 12th lunar month. Because of Tang Zijin's absence, the construction of the imperial capital had been delayed for several days. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War both pointed their spears at the Tang sect. However, they didn't take into account how many more booklets would come after these 2 booklets and how many people would covet the Tang sect. These 2 reports were enough for Long Fei to force Tang Zijin's hand. Tang Zijin was definitely still busy with the weapons at the Tang sect. Ning Jing had always been in charge of those weapons. Because they were second-hand modifications, there were many things that Tang Zijin didn't know about. It was very difficult for him to take over. As for the imperial capital, Tang Zijin had to personally oversee the construction of the imperial city. Without Tang Zijin, there was no progress in the construction of the imperial palace. It was difficult for Tang Zijin to do 2 things at the same time. He couldn't split himself up. Tang Li carefully read the 2 booklets and said, "Big brother, it's time to test my father." If Tang Zijin knew that Tang Li had said such a thing, he would probably be so angry that he wouldn't recognize him as his son. However, this was the truth. It was time to test Tang Zijin. Now, there were only 2 paths in front of Tang Zijin. The first was to compromise with Tang Li and Ning Jing. He would bring the couple back and have Ning Jing continue to be in charge of the weapons while he returned to the imperial capital as soon as possible. The second was to find someone else to take over the Tang sect's weapons. Tang Zijin naturally knew that many people in the imperial court were eyeing the lucrative job of weapons. The Tang sect had made many enemies because of this. If he was willing to give up the profits and find someone else to take over the weapons, the Tang sect would definitely attract many collaborators and allies. They might even become a major faction. In fact, if Tang Zijin extended an olive branch to the southern military, Many of them would very likely cast Bailey Yuanlong aside and cooperate with the Tang sect. What choice would Tang Zijin make then? On one hand, he would accept Ningjing and leave the Tang sect without descendants. On the other hand, he would accept foreign aid and form a faction. It had to be said that this was an extremely difficult choice for Tang Zijin. However, it was precisely such a difficult choice that could test Tang Zijin's sincerity. Ning Jing's expression turned serious. Tang Li, this heartless thing, was actually still smiling. Han Yunqi said, "Tang Li, whether you and Ning Jing return or not is the Tang sect's business. The weapons are an important matter for the imperial court. Now, it can be said that your family's business and the imperial court's business are mixed together. It's up to you to decide how to use these two booklets." "I'll do what needs to be done." Tang Li didn't hesitate. He withdrew his smile and said seriously, "Sister-in-law, I also want to know if my father will become a second Bailey Yuanlong." Long Fei had been waiting for these exact words. He didn't deal with this matter publicly. Instead, he ordered someone to send the two memorials directly to the Tang sect for Tang Zijin to see. Tang Zijin was a smart man. He knew what to do as soon as he saw the memorials. Han Yunqi asked jokingly, "Tang Li Ningjing, if the birthday banquet is cancelled, will you still give Ru'er a gift?" "Of course. I've already prepared it. Tomorrow we'll celebrate Ru'er's birthday ourselves." Tang Li smiled at Ru'er, who was flipping through a book. "Crown Prince, you'll definitely like tomorrow's gift." Ru'er glanced back and didn't react much before burying his head back into his book. He didn't understand, but he liked reading those words. Tomorrow's birthday banquet won't be cancelled. The banquet will go on as usual, and the gift will still be received. Han Yunqi said with a smile, "This is my son's first birthday. I want to make it a big deal. Let's see what those people can do to us." Tang Li and Ning Jing were shocked. Her Majesty the Empress was so willful. Was it really all right? Chapter 1238. Han Yunqi's willfulness stunned Tang Li. He blurted out, "Sister-in-law, are you stupid? Did you really say that?" The most discussed rumor in the outer city was what Han Yunqi had just said. She said that all the ministers were advising against canceling the birthday banquet. But the Empress said that the Crown Prince's first birthday must be celebrated in a big way. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes at Tang Li. "You're the stupid one." "Empress, you want to force them to donate to disaster relief at the birthday banquet?" Ning Jing asked. She knew that Han Yunqi wasn't that stupid. Not only that, Han Yunqi sneered. She had Ning Jing and Tang Li come closer and whispered to them. Long Fei Yi already knew about Han Yunqi's plan tomorrow. He watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. The infighting in the imperial court was really boring. Occasionally, Han Yunqi, the Empress, would stir up this big pool. It was a kind of pleasure. Tomorrow's birthday banquet should be very interesting. That night, before Long Fei Yi went to bed, he personally flew over the eaves and vaulted over the walls to check all the roofs in the palace. However, he didn't see Gu's figure. Although he didn't let Gu come back with them, he still sent someone to give him the invitation to Ru'er's birthday banquet. Wasn't this guy coming? Although Gu said that number 7 tea house was to be given to Ru'er, he hadn't officially given it away yet. At the very least, he had to bring the deed over. Han Yunqi could stir up trouble, but Gu was even more so. If he didn't show up, tomorrow's birthday banquet would really lose a lot of fun. That night, the palace was peaceful. However, the inner and outer cities of Yining, and even the entire Great Qin Empire, were all paying attention to the palace. They were all waiting to see if the palace would send out a message to cancel tomorrow's birthday banquet. Bailey Yuanlong was the most concerned about this matter. In the dead of night, Bailey Yuanlong was having a secret meeting with Xiao Dong, the commander of the Southern Army. Xiao Dong had just turned 40 this year and was a full 16 years younger than Bailey Yuanlong. However, he was older than Northern Commander Jin Zi, Western Commander Chu Tianin, and Eastern Commander Luo Tuesday Xiao Dongwen couldn't plan, and he couldn't even defend himself in martial arts. In the Southern Army, where there were so many talented people, he was actually a useless person. However, Xiao Dong had a powerful background. Xiao Dong was a member of the Xiao clan, the head of the southern clans. When Long Fei Yi was still at the top of Tian Shan Mountain, Patriarch Xiao was invited to the Medical City Conference and openly opposed Gu Beiwei, who supported Han Yunqi. The Xiao family had set their sights on the position of the Empress a few years ago. It would be strange if they didn't oppose Han Yunqi. Long Fei Yi had wanted to settle this debt long ago. If not for Gu Beiwei stopping him, Long Fei Yi would have found an excuse to wipe out the Xiao clan after he became the emperor. It had to be said that the Xiao clan's influence in the south was enormous and complex. A slight move in one part could affect the whole situation. Once Long Fei Yi took control of the Xiao clan, the south would fall into chaos. Currently, the western, northern, eastern, and central regions were in a state of post-war reconstruction. Whether it was in terms of finances or food, most of the people had to come from the south. The south couldn't fall into chaos. The Southern Army had seized this opportunity to act so impudently. Of course, the Southern Army supporters, the major clans behind the scenes, were all very smart. They knew that Long Fei Yi was slowly making plans for the south, so they had to take advantage of this opportunity to gain more power and allies for themselves. Xiao Dong was only a spokesperson chosen by the major clans of the south. He was very different from Bailey Yuanlong. However, the two of them had many common understandings. First, they both felt that Long Fei Yi had been too hasty in appointing Jin Zi, Chu Tianyin, and Luo Tu as commanders. Jin Zi and Chu Tianyin weren't even 30 yet, while Luo Tu was the nephew of Kingan Private Bank's shopkeeper Luo. He had just turned 30 last year. According to Xiao Dong and Bailey Yuanlong, these three brats weren't even fully grown yet. What could they accomplish? Second, their spearhead was Han Yunqi. The Southern Army's ultimate goal was the position of Empress. The son of the Empress was the heir apparent. Thus, to put it more bluntly, they hoped that the Crown Prince, or even the future heir apparent, would be on their side and seek greater benefits for their clans. Bailey Yuanlong wanted nothing more than for the Southern Army to grow stronger and seize the position of Empress. In his opinion, as long as the Southern Army grew stronger, the Emperor would need him even more. He would have no choice but to rope him in. After all, from the looks of it, only the Bailey clan could contend with the Southern military faction. Bailey Yuanlong and Xiao Dong sat across from each other on the tea couch. They had been chatting for a long time, waiting for news from the palace. Although it was a private meeting, they were still courteous to each other. After all, they didn't treat each other with sincerity. They were both fighting for benefits, so they were both on guard against each other. After a long silence, Xiao Dong probed, "Sir Bailey, it's already so late. In my opinion, there shouldn't be any news from the palace, right?" What was he probing for? He wanted to know if Bailey Yuanlong had any informants in the palace with Long Fei Yi or Han Yunqi. All the civil and military officials of the imperial court wanted to bribe the people in the palace to find out some information. Unfortunately, it was very difficult because Long Fei Yi didn't have a harem. Only he and Han Yunqi lived in Yuning Palace, so they didn't need many servants. Xiao Dong pondered. Bailey Yuanlong was the former second-in-command of the East Qin camp, so he must be familiar with Long Fei Ye's trusted aides. Even if he couldn't bribe the people around the two masters, he should at least have some informants in the palace, right? As for whether Bailey Yuanlong had any informants in the palace, only he knew. Bailey Yuanlong replied, "Let's wait a bit longer. If there really isn't any news, then that's fine." Thus, the two fell into silence again. But after a while, Xiao Dong couldn't hold it in anymore. "Sir Bailey, if the Empress insists, then the two of us will have to advance and retreat together tomorrow." They had already agreed that if the birthday banquet wasn't cancelled tomorrow, they wouldn't mention it in the morning court. Instead, they would remonstrate and denounce the Empress in front of all the congratulatory guests. After all, It was the Empress who had said that it had to be a grand affair. Of course. Bailey Yuanlong nodded calmly. The two of them would definitely wait a bit longer. Unfortunately, it was almost dawn, but there was still no news of the banquet being cancelled. Since it was time to go to court, Xiao Dong couldn't stay any longer and got up to leave. After sending Xiao Dong off, Bailey Yuanlong sat down and drank a few mouthfuls of strong tea to sober himself up. At this time, a woman close to 30 walked out from behind a curtain. Although she was a bit old, she was born with a dignified beauty that could captivate even birds and beasts. She had the air of a lady from a noble family, enough to make people forget her age. This woman was none other than Bailey Mingxiang's eldest daughter, noble Consort Xiao, who had been undercover in Northern Li for many years. She'd risen from a small palace, made to become the favored consort of the Northern Dynasty's emperors, and Bailey Mingxiang's older sister. She'd hidden herself very deeply in Northern Li for a very long time. Even when Northern Li fell into civil strife, she didn't leave the Northern Dynasty's emperors. She'd followed them all the way to the north until she learned that the Northern Dynasty's emperors had committed suicide. She'd stolen many of the Northern Li imperial family's treasures and knew the situation in Northern Li like the back of her hand. She even had many trusted aides in Northern Li. Bailey Yuanlong was a martial artist. When he'd followed Long Fei in the past, he'd been as stubborn as a rock. But now, he'd managed to hook up with the southern generals precisely because of his daughter's help behind the scenes. Bailey Lixiang had toiled in Northern Li's palace for so many years. How could her shrewdness and methods be simple? The Bailey clan had sacrificed so much for the East Qin imperial family. In her eyes, Long Fei Yi should have at least made her father a prince and let her younger brother inherit the title in the future. That way, the Bailey clan would always enjoy the treatment of a prince. But not only did Long Fei Yi refuse, he even listened to Han Yunqi's words and divided the military power into 5. He even gave Han Yunqi the highest military power. The Bailey clan had followed Long Fei Yi the longest and sacrificed the most. Why shouldn't they enjoy special privileges? She and her father still couldn't accept that Long Fei Yi would give the Western military power to the Nether clans Chu Tianyin and the Black clans Jinzi. In their eyes, this was a very risky and foolish move. It was digging one's own grave. Father, you should go rest. As I see it, this matter isn't so simple. It's best to be careful tomorrow. Bailey Lixiang was shrewd and cunning, but she was also a filial daughter. She didn't seek benefits for herself. But even if she had to die, she'd do it for her father and her brothers. The notion that a woman should sacrifice herself for her family was branded in her heart and would never be erased. How could Bailey Yuanlong be in the mood to rest? In front of Xiao Dong, he was calm and collected, but in front of his daughter, his anxiety was completely exposed. Lixiang, how can father sleep? Tomorrow, Xiao Dong and I will join forces to persuade her. What if? Father, there's no what if. As long as Han Yunqi dares to make a big deal of it, she won't be able to turn things around this time. I've not only convinced a few ministers, but also many commoners. Everything should be ready by now. As soon as the banquet starts, those commoners will definitely block the 4 city gates. Also, Father, Han Yunqi was in the wrong in the first place. I don't believe the Northern Li military will lock her up. Bailey Lixiang said seriously. Bailey Yuanlong nodded. His daughter's comforting words made him feel much more at ease. Father, do you remember when Han Yunqi used Tianning's Empress Dowager's birthday banquet to raise donations? Bailey Lixiang asked. Hearing this, Bailey Yuanlong grew nervous again. Could it be that this time she, Father, don't worry, daughter has already made preparations. Even if she raises donations, daughter can still deal with her. Bailey Lixiang's lips curved into a cold smile. In the candlelight, she truly looked like a viper. What method? Bailey Yuanlong asked hastily. Bailey Lixiang whispered something in his ear, causing Bailey Yuanlong to look surprised. Is there really such a thing? I've personally paid a visit to all 10 madams. It can't be faked. Bailey Lixiang replied in a low voice. Only then did Bailey Yuanlong relax. He had been very nervous before, but now he was looking forward to it. He couldn't wait for the birthday banquet to start as soon as possible. You should rest early too. It's your first meeting with the Emperor tomorrow, so you have to rest well, Bailey Yuanlong said seriously. I still have to go pick up my little sister later. She should be arriving in Yuning soon. Bailey Lixiang couldn't help but complain. That girl Mingxiang really doesn't know any better. Instead of thinking of a way to stay in Yuning, she ran off to become an army doctor. Chapter 1239. No one mentioned the Crown Prince's birthday banquet during the morning court session on the 9th. Some didn't dare to bring it up, while Bailey Yuanlong purposely didn't mention it. The focus of the morning court session was still on the northerly snowstorm, as well as the revision of the tax uniform. The impact of the tax system was widespread and involved the interests of all parties. Long Fei wasn't in a rush to change the rules, but simply tossed a rock onto the surface of the lake to test its depth. After the morning court session, Long Fei returned to the imperial study as usual. The so-called morning court session was just the ministers bringing up the matters they wanted to report, the emperor bringing up the matters he wanted to do, and everyone discussed it. The real place to make decisions wasn't the Crepe Myrtle Hall, but the imperial study. As soon as Long Fei arrived at the imperial study, a group of ministers followed him and asked for an audience. When Long Fei returned to the imperial study, Han Yunqi and Rue had just woken up. Rue and Tang Tang got along very well on the way back from the number 7 tea house. Although Rue didn't pay much attention to others, the two could still stay in the same place and play on their own. After handing the children over to the servants, Han Yunqi and Ning Jing began their inspection. In order to prepare for the birthday banquet, Han Yunqi had been secretly busy for a few days. Last night, she and Ning Jing worked until very late before going to bed. Ever since she put on the Empress Phoenix coronet, she still hadn't put on the airs that an empress should have. Since the people below didn't like her so much, she naturally had to take this opportunity to show them that she, Han Yunqi, wasn't qualified to be the empress of the Great Qin. The birthday banquet was held in the Great Qian Hall on the west side of the imperial residence. Apart from the Crepe Myrtle Hall, the Great Qian Hall was the largest hall in the imperial residence. The hall was circular and open on all 4 sides. It could accommodate 100 people. When Han Yunqi and Ning Jing arrived at the Great Qian Hall, the servants had already set up the venue. The hall was circular, and the seats were arranged in a rectangular arrangement. The east side was the main seat, and behind the main seat was a large screen. On the left and right sides of the main seat were several separate secondary seats. Next to the secondary seats were rows of seats. There were 3 rows on the left and right, and each row could accommodate 10 people. Other than that, there were no other special decorations in the hall. Ning Jing deliberately counted and whispered 7 secondary seats. What kind of rule is this? Most banquets were very particular about the seating arrangements, not to mention the Crown Prince's first birthday banquet. Those who could sit in the second seat had to be of high rank. Even Shi and Tang Li didn't have the qualifications to do so. Han Yunqi turned around and said, "Long Fei Yi." Ning Jing didn't react for a moment. She didn't understand until Han Yunqi dragged her to the kitchen. Han Yunqi meant that Long Fei Yi was the rule. In the kitchen, all the delicacies were prepared. Han Yunqi opened a lid and took a look. She immediately closed it and revealed a satisfied smile. She instructed, "Serve the dishes according to the order I listed. Don't make any mistakes." The steward eunuch quickly nodded. "Rest assured, Your Highness the Empress. This old servant understands." The 2 most important things in a banquet were the venue and the dishes. After Han Yunqi looked through them, there were no problems. She found Zhao Mama and asked in a low voice, "How's the matter?" "Don't make a mistake. Rest assured, Your Highness the Empress." This old servant is the best at this kind of thing. When that girl came over, this old servant knew that there was something wrong with her. Zhao Mama smiled treacherously. Ning Jing watched Zhao Mama's sinister expression from the sidelines and mused to herself. Heaven knows how bad an old court lady like Zhao Mama would be if she hooked up with a bad master. If Han Yunqi handed all the palace maids over to her, she would definitely be able to sit back and relax. The first birthday banquet was set to start in the evening. After dark, those who were invited all entered the palace. Who dared to be late for a banquet held by the emperor and empress? Although there were many people who objected to the empress holding a grand banquet, most of the people who came brought big gifts. As the time for the banquet approached, most of the seats were filled. The main hall was bustling with noise and excitement. The invited officials, madams, and young misses were all chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Even so, everyone was still thinking about the 7 empty seats below the main seat. According to the rules, the emperor and empress were first, followed by the imperial relatives and nobles with titles, and then the ministers. There were only 5 types of titles in the Great Qin Empire: Wang, Gong, Ho, Bo, and Nan. Those who were qualified to be invited to the palace were only Wang and Gong. The Wang titles were further divided into Qin Wang and Jun Wang. Qin Wang was also known as Wang. Generally, they were the emperor's blood brothers. Jun Wang were mostly Wang of the opposite sex. Those who had made great contributions were qualified to be conferred the title. The duke titles were also divided into 2 types, Gugong and Junwang. They were also used to confer titles to those who had made great contributions. In terms of status and nobility, Qinwang was higher than Junwang, Junwang was higher than Gugong, and Gugong was higher than Junwang. Generally speaking, those with truly noble status were Qinwang. Even some Junwang might not be able to sit on the secondary seat, let alone Gugong and Junwang. However, the situation in the Great Qin Empire was different. In the Great Qin Empire, only Gu held the title of Wang. He was Qinwang Yu. The title of Junwang was vacant. As such, those who held the title of Wang appeared to have a much more noble status. The Great Qin Empire had 4 Gugong. They were Gugong Bailey Yuanlong, Gugong Qingshao En, Gugong Zhou Qichu, and Gugong Dinkulin. Among them, apart from Bailey Yuanlong, who held the position of military commander in the central region, the other 3 did not hold any positions in the imperial court. However, their influence was great. Shaoan was none other than Jiangnan's Shao family's patriarch, Shao Dong's uncle. He had contributed a lot of provisions to the army in the central region. During the plague in northern Li, he had contributed the most provisions. Gugong Zhou Qichu was originally a marquis of Western Zhou. Because he had led the soldiers and civilians to surrender, he was exempted from the battle in Western Zhou and was thus given the title of Wang. As for Guogong Ding Kulin, he was the owner of a large grassland in northern Li and controlled the best grassland in northern Li. During the chaos of the plague, he had voluntarily surrendered and saved the victims. As a result, he was given the title of Wang. The title of Wang wasn't given to a single person. It was a glory and status bestowed upon a family by the emperor. The matter of Wang was not only a reward based on merit, but it was also a form of appeasement, roping, and exploitation. For example, although Long Feiyi wanted to get rid of the Shao family, he had to give the title of Wang first. At the very least, he had to appease the Shao family and stabilize the Jiangnan region. According to the rules, the secondary seat below the main seat was given to those with titles. Thus, according to the Great Qin's system of Wang, apart from Gu, the 4 Gugong all had the right to sit there. However, Bailey Yuanlong and the other dukedoms were arranged to sit behind the secondary seats. At this moment, Bailey Yuanlong and Shao were both staring at the 7 empty seats, their displeasure written all over their faces. Tang Clan Master, Madame Jing, has arrived. Suddenly, a eunuch's loud voice rang out, causing everyone to fall silent. The Tang clan could be said to be a very special existence. The members of the Tang clan didn't have titles or official positions. Even if they control weapons, they didn't have military ranks. The status of being a member of the Tang clan was actually quite awkward. Moreover, when Long Feiyi paid respects to his ancestors, he didn't confer his mother the title of Empress Dowager. Consort one could only be considered Consort Dowager. The Tang clan was Consort Dowager's maternal family, so this status really didn't count for much. Not to mention others. Even Bailey Yuanlong looked down on the Tang clan. Everyone was silent as Tang, Li's family of 3 walked into the main hall under everyone's watchful eyes. Tang, Li actually held Ningjing's hand in one hand and little Tang Tang's in the other. Quite a few elders furrowed their brows and secretly cursed him for being unruly. Tang, Li led Ningjing and little Tang Tang to the secondary seats in a carefree manner. Now the hall was even quieter. Everyone exchanged glances, and quite a few people looked towards the 4 Guogong. Tang, Li's family of 3 sitting in the secondary seats, was clearly looking down on the 4 Guogong's status. Bailey Yuanlong wasn't calm at all. He was about to stand up when Bailey Lixiang, who was sitting behind him, quickly held him back and whispered, "Father, don't be impatient. Look at clan head Xiao." Only then did Bailey Yuanlong sit back down and ask politely, "Tang clan head, why don't I see your father?" Tang, Li was playing with his daughter when he looked over and feigned ignorance. "Official Bailey, what business do you have with my father?" Old man saw that His Majesty left a seat for the imperial uncle, so he thought he'd come. Bailey Yuanlong laughed. As soon as Bailey Yuanlong mentioned imperial uncle, many people laughed. At this moment, Xiao Dong, who was sitting across from them, looked at Lord Qin, the Minister of Appointments, and smiled. "Lord Qin, when did we get a first-rank official? Why didn't you announce it? It's not good to hide something like this from everyone." Imperial uncle was both a form of address and a first-rank official's title. In terms of title, Tang Zijin was Long Feiye's uncle, so naturally he could be the imperial uncle. But in terms of titles, Long Feiyi hadn't given Tang Zijin a first-rank official's title, so Tang Zijin couldn't be called the imperial uncle. Bailey Yuanlong's words were mocking Tang Li for not having the right to sit in that position. If Tang Zijin was sitting here today, he'd definitely take these words as a form of humiliation. But to Tang Li's ears, they were trying to drive a wedge between them. His big brother had only given Gu Qishao the title of Qinhuang while leaving the title of Junhuang empty. There had to be a reason why he'd demoted Bailey Yuanlong and the rest to the rank of Guogong. There had to be a reason why he hadn't given any titles to the Tang sect. Although he didn't know why, he had to believe in his older brother. Ningjing was inwardly furious, but she didn't say anything. Firstly, it wasn't convenient for her to say anything due to her background in the Ning clan. Secondly, as a woman, it wasn't appropriate for her to speak up in this kind of setting. Although Tang Li could see that these people were trying to sow discord, he couldn't find the words to refute Bailey Yuanlong's words. He couldn't say that his father hadn't been invited, could he? No matter how much internal strife there was in the Tang sect, it was still a family matter. When faced with an external enemy, they had to be united. Tang Li wasn't stupid enough to trick his father in front of outsiders. The Minister of Personnel, Lord Qin, didn't dare to say anything. Bailey Yuanlong laughed loudly. "Ayo, it looks like the imperial uncle won't be coming. Old man was planning to have a drink with him, hee." Xiao Dong immediately echoed, "General Bailey, it looks like you're wrong. His Majesty's position isn't reserved for the imperial uncle." After all, Tang Li had never had a direct confrontation with this group of scheming and calculating people. He was quite angry and was about to explode. At this moment, the eunuch's loud voice came from outside the door. "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived!" "His Highness Prince, you has arrived." Chapter 1240. The Crown Prince came? The Prince of Yu, Gu Qishao, came too? For a moment, everyone looked outside the hall, very surprised. Everyone thought that the Crown Prince would come with the Emperor and Empress, who knew that he would come with Prince Yu first. This group of people was fighting for a position here, but when the crown prince and Prince Yu came, what duke, what imperial uncle, all the positions were lowered. Tang Li's face was originally full of anger, but when he heard the announcement, he was immediately overjoyed and happy. In terms of poisonous tongue, he was absolutely poisonous to the people present, but his awkward status was not to be refuted. However, when Gu came, it was different. Gu was the only prince of Great Qin. He was the head of all the titles. Gu's identity was also brought out, and everyone present had to lower themselves. For the first time, Tang Li found that he could also like Gu so much. Before the crown prince and Prince Yu came in, everyone had already stood up. When the crown prince and Prince Yu came in, everyone knelt down. This was the etiquette of this place, and Tang Li and Ning Jing were no exception. Long live His Royal Highness the Crown Prince! Long live His Royal Highness Prince Yu! Gu was wearing a brand new red robe, which was specially inlaid with gold. He wore a lot of gold ornaments. Even his hairpin was gold. Red and gold together, it was as tacky as it could be. However, he was able to wear these two colors with a sense of gold and luxury. He was as showy as he could be. This was specially ordered for Rue's first birthday banquet. He did not care about Northern Li. Anyway, it was his godson's birthday, so he must make the place as big as possible. The bigger the better, it must be lively. In fact, he could have arrived in Yuning last night, but because of this set of clothes, he was delayed for a night. Little Rue was sitting on Gu's right shoulder. He was wearing the purple robe his mother had specially prepared for him, looking extremely noble. Although he was young and had an immature appearance, he sat high above on Gu's shoulder and looked down at the people kneeling on the ground. He did not show any fear. Instead, his cold and lonely face was filled with a heroic spirit that made people not dare to look directly at him. Everyone remained kneeling as they waited for their masters to tell them to rise. But little Rue didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Gu Qishao simply treated everyone as heir. All of their attention was on Tang Li's family of three. Gu carried Rue through the kneeling crowd and stood in front of Tang Li. He squatted down and asked suspiciously, "Tang Li, what are you doing?" Tang Li looked up and said seriously, "Salute." He. Gu Qishao placed little Rue in the main seat, then picked up little Tang Tang to sit on one side. Rue immediately jumped down from his seat and squatted in front of Tang Li, looking at him with his head tilted. Everyone was kneeling, but they secretly looked up at the crown prince, not understanding what he was doing. However, when Rue spoke, everyone was shocked. Rue asked curiously, "Royal uncle, imperial father, said you don't have to kneel to me." Royal uncle, not to mention the people below. Even Tang Li and Ning Jing were calm. Although royal uncle was not a title or an official, it was just a form of address. However, the title of royal uncle was far more special than imperial uncle. In the words royal relatives were the relatives of the royal family, the emperor's in-laws. Imperial relatives were the emperor's external relatives, the family of the concubines. The imperial uncle was considered an external relative, but royal uncle was an internal relative, the closest relative. This identity was much more honorable than any title present. If Long Fei Yi made Tang Li king, Bailey Yuanlong would definitely object and ask for a throne for his son. However, Rue called Tang Li royal uncle, so Bailey Yuanlong had nothing to say. Royal uncle was the purest form of address. If Rue wanted to call Tang Li royal uncle, this was Rue's business and the royal family's business. None of the kneeling people were related to the royal family. They were all outsiders, so who dared to say anything? Who had the right to say anything? If Bailey Yuanlong wanted to complain, he could only blame himself for not being related to the royal family. Long Fei's move had caught everyone by surprise, but none of them could oppose it. From today onwards, the Tang sect would be placed in a special position because of Tang Li's identity. The corners of Tang Li's mouth lifted, and he almost laughed out loud. His brother had put in a lot of effort. He had given him such a great benefit, and yet he had hidden it until now. He immediately pulled Ning Jing to her feet and sat back down in a dignified manner. "Io, Lord Bailey, Lord Shao, the two of you are truly impressive. Both of you can see through His Majesty's intentions. His Majesty really didn't plan on leaving a seat for the royal uncle. Not to mention Bailey Yuanlong and Shao Dong. Even Duke Chengguogong Shao and's face was gloomy and very unhappy. Tang Li sat in the secondary seat as the royal uncle, so it was perfectly justified. With his status, Tang Li was much more spirited. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Crown Prince, it's time for the ministers to rise." Rue, I had really forgotten about this matter. He wasn't used to it. Usually, when he met the people below, he would meet with his imperial father and imperial mother. When his imperial father and imperial mother told him to rise, he basically never did. Rue returned to the main seat and said in a childish voice with a serious expression, imitating his imperial father, "All rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." Everyone said in unison and stood up one after another. They just stood there, not daring to sit. Rue was a little confused and looked at Tang Li. Tang Li was smug and cleared his throat again. "Ahem. Crown Prince, it's time for the ministers to be seated." Only then did Rue understand. With a domineering attitude and a childish voice, he ordered loudly, "Everyone sit down!" Everyone was stunned. What was with the Crown Prince's attitude? Although they were dissatisfied, they had to cooperate. If it was normal for everyone to be seated, they would have said, "Thank you, Your Highness." However, the Crown Prince had given the order, so everyone could only nod. "Yes, Your Highness." Looking at the ministers' helpless expressions, Ning Jing almost laughed out loud. She finally saw through it. This scene looked like child's play and even a little ridiculous, but in reality, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were letting Rue take the ministers down a notch. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were reminding everyone, especially Bailey Yuanlong and Shao Dong, that the imperial family's authority was not to be challenged and their orders were not to be disobeyed. If Bailey Yuanlong and Shao Dong didn't know how to restrain themselves, Long Fei, you wouldn't reason with them anymore. He wouldn't follow the rules and would directly suppress them with his imperial power. Although Jiangnan couldn't fall into chaos right now, and although Bailey Yuanlong had a large number of troops, Long Fei Yi just didn't want war to break out again. It wasn't because he was afraid, and it wasn't because he couldn't deal with them. Even an outsider like Ning Jing could see Long Fei Ye's intention of letting Rue go first, let alone the others present. After taking their seats, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Bailey Yuanlong and Shao exchanged a few glances. Unfortunately, Bailey Yuanlong didn't quite understand Shaoen's thoughts, and Shaoen didn't know what Bailey Yuanlong was thinking either. It wasn't appropriate for them to speak openly in this place, and with the Crown Prince here, it was even more inappropriate for them to leave. Sitting behind Bailey Yuanlong, Bailey Lixiang saw her father and clan head, Shao, exchanging flirtatious glances, but she didn't understand Shao An's intentions either. After a while, she stepped forward and whispered, "Father, His Majesty must have sensed that we're in contact with the Shao clan. As I see it, we should put off the matter with Northernly for now. Clan head Shao should be thinking the same thing." Bailey Yuanlong would listen to his daughter. "But the matter of the birthday banquet is all the Empress's fault. This concerns the hearts of the people. We can't miss it." Bailey Lixiang whispered again. Bailey Yuanlong thought it made sense and nodded. "All right, we'll follow the original plan." At first, everyone was chatting in small groups, but once Gu and Rue arrived, they couldn't speak carelessly. Gu Qishao never cared who was present. He carried Rue and little Tang Tang over and had them sit on his left and right thighs, chuckling as he teased them. Now that Tang Li was the imperial uncle, he suddenly felt lonely at the top. With no one to provoke him, he was bored, so he brought over grapes and peeled them one by one, giving them to Ning Jing to eat. All the civil and military officials in the court looked at them quietly, no one daring to make a sound. If the crown prince was older, they could still flatter him, but he was only 1 year old. What could they flatter him for? They could only tease him. Who would dare? As for Tang Li, he just clashed with Bailey Yuanlong and the Shao clan. Anyone who bumped into him now might end up as a punching bag. As for Gu, even Bailey Yuanlong and clan head Shao didn't dare speak to him. As a result, everyone could only wait and wait. There was still an hour before the banquet began. Finally, someone came to save everyone. This person was none other than the Grand Tutor and head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard, Gu Beiwei. Grand Tutor Gu has arrived. Upon hearing the eunuch's announcement, Rui immediately jumped down from Gu's lap and rushed out as fast as he could. Soon, everyone saw Gu Beiwei walk in. He was still the same, wearing snow-white robes and a calm and gentle expression. He was clearly a warm person, like the spring breeze in April, but after looking at him for a long time, he was like the lonely moon in the late autumn sky, high and far unreachable. Rui hung on Gu Beiwei's back, rubbing his neck intimately. Bailey Yuanlong was convinced of Gu Beiwei's strength, even though he was a descendant of the Shadow clan. As for clan head Shaoin, who had opposed him in Medical City, he was not only convinced but also fearful. The two of them often thought how good it would be if Gu Beiwei wasn't a descendant of the Shadow clan and wasn't Han Yunqi's subordinate. When Gu Beiwei arrived, the tense atmosphere disappeared. Most people stood up and bowed to Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei also politely returned the greeting. The Grand Tutor's rank wasn't high. Gu Beiwei bowed to those of a higher rank than him, and he was also very respectful to the 4 Guadukes. The 4 Guadukes all stood up and responded politely. Gu Beiwei had just arrived and hadn't rested for a day and night. As soon as he arrived, he heard that Gu and Ru'er had arrived first. He didn't even have time to see Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. He didn't even have time to rest and changed his clothes before coming over. Gu and Tang Li were people who didn't mind making things worse. Moreover, Ru'er was such a young child. How could he not worry? Chapter 1241. As soon as they saw Gu Beiwei arrive, both Gu and Tang Li were delighted and rose to their feet to welcome him. Gu Beiwei was a smart man, so his lips curved into a smile at the sight of the 7 secondary seats. He knew exactly what was going on. Although his official rank wasn't low, he still carried Rui on his back and openly sat down by Gu's side. The position of Grand Tutor was a unique one. In different countries and dynasties, their statuses and responsibilities differed. Some Grand Tutors were equivalent to the Prime Minister of a country. As the teacher of the Emperor, they could even manage the court in his place when the Emperor was young. Some Grand Tutors simply taught the Crown Prince to read and understand, but weren't allowed to involve themselves in court matters. Still others had no real power and were nothing more than an empty title. For example, Tianning's Crown Prince Long Tianma's position of Grand Tutor was held by Tianning's Prime Minister. In truth, the Prime Minister didn't specifically assist the Crown Prince, but only occasionally gave him advice. The Grand Tutor of the Great Qin Empire was a 4th-rank official. Gu Beiwei not only taught the Crown Prince to read and understand, but was also allowed to teach him about politics. If Long Fei Yi promoted the Grand Tutor to a 1st-rank official position, heaven knows how busy Gu Beiwei would be. Would he be able to escape unscathed from the various factions in court? As a 4th-rank official, Gu Beiwei didn't have any real power. He could easily refuse anyone's attempts to form a clique and extricate himself from the complicated struggles between factions. From an outsider standpoint, he could evaluate the high officials more objectively. He didn't have any real power, but his words to the Emperor now and the Crown Prince in the future carried a lot of weight. It was said that the words of a lowly man carried little weight, but Long Fei Yi did the exact opposite. He used this method of low position, little power heavy words to protect Gubeiwa from being dragged down by the various factions. It also ensured that Gubeiwa's advice to him and the crown prince would be more objective and impartial. Once the crown prince grew up, Gubeiwa would be assisting Long Fei in teaching him how to judge court affairs. He'd have to judge everything from national policies to memorials. Gubeiwa's standpoint and position would be crucial. Gubeiwa was a fourth-rank official, but his position as the crown prince's teacher was special. No one present dared to express dissatisfaction with him sitting in the second seat. When he saw Rue hugging Gubeiwa without letting go, Gu was filled with envy and jealousy. While Rue wasn't paying attention, he suddenly carried Rue down and let him sit in the main seat again. Rue immediately glared at him fiercely. That gaze was exactly the same as the one Long Fei used to glare at Gu. Gubeiwa narrowed his eyes and looked over disdainfully, just like how he looked at Long Fei. Gu Qishao and Rue glared at each other until they were at odds. However, Gubeiwa was shocked. He quickly carried Rue back and whispered, Rue, you can't sit in the main seat in front of outsiders. It's a big taboo. Fortunately, the banquet hadn't started and Rue was still too young. No one present noticed this. Rue looked up and asked softly, why? You'll understand when you have brothers in the future, Gubeiwa replied softly. Just remember it. Grand Tutor will explain it to you in the future. Okay. Rue was always so obedient in front of Grand Tutor. Gubeiwa carried Rue to the first seat below the main seat. He half knelt in front of Rue and said softly, sit properly, Rue, remember, the seat on your father's right is yours. No matter what happens, unless your father agrees, you can't change your seat. Rue nodded and asked again, why? Grand Tutor, where do you sit? Grand Tutor will tell you when you're older. Gubeiwa thought for a moment and stretched out his pinky with his back to the crowd. Rue, Grand Tutor will promise you that as long as you don't change your seat, Grand Tutor will always sit behind you. I won't change my seat either, okay? Rue didn't hesitate to hook his pinky finger with Gubeiwa's for a pinky promise. He said, I want to make a promise with father too. Gubeiwa smiled and almost reached out to rub Rue's head. However, he didn't. He retreated to his seat and sat down properly. At this time, Shaowen retracted his gaze. He originally wanted to let the crown prince sit in the main seat for a while before making trouble. Who knew that Gubeiwa would come at such a coincidence? In this kind of situation, the crown prince sitting in the main seat could be a big or small matter. If it was a small matter, it would be a child being immature. If it was a big matter, it would be the Empress and Grand Tutor's fault. Although Xiaodong and Bailey Yuanlong were prepared to impeach Han Yunqi, Shaowen had a bad feeling about today's situation. He didn't know what Bailey Yuanlong meant when he kept winking at him just now. He pondered that he would have to remain indecisive and act according to the wind. The Crown Prince and Grand Tutor each took one seat. In addition to Gu, Tangli, and Ningjing, there were only 2 seats left. Little Tang Tang was different from Ruo. She was held in Tang Li's arms and didn't have a seat to herself. After Gubeiwa took his seat, many officials started chatting with him. Everyone had endless things to say to Gubeiwa. It wasn't that they had topics to talk about with Gubeiwa, but that they had many questions to ask Gubeiwa. Chatting was two-sided, while asking for advice was one-sided. In terms of real chatting, only Long Fei and Han Yunqi had enough brain power to chat with Gubeiwa. The atmosphere in the hall finally improved. Everyone wasn't so bored anymore. At first, Gu Qishao listened on the side but soon grew bored. The questions these officials asked were all things he didn't understand and wasn't interested in. He wanted to tease Rue, but Rue ignored him. Rue listened attentively to every word Gubeiwa said. Although he didn't understand most of it, he liked listening to Grand Tutor speak. Apart from Imperial Father and Imperial Mother, Grand Tutor's voice was the best. Finally, the bored Gu got angry. Seeing that one of the officials was about to speak, he snatched the chance to pull Gu Beiwa over and whispered in his ear, "Your Excellency Gu, did you receive your lordship's wedding gift?" Seeing this, the people below didn't dare to interrupt and could only wait. "I have received it." Gu Beiwa was very calm. "Have you seen it?" Gu asked again. "I saw the cover." Gu Beiwa didn't blush and his heartbeat didn't accelerate. He answered honestly. Gu Qishao purposely glanced at him before he chuckled. "Do you like it?" Gu Beiwa also smiled. "Thank you for the gift." Gu looked deeply at Gu Beiwa, his face full of suspicion. This guy was such a gentleman, gentle and refined. How could he talk about that without blushing? "Gu Beiwa, I heard that Qin Min got pregnant not long after you got married. You're really something." Gu smiled ambiguously, but Gu Beiwa replied seriously, "I know a thing or two about obstetrics. Qin Min is very familiar with it." Gu spat out the tea in his mouth. Fortunately, it didn't spray on Gu Beiwa. What an obstetrics thing! No wonder Gu Beiwa was so calm. He actually attributed that thing to obstetrics. Gu looked at Gu Beiwa without moving. After a while, he rolled his eyes at Gu Beiwa. "You medical nerd." Gu Beiwa said seriously, "Seventh young master, you can ask me if there's anything you don't understand in the future." Gu was dispirited and didn't want to talk to Gu Beiwa at all. Boring. Gu Beiwa sat back down with his head lowered. She bit her lip and smiled unconsciously, feeling a little embarrassed. Unfortunately, it was only for a short while and Gu didn't notice. "Grand Tutor Gu, where's your Qin Min? Is she here with you? Is she in the residence?" Tang Li asked. Tang Li was the imperial uncle, so Ningjing was also a relative of the imperial family. Naturally, she had the right to be seated. However, Qin Min was only Gu Beiwa's family member and didn't have the right to be invited. He didn't want to seek treatment for Ningjing. He really didn't care how many children Ningjing could give him. Moreover, his sister-in-law had already asked Qin Min about Ningjing's condition, and Qin Min had also determined that it was incurable. Tang Li only wanted to see what Qin Min looked like. Gu Beiwa's taste was almost on par with his elder brother's. Qin Min should be an unusual woman, no matter what. "Is Madam Min feeling better?" Ningjing also asked. "Not very well. She's still recuperating in Jiangnan. Time is too tight, and I can't bear to see her rushing about." Gu Beiwa replied indifferently. "Is there anything wrong?" Ningjing was a little puzzled. She had been pregnant before, so she knew a lot about the situation. Gu Beiwa and Qin Min were both doctors. How could they not be able to deal with a small pregnancy reaction? "It's nothing serious. She's just afraid of the cold." Gu Beiwa quickly changed the topic and chatted with the ministers below. The 4 Guogong, several first-rank officials, and generals were all very quiet. No one took the initiative to chat with Gu Beiwa. They were all trying to figure out who would take the remaining 2 seats. No matter how they thought about it, there were no imperial relatives in the imperial family, and no one in the imperial court was qualified to take a seat. These seats weren't randomly placed. No one could figure out the emperor's intentions. Many people even guessed that the emperor might confer 2 Junwang titles during the crown prince's birthday banquet. Finally, the eunuch outside the door shouted again. This time, the main characters had arrived. "Your Majesty, Her Imperial Highness the Empress has arrived." Everyone stood up nervously and walked out of their seats to kneel in greeting. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi both wore purple luxurious clothes. Even in this kind of occasion, Long Fei Yi didn't forget to hold Han Yunqi's hand and intertwine their fingers. After the 2 of them took their seats, Long Fei Yi said, "My beloved subjects, rise and take your seats." Everyone stood up and took their seats. The hall became even quieter. Everyone was waiting for Long Fei Yi to ask the eunuch at the side if everyone had arrived. However, Long Fei Yi didn't ask. He left the 2 secondary seats empty and turned to ask eunuch Li, "Prepare to start the banquet. We think everyone should be hungry." "Yes." Eunuch Li respectfully retreated. Not long after, two groups of palace maids filed out from the left and right sides of the main hall. Each of the palace maids held a tray of food. On the tray were very exquisite porcelain dishes. The dishes were covered, and the dishes couldn't be seen. However, just by looking at these dishes, it was enough to see how sumptuous today's banquet was. At this time, the Bailey father and daughter sneered. They couldn't wait for today's banquet to be more sumptuous. Chapter 1242. One by one, the palace maids filed out, serving delicacies and fine wine to every guest present. All the palace maids were dressed in the same festive colors. They had clearly been trained, their footsteps light as if they were dancing. The procession seemed to have been quietly rehearsed, one in and one out. The speed was balanced, elegant, and orderly. The originally undecorated hall became lively and festive because of the dance of the palace maids. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi sat high up in the main seats. Long Fei Yi, who always had a cold and solemn expression, had a faint smile on his lips. He should be in an extremely good mood. Han Yunqi was actually not a person who liked to smile, but ever since she became the empress, she basically wore a harmless smile when she appeared in public. How many people in the court wanted to see her cry, so how could she not smile? At this moment, Han Yunqi's smile was very bright. Looking at the palace maids coming in and out, watching the empty tables gradually being filled with large and small tableware, she became more and more satisfied. She turned back to look at Gu and asked with a smile, "Prince Yu, how is this place?" This empress has carefully prepared for several days and also spent a lot. When Han Yunqi said this, all the officials looked over. Almost everyone thought that the empress would say, "spent a lot of money." However, Han Yunqi said, "also spent a lot of effort, ah." "Good. Excellent." Gu Qishao replied as he clapped. If this place was prepared by someone else, he would definitely dislike it for not being grand enough, lively enough, or gorgeous enough. However, as long as it was prepared by Poison Lass, it was the best in the world. "Imperial Uncle Li, what do you think?" Han Yunqi asked again. "No one can match the Empress's taste," Tang Li said with a smile. "Of course, how can the Crown Prince's first birthday banquet be shabby?" Han Yunqi pretended to be proud, not to mention Bailey Yuanlong and the Shao family, even the other two dukes, as well as those officials who had always respected the Empress and supported the Crown Prince, were dissatisfied. The herdsmen of Northern Li were still in dire straits. There was not much food in the national treasury that could be used for disaster relief. The common people spontaneously organized disaster relief. Han Yunqi was the mother of the country and the birth mother of the Crown Prince. How could she hold such a lively banquet at this critical juncture? Of course, everyone was angry in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. Seeing the Empress look towards Gu Beiwa, everyone became expectant and waited for the Empress to ask Grand Tutor Gu. Everyone hoped that the Grand Tutor could speak out their grievances and persuade the Empress, or even the Emperor, who spoiled the Empress too much. Bailey Yuanlong's old face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. If it weren't for his daughter's constant persuasion, he would have stood up to denounce Han Yunqi as soon as she arrived. At this moment, he stared coldly at Gu Beiwa. He wanted to see how Gu Beiwa would evaluate this banquet. He was waiting. If Gu Beiwa objected to the Empress's actions, he would immediately stand up and agree. Bailey Lixiang was puzzled. She thought the Emperor had listened to Han Yunqi's pillow talk and agreed to hold this banquet. Could it be that Gu Beiwa had been bewitched by Han Yunqi as well? With Gu Beiwa's personality and style, he should have stopped the Emperor and Empress long before the banquet began. Bailey Lixiang waited patiently, not forgetting to secretly tug on her father's robes to remind him to stay calm and observe the situation. There was still something fishy about this situation. She had to be on guard against Han Yunqi, setting up a trap for them. After all, Han Yunqi had cheated quite a bit of grain for the people of the disaster areas during the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Everyone was waiting for Han Yunqi to ask Grand Tutor Gu. But Han Yunqi only stared at Gu Beiwa for a long while before turning to look down at the crowd below without saying a word. This time, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. The people sitting in the first row to the left and right were ranked in descending order of status. The 4 Guogong dukes, 3 generals, and the ministers of the other 5 ministries besides the Ministry of War were all seated in the first row. Almost all of them had brought their wives with them, who sat with them on the side. Bailey Yuanlong was an exception. His first wife had long passed away. Sitting next to him was Bailey Chiyu, who had been conferred the title of general. Behind him sat his eldest daughter, Bailey Lixiang, while behind Bailey Chiyu sat his wife. Han Yunqi's attention fell on Bailey Yuanlong and his family. Of the 10 empty red envelopes she'd given out, 3 were for the Bailey clan. Although the Guogong Duchess of the Bailey clan had passed away, Han Yunqi still prepared red envelopes for them. She'd sincerely wanted to give them this red envelope. Rather than saying it was out of respect and remembrance for the Duchess, it was more of a show of respect for the Bailey clan. This was a special treatment. To put it bluntly, she was telling the other 3 Guogong duchesses that the Bailey clan was different from them. However, Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Lixiang didn't understand Han Yunqi's meaning. Their resentment only grew when they realized that the red envelopes they'd received were empty. There were also 2 red envelopes. One was for the general's wife behind Bailey Chiyu, while the other was for Bailey Lixiang. Bailey Lixiang had performed meritorious service in northern Li as a spy, so she'd been conferred the title of First Rank Madam. Bailey Lixiang's title of First Rank Madam was another special treatment the imperial family had bestowed upon the Bailey clan. A First Rank Madam was the highest rank among the title madams, so they received the best treatment. Madams of the first rank were usually the mothers or wives of high-ranking officials. Bailey Lixiang was the noble consort of the Northern Dynasty's emperors, so she couldn't accept such a title at all. Long Fei Yi could make her a princess or give her a large reward, but Long Fei Yi had made an exception to show his special treatment of the Bailey clan. When the country was first founded, the south was strong while the north and west were filled with all sorts of unstable elements. Long Fei Yi could use his power, military might, and iron-blooded policies to suppress them. But Cloud Realm Continent still needed at least 3 more years to settle down before they could start rebuilding. The commoners would need at least 5 or 6 years to live a peaceful life. It'd take at least 10 or 20 years for them to prosper and prosper. Long Fei Yi didn't want to waste any more time. It wasn't just his time, but the people of Cloud Realm Continent. He'd spent countless days deliberating before bestowing the titles of Duke and Prime Minister. More than that, he'd spent countless nights talking with Gu Beiwa and a few of his trusted aides. In the end, they decided to wrong the Bailey clan and choose 4 clan heads from the south, west, and north to share the title of Guogong with Bailey Yuanlong. This way, the Bailey clan wouldn't be given too high of a title or salary, but would be able to highlight the status of the other 3 clans. At the very least, the other 3 clans would accept it wholeheartedly. Long Fei Yi didn't tell Bailey Yuanlong the reason, because he'd wronged the Bailey clan while giving the man a test. After all, the man had disappointed him before. The result was regrettable. Even now, Bailey Yuanlong still didn't understand the special treatment he and Han Yunqi were giving him. He even colluded with the southern generals. Han Yunqi recovered from her thoughts with a smile on her face. Her gaze rested on Bailey Lixiang. That's Lixiang, right? Bailey Lixiang quickly rose to her feet. This subject's daughter, Bailey Lixiang, greets esteemed empress. Han Yunqi sized her up. She'd never seen Bailey Lixiang before, so today was the first time. It had to be said that Bailey Lixiang was much more beautiful than Bailey Mingxiang. Even at her age, she was still beautiful. But Han Yunqi could tell at a glance the difference between her and Bailey Mingxiang. Bailey Lixiang didn't have the kindness of Bailey Mingxiang, but lacked the ruthlessness of Bailey Mingxiang. Han Yunqi had seen Bailey Yuanlong's temper and brain many times. She'd always discussed with Long Feiyi how he'd become a completely different person in the past year. Why was he so much calmer and shrewder than before? Moreover, his collusion with the Southern Army was done in a rather secretive manner. They still couldn't find anything to use against him. All of this had happened after Bailey Lixiang's return. How could Han Yunqi not suspect her? Lixiang, you're very knowledgeable. You should have seen banquets, even bigger than this one. Tell me, this banquet held for the Crown Prince's first birthday isn't a disgrace to him, is it? Han Yunqi said with a smile. Bailey Lixiang was indeed very knowledgeable. She'd wanted to wait a bit, but since Han Yunqi had given her the chance, she didn't mind explaining to everyone how much Han Yunqi had spent on today's banquet. So far, Han Yunqi's biggest expenditure had been on the tableware in front of everyone. Yes, this subject obeys. Bailey Mingxiang nodded and said seriously, the banquet today looked simple, but there was a lot of thought put into it. It's clear to see esteemed Empress's intentions. This subject will talk about the tableware. Han Yunqi smiled and indicated for Bailey Lixiang to continue. The tableware used by His Majesty and esteemed Empress is the rarely seen glittering jewel rainbow dragon and phoenix porcelain. The entire set is divided into dragon and phoenix porcelain, with 69 pieces each, Bailey Lixiang said loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, many people present revealed looks of shock. Glittering jewel rainbow dragon and phoenix porcelain. They'd all heard of the name before, but almost no one had seen the real thing. So these two treasures were in the imperial family. Guogong Xiao and gave Bailey Lixiang a look of admiration. He'd had his suspicions when he saw the emperor and empress's tableware, but the tableware hadn't been fully arranged yet. There were only about 10 pieces, so he couldn't be sure. As expected, Bailey Lixiang's knowledge and eyesight were excellent. Han Yunqi clapped her hands happily. It's rare to see someone who can tell, hee. Although everyone was shocked, it was only shock. After all, the emperor and empress had the right to enjoy tableware of this standard. But Han Yunqi's next words immediately displeased everyone. Han Yunqi said, Today we'll let everyone bask in the crown prince's glory and broaden their horizons. Later, the entire set of glittering jewel rainbow porcelain will be displayed. The entire set of glittering jewel rainbow dragon and phoenix porcelain would be displayed. That meant 69 tableware of all sizes, bowls, plates, pots, spoons, chopsticks, plates, spoons, and so on. Everything would be used. Looking at it this way, how many types of delicacies would there be tonight? In Northern Li, the soldiers were starving as they sent disaster relief. The herdsmen were starving as they sought refuge from the cold. Han Yunqi, as the empress, actually spent so much money on a single meal? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Some of the more upright people had already started discussing. A trace of craftiness flitted past Bailey Lixiang's eyes as she said, The tableware used by Prince Yu and the rest is also not ordinary. Esteemed Empress is generous and bestowed everyone with tableware of great origin. Chapter 1243. Even without Bailey Lixiang's introduction, everyone could tell that the tableware in front of them was no small matter. But Bailey Lixiang's introduction still surprised everyone. For example, Bailey Mingxiang said that the second seat's tableware wasn't expensive at all. It was made of black porcelain that was hard to find even with 1,000 gold taels. There were 59 pieces in each set, and only 10 pieces of the glittering rainbow dragon and phoenix porcelain had been bestowed. Another example, Bailey Lixiang said that the tableware in the 100 or so seats below the secondary seat was made of a rare white jade porcelain. It was both jade and porcelain, and each set had a total of 55 pieces, second only to the 4 black porcelain tableware in the secondary seat. Leaving aside the value of the porcelain, There were at least tens of thousands of pieces of tableware in the hall. How much food would it take to use all these tableware? How could a single person finish dozens of servings of food? Even if Northernly hadn't suffered a disaster, even if Great Cheen didn't lack food, even if Great Cheen was already a prosperous nation, there was no need to be so wasteful. Everyone's table was set with a round plate, a pair of chopsticks, and a wine cup. Aside from these three, the rest of the tableware was used to hold the food. The palace maids brought them up one after another and placed them in front of everyone. By the time Bailey Lixiang finished speaking, the palace maids had already brought out 3 individual pots of various sizes. Each pot was covered with a lid, making it impossible to see what was inside. But they could see the steam rising from the edges of the lids and smell the fragrance. Just by smelling the aroma, everyone could basically tell that these 3 pots were filled with meat. Although Long Fei Yi had announced the start of the banquet, he hadn't touched his chopsticks yet. No one else was allowed to touch them, so they could only smell the hot, fragrant food. Bailey Yuanlong and Xiao and looked stern, but their hearts were filled with excitement. Even the impatient Bailey Yuanlong was completely patient. He waited for all the dishes to be served and for the loyal court officials to be thoroughly disappointed in Han Yunqi. He knew that the emperor was already on guard against him, so he might not be able to persuade the emperor. However, if those loyal officials also joined in, it would at least make the emperor reevaluate the woman beside him. He had long heard that the emperor had told several civil officials in the imperial study that he had changed, and that the Bailey clan was no longer the Bailey clan of the past. In that case, he would let the emperor have a look. People changed, just like Han Yunqi, who had risked her life for the sake of disaster relief. She'd changed as well. In fact, the emperor himself had also changed, hadn't he? Perhaps he was the first to change. Ever since he met Han Yunqi, he was no longer the previous master of the Bailey clan, right? Apart from Bailey Yuanlong's group. Some of the ministers in the back looked at each other worriedly. They respected the empress very much and were full of expectations. However, today's banquet had greatly disappointed them. The crown prince's first birthday banquet was indeed a major event and couldn't be shameful. But these were special times, so the empress had to restrain herself a little. Of course, everyone kept their worries to themselves. No one dared to speak up. After all, the emperor had only said one sentence so far. No one could tell what he thought of the empress's actions. Moreover, the banquet had only just begun. The dishes hadn't even been served yet. Even if they wanted to persuade the empress, they had to have sufficient reasons to convince the emperor. Apart from Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's confidants, the hundreds of people in the large hall were growing more and more dissatisfied with Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi ignored everyone else, her attention on Bailey Lixiang. She was growing more and more satisfied with her. She chuckled. It's rare to meet someone who knows what's good for them. Madame Lixiang, take this set meal as a reward from the crown prince. Bailey Lixiang hastily walked out of her seat and bowed in thanks. After Bailey Lixiang returned to her seat, the hall fell silent again. Only the palace maids continued to dance gracefully as they served the dishes. Every dish was covered and steaming hot. The aroma was enough to make anyone drool. The weather was cold, and according to the rules of the banquet, every dish had to be covered. Thus, no one suspected anything. It was already mealtime, so many people were hungry. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi still hadn't touched his chopsticks, so everyone could only keep him company on an empty stomach. Long Fei Yi sat high up in his seat. He was less dignified than he usually was in court, but the domineering air between his brows and the noble air of a king didn't diminish in the slightest. He didn't pay much attention to the people below. Even when Bailey Lixiang explained the origin of the tableware, his doting gaze was focused on Han Yunqi. It was as if he knew Han Yunqi was fooling around and that everyone was dissatisfied with the empress. But he was happy to let her do as she pleased. After Bailey Lixiang sat down, she couldn't help but look at Long Fei Yi again. She'd heard all sorts of things about this master since childhood, but now she finally got the chance to meet him. He was handsome, domineering, noble, and aloof. Just like any other woman who'd seen him, she'd be instantly moved. But she knew very well that she'd missed her chance more than 20 years ago. She could only blame her younger sister, Bailey Mingxiang, in her heart. After Bailey Mingxiang entered the Duke of Qin's estate as a servant, she'd had so many chances. Why didn't she seize them? Otherwise, there would have been an imperial noble concubine by this man's side today. Her Bailey clan would have gained another bargaining chip. After a long silence, everyone began to count the dishes in front of them. There were still so many dishes left to be served. His Majesty wouldn't wait until all the dishes were served before starting the banquet, would he? Gu and Gu Beiwa had rushed over today, so they had no idea what Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi were planning. Although Gu often ruined Long Feiye's plans, this banquet was Rue's, so he naturally kept his mouth shut. He sat with his arms crossed, carefully sniffing the table full of fragrances, as if he'd discovered something. But Gu Beiwa didn't seem interested in the food on the table. He stood up and broke the silence. This official has prepared a meager gift for His Highness the Crown Prince. I hope His Highness will kindly accept it. There were 2 ways to give gifts at birthday banquets. One was to give them before they entered the banquet, while the other was to present them. Giving gifts was the rule of ordinary households. Present gifts was the etiquette of the imperial family. Of the nearly 100 people present, those of low status had already handed over their birthday gifts to the eunuchs as soon as they'd entered the palace. As for those with high statuses, they would present gifts in front of everyone at the banquet. Generally speaking, the gifts would begin after the banquet had begun and after 3 rounds of wine. Since Gu Beiwa had started it and everyone was hungry, no one fussed over etiquette with Gu Beiwa. After all, there weren't many people who needed to present gifts in court. Perhaps His Majesty would start eating after the gifts were presented? Everyone was looking forward to seeing what Gu Beiwa's grand tutor would give His Highness the Crown Prince for his birthday. Gu Beiwa had someone deliver the gift, but it was none other than a giant map. He and his servants unfurled it and showed it to the Emperor, Empress, and Crown Prince, as well as the various officials. The map was even taller than him and 2 meters wide. It was a map of Cloud Realm Continent. Your Highness Crown Prince, this official spent 3 months drawing this map with my own hands. It includes every county and town in Cloud Realm Continent. Places prone to floods, droughts, fires, snowstorms, and other rare disasters have all been marked out. Gu Beiwa paused before sighing. This year, the Great Qin's north has been plagued by disasters. Famine, plague, and snowstorms have alternated, leaving the people in dire straits. Your Highness is 1 year old today, so this official presents this gift to the victims of the north and the people of Great Qin. May the imperial family take pity on our Great Qin and wish for no more disasters. Rue'er didn't understand, but he'd long been captivated by the map. He glanced at his imperial father, who nodded, and jumped off his seat to walk in front of the unfurled map. He was only 1 year old and small to begin with. Standing before the map made him seem even more minuscule, but he wasn't intimidated by its size. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at every spot on the map. Everyone fell silent, including Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi. They watched Rue'er's back as he stared at the map of Great Qin with the same thought in their hearts. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Rue'er would grow up one day and no longer look at this map. He'd stand at the peak of Great Qin and look down on the world beneath his feet. At that time, Great Qin would be a prosperous and powerful country, and there would be no more wars or disasters. In Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi's eyes, Gu Beiwa was pinning such hopes on Rue'er. Unfortunately, many of the people present had a different understanding. In their eyes, Gu Beiwa's mention of the disaster victims at such a grand and extravagant banquet must be a way to remind the emperor and express his dissatisfaction with the empress. Bailey Yuanlong stroked his beard, thinking that he'd respected the right person after all. Of all the people in Western Qin's camp, Gu Beiwei was the only one he admired. Bailey Lixiang smiled faintly as she secretly sized up Gu Beiwei. She couldn't believe it when she heard that the medical academy's head had married a woman whose legs were crippled. Xiao Dong kept shooting looks at Xiaoan. In his eyes, since Gu Beiwei had already expressed a stance, they naturally had to strike while the iron was hot and use this chance to speak up. But Xiaoan only glared at Xiao Dong's impulsiveness with a displeased look. It was really hard to say who would be the one to take the lead and who would be the first to stir up trouble in the coming days. Gu Beiwei had just returned to his seat when Gu presented him with the title deed to number 7 tea house, while Tang Li and Ning Jing presented him with a special concealed weapon toy. After the imperial family, it was time for the 4 Guogong to present their gifts. Bailey Yuanlong often considered himself the head of the 4 Guogong dukes. This time he was the first to stand up. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Bailey Yuanlong presented a pearl with both hands. Your Highness Crown Prince, this is this year's new white pearl from the East Sea. It's a small wish. I hope you'll kindly accept it. At this moment, everyone looked at each other in dismay, and they began to panic. Official Bailey was giving a pearl as a guogong, and a very, very ordinary one at that. What did he mean by this? He was clearly provoking the Crown Prince and Empress. Rue didn't understand, but he could sense that official Bailey's attitude wasn't good, so he didn't move. Bailey Yuanlong maintained his posture, but Han Yunqi's tone soon turned cold. Official Bailey, tell us, what's so special about this white pearl? Is it worth His Highness Crown Prince's goodwill? Chapter 1244. In the face of Han Yunqi's cold interrogation, Bailey Yuanlong revealed an innocent expression. It had to be said that if it weren't for his eldest daughter's repeated instructions, he wouldn't be enduring at this time, much less putting on such a pitiful appearance. He sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, there's nothing special about this pearl. The avalanche in northern Li has caused countless casualties, and the people of the Great Qin are suffering from hunger and cold. These days, the old man hasn't been able to sleep or eat. He's been constantly worried about the disaster in the north and the soldiers who came to help. I really don't have the time to prepare an elaborate gift for the Crown Prince. Although the gift is small, this old subject's heart is sincere. This old subject and Grand Tutor Gu are of one heart. We are both victims of the disaster in the north and pray for the Great Qin's people that the imperial family will pity us and wish for the Great Qin to be free of calamities. Not to mention Han Yunqi and Long Fei. Even those who weren't familiar with Bailey Yuanlong were surprised by his words. Bailey Yuanlong's words were full of mockery. First, he was mocking the Empress for putting so much thought into preparing the Crown Prince's birthday celebration before the natural disaster. The Empress clearly didn't care about the disaster in the north. Second, he pulled Gu Beiwei to his side and forcefully misinterpreted Gu Beiwei's true intentions in giving the map. Pulling Gu Beiwei to his side was also a mockery of Han Yunqi. No matter what, Gu Beiwei was Han Yunqi's most trusted subordinate. Third, he was forcing the Crown Prince to accept this small gift. If His Highness didn't accept it, that would be superficial. He only valued the gift's value and didn't understand its significance. Of course, the Crown Prince was still young and didn't understand anything. Bailey Yuanlong's mockery of the Crown Prince was also a mockery of Han Yunqi, his mother. In short, Bailey Yuanlong's words were full of mockery and refined criticism of Han Yunqi. At this moment, everyone was looking at Han Yunqi. They couldn't guess how the Empress would react. Her response to Bailey Yuanlong's provocation would directly determine the attitudes of the other ministers. Han Yunqi was silent for a long time. Her face gradually became gloomy. The entire place was silent. No one made a sound. At this moment, Long Fei Yi opened his mouth and said, "A great gift is a great gift. Crown Prince, aren't you going to accept Duke Shun's gift?" "Yes." Rue-er's voice was childish, but his eyes were serious. He personally walked down to stand in front of Bailey Yuanlong. Bailey Yuanlong was both surprised and delighted. He quickly knelt down and presented the gift with both hands. At this time, all the ministers were beaming with joy. The emperor was indeed wise. Since the emperor had already spoken, what were they afraid of? Of course, he had to be straightforward. As a result, Duke Qingxiaoan also stood up and presented a small gift. He spoke of the country's righteousness and concern for its people, similar to Bailey Yuanlong's. While expressing her worries, she also mocked Han Yunqi. The other two dukes also presented their gifts, but they weren't small or large. They didn't mock the empress, nor did they have any hidden meanings in their words. Instead, they congratulated her according to the rules. After the four dukes, it was time for the first-rank officials. Only two of these first-rank officials presented their gifts according to the rules. The rest followed Bailey Yuanlong's example and denounced the empress with sarcasm. Han Yunqi sat motionless with an expressionless face. Seeing her sullen appearance, Bailey Yuanlong finally felt the pent-up frustration in his heart dissipate. Xiao En's lips curled into a cold smile. He never cared whether Long Feiyi was forced to slap the empress's face for the sake of the big picture, or whether he really couldn't stand the empress's first birthday banquet. He only knew that once there was an opening, it wouldn't be difficult to follow. If there was a first time, there would definitely be a second and third time. After the gifts were presented, Han Yunqi's face was still sullen. She swept a glance at the table and reminded him unhappily, "Your Majesty, the dishes have all been served. Please eat." The dishes today were all personally prepared by Qinxia. Bailey Yuanlong was about to stand up when Bailey Lixiang pulled him back. Bailey Lixiang was still very cautious. Long Feiyi nodded, and Han Yunqi ordered the court ladies on the side to serve them. Under everyone's gaze, the court ladies respectfully opened the largest porcelain pot on Long Feiyi's table. As soon as the lid was lifted, steam wafted out, accompanied by a sweet fragrance. This was a smell Long Feiyi was very familiar with, the smell of old hen soup. The court ladies carefully filled a bowl and placed it in front of Long Feiyi before withdrawing. "Your Majesty, this is a whole chicken soup made from 3-year-old hens, mixed with 100-year-old snow ginseng and many other precious herbs. It's been simmering since this morning. This soup contains the essence of both chicken and herbs. For this dish, you only drink the soup and don't eat the meat." Han Yunqi introduced seriously, her mood much better. Long Fei, you looked down at the chicken soup in front of him with furrowed brows. He didn't move for a long time, as if thinking about something. Everyone sighed in their hearts. A small pot of soup used a chicken and a lot of expensive herbs. Just this dish alone used more than 100 old hens. How much food would they consume if they were to finish the entire meal today? How much silver? Everyone couldn't help but look at the steaming pot of soup in front of their tables. They really wanted to take a look, but His Highness hadn't moved yet, so they couldn't move. At this moment, Bailey Lixiang gave the latter's servant a look, then gave her father a light kick. It was finally time to make a move. It wasn't a big deal to dislike the gifts for being too small. However, such extravagance and waste was solid evidence that everyone could see for themselves. Han Yunqi, even if His Majesty wants to protect you this time, he might not be able to. Bailey Yuanlong immediately stood up, walked out of his seat, and knelt down on both knees. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. "Bailey Yuanlong, what are you doing?" Long Feiyi spoke up. "This old subject asks Your Majesty, Empress, and His Highness the Crown Prince to forgive this old subject." Bailey Yuanlong said loudly, "What crime have you committed?" Long Feiyi asked again. "Today is the Crown Prince's first birthday, so it should be lively and festive. Esteemed Empress is holding a birthday banquet for the Crown Prince and inviting important officials for a joyous occasion. However, the commoners in the north haven't been able to eat their fill, and the soldiers who came to relieve the disaster are also starving. This old subject's heart is bitter, unable to enjoy such a feast. This old subject earnestly asks your majesty to allow this old subject to withdraw. Leave. Everyone knew that official Bailey was going to denounce the empress, but they didn't expect that he wouldn't be as fierce and direct as before. Instead, he was begging the emperor to allow him to leave to express his anger. This wasn't just expressing his anger, but also throwing the difficult problem to the emperor. To put it more bluntly, he was threatening the emperor. He was threatening the emperor to make a choice on the spot. Accept the empress' extravagance and waste and ignore the disaster victims, or accept his advice. If the emperor allowed him to withdraw, then he would be condoning the empress's absurd actions in front of everyone. The emperor would definitely be implicated and lose the hearts of his subjects. If the emperor didn't allow him to withdraw, then he would definitely argue with reason and force the emperor to punish the empress in order to appease the hearts of his subjects. Han Yunqi sat quietly in the silence. Long Fei Yi was also very quiet as he looked at Bailey Yuanlong. Your Majesty, please allow this old subject to withdraw, Bailey Yuanlong said again. This time, several officials from the Bailey camp all stood up and knelt with Bailey Yuanlong, saying in unison, Your Majesty, this subject is worried about the disaster victims in the north and has no heart to enjoy today's feast. We earnestly ask Your Majesty to allow this subject to withdraw. Long Fei Ye's brows furrowed at this. To the side, Gu narrowed his eyes. He hadn't taken the Bailey clan seriously before, but today was the first time he had seriously slapped Bailey Yuanlong's face. Gu Beiwa lowered his head and didn't say anything. At this time, many people were staring at him, waiting to see where he stood. Bailey Mingxiang, who was kneeling behind Bailey Yuanlong, stole a glance at Xiao Dong. He was a bit anxious. They'd agreed to move together, but the Xiao family hadn't moved. What was the meaning of this? Seeing that the emperor hadn't said anything, Bailey Yuanlong knelt for the third time and begged, Please allow this, Your Majesty. At this time, many of the upright and loyal officials also stood up and knelt behind Bailey Yuanlong. They hadn't been involved in the struggle between factions and had always supported the empress and crown prince. However, they were disappointed this time. Their actions weren't in line with Bailey Yuanlong, but to make their stance clear. The only reason they hadn't stood up immediately was because their ranks were lower and they didn't have much influence. Now that so many high-ranking officials had stood up, they naturally had to join in. They didn't say much and kowtowed one after another. Your Majesty, please allow this subject to withdraw. At this time, Long Fei Yi looked at the motionless Xiao and Duke Ding. Do you want to stay? Xiao and felt that this matter wasn't simple, but he couldn't find anything wrong. No matter how powerful Han Yunqi was, there were still times when she was muddle-headed and arrogant. Xiao and hurriedly got up and walked to the center of the hall, kneeling next to Bailey Yuanlong. Your Majesty, please allow this old subject to withdraw. Seeing this, Xiao Dong and some of the Xiao family's henchmen also knelt. In a short while, 2/3 of the several hundred people in the hall had knelt. Long Fei Yi still didn't express his stance. He looked pensively at those who hadn't knelt. Time slowly passed. Everyone waited for Long Fei Ye's decision. At this time, a eunuch hurriedly walked over and whispered in Long Fei Ye's ear, Your Majesty, many commoners have gathered at the north and south gates. The leaders are all scholars, and they're denouncing Her Majesty the Empress. Long Fei Yi suddenly glared at him. What did they say? The eunuch jumped in fright. His legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees with a plop. Speak. Long Fei Yi said sternly. They said that Her Majesty the Empress held a banquet for the crown prince's first birthday and was extravagant and wasteful, ignoring the disaster victims. No. The eunuch was so scared that his tongue was tied. She's not fit to be the Empress. No, she's not fit to be the mother of the heir apparent. Extravagant and wasteful. Long Fei Yi sneered. Is there such a thing, Her Majesty? Wasn't this the truth in front of their eyes? Was there a need to ask? Everyone in the hall was alarmed and disappointed. The commoners were already making a fuss. Was the emperor still insisting on indulging the empress? Han Yunchi exhaled and left the banquet. She pulled Rue to kneel in front of Long Fei. Your Majesty, there's no such thing. Chinchia has been wrongly accused. Chapter 1245. As soon as Han Yunchi cried out, Rue, who didn't understand, immediately followed suit. Imperial father, imperial mother is innocent. Han Yunchi almost laughed out loud. This son really was her biological son. How are you innocent? Long Fei asked. Your Majesty, this concubine doesn't know if this concubine is fit to be empress or the crown prince's mother. However, this concubine is organizing the crown prince's birthday banquet without any extravagance or wastage or neglect the disaster victims. Before Han Yunchi could finish, Bailey Yuanlong angrily interrupted. Your Majesty, everyone will have a table full of delicacies for today's banquet. One person's meal can fill 10 people's stomachs. If this isn't extravagance and wastage, then what is? There are commoners and soldiers in the north who can't return to their homes. It's not easy for them to even have a full meal. Your entire pot of chicken soup only consumes a few mouthfuls of soup. Haha, this really isn't wastage. This is a reckless waste of natural resources. Han Yunchi looked at Bailey Yuanlong and asked coldly, Is there anything else? Bailey Yuanlong sneered. Your Majesty, today's banquet is extraordinary. Could it be that Your Majesty doesn't think it's a waste? Just as everyone was surprised that Han Yunchi would argue, Han Yunchi actually admitted it loudly. Official Bailey is extremely right. There's a natural disaster in the north. This concubine's grand banquet is a grave mistake, a grave mistake. For a moment, everyone was stunned, thinking that they had misheard. Under the silent gazes of the crowd, Han Yunchi stood up with Rue and walked to Long Fei, Zhao Mama, and Mu Ling, who had been hiding at the side, finally showed themselves. They walked out from the left and right and stood on either side of Han Yunchi and Ruer. Mu Ling, personally opened the lids of all the cutlery on Long Fei's table. The kneeling people couldn't see the contents of the pots and bowls, so they didn't know what was going on. With a smile on her face, Mu Linger and Granny Zhao brought the pots and bowls down one by one for the officials to see. She saw that the pots and bowls were all filled with clear soup with spices, not to mention fish. She couldn't even find a single tea leaf. For a moment, everyone, whether they were kneeling or sitting, was stupefied. Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Lixiang were dumbstruck, as if someone had sealed their acupoints. They couldn't even move their eyes. As for the members of the Shao clan, their expressions were extremely ugly. Who would have thought that a table full of hot and fragrant food would turn out to be like this? Han Yunchi was clearly toying with them on purpose. Was Han Yunchi playing with them on purpose? It could only be said that these people were too full of themselves. Han Yunchi didn't have that much time on her hands. She was just using this opportunity to give some people a final warning. Granny Zhao personally brought over the pot of fragrant chicken soup. Han Yunchi said, Crown Prince, help your imperial father scoop the soup. Rue was very obedient and brought over the empty bowl with both hands. Han Yunchi personally scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup and placed it in the bowl. Rue carefully placed the chicken soup on the table. He didn't say a word as he followed his imperial mother to Bailey Yuanlong's seat. Granny Zhao immediately followed with the chicken soup, while Mu Linger followed closely behind. In front of everyone, she opened all the cutlery on Bailey Yuanlong's table. The table was filled with delicacies, but there was no fish, fruits, or vegetables. There was only clear soup with added spices. Bailey Yuanlong couldn't believe or accept this reality. He stuck his head out to look, but the truth was right in front of him. Rue personally brought over an empty bowl, while Han Yunchi personally scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup. This scene puzzled the shocked crowd. They couldn't figure out Han Yunchi's intentions and didn't dare to speculate. starting from Bailey Yuanlong, Han Yunqi, and Rui, opened all the cutlery on the kneeling officials with the help of Granny Zhao and Mu Linger, and left a spoonful of chicken soup for them. After walking around in a circle, they finally returned to Long Fei's side. By now, the bowl of chicken soup was almost empty. Granny Zhao respectfully placed the pot of stewed chicken and medicinal ingredients on Long Fei Ye's table. Granny Zhao and Mu Linger withdrew, while Han Yunqi held Rui Er's hand and returned to kneeling. Everyone quietly watched the mother and son's every move. Without a doubt, even a small movement from them was enough to set off perilous waves in the crowd's hearts. Han Yunqi said seriously, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's first birthday celebration is a great ceremony and cannot be abolished." What is a ceremony? This concubine believes that it is a ceremony to share joy and suffering with the people. Today, there is a natural disaster in the north, and the people are suffering. The Crown Prince's first birthday celebration is a ceremony to share the suffering of the people. For today's banquet, this concubine only ordered the kitchens to prepare a pot of chicken soup for your Majesty and the ministers. This is to tell the world that our imperial family and court are concerned about the suffering of the people, and are always thinking about the disaster victims in the north. Long Fei nodded seriously. Han Yunqi, Bailey Yuanlong's faction, and the Shao clan's faction were all sweating profusely. Their limbs were weak, and their hearts were even weaker. Bailey Yuanlong's face was indescribably pale, and Bailey Lixiang's stunned expression was still frozen on her face. It took her a long time to recover. However, there were also many officials who were kneeling on the ground who looked happy and respected the Empress again. Han Yunqi's next words were once again unexpected, catching Bailey Yuanlong and the Shao clan's faction unprepared. Han Yunqi said, "Your Majesty, this concubine recently obtained food and spices from Mu Linger. Thus, she used the spices to make soup and used the Crown Prince's first birthday celebration as an opportunity to test all the officials. This concubine believes that anyone who dares to leave the banquet and speak out to remonstrate today is a loyal official who cares about the people." This is Han Yunqi rewarding them? Isn't she going to pursue the crime of slandering the Empress? Bailey Yuanlong looked at Xiaowen, who looked back at him. The two of them were even more afraid now. If Han Yunqi held them responsible for slandering the Empress, they could still defend themselves by saying that those who didn't know the truth weren't guilty, and that they'd rather die than speak out to show their integrity. But Han Yunqi actually played such a trick and rewarded them? This is too unsettling. What kind of game is Han Yunqi playing? Forget Bailey Yuanlong. Even the experienced and astute Xiaowen had to admit that he couldn't see through the Empress's tricks. If you don't know the enemy, how can you fight? How could they win? At this moment, Bailey Yuanlong and Xiaowen were truly afraid. They feared Han Yunqi from the bottom of their hearts. Bailey Lixiang finally recovered her wits, her mind still a little muddled. This woman, who didn't play by the rules, had already messed up all her plans and arrangements. Besides kneeling, she didn't know what to do or what to do next. Of those kneeling, some were terrified, while others rejoiced. Those sitting in their original seats weren't in a good mood either. Those who knew the truth naturally weren't afraid, but those who didn't know were no less terrified than Bailey Yuanlong, and Xiao, an esteemed empress, had only said that the kneeling officials were upright officials, but hadn't said anything about the sitting ones. But in comparison, they'd become the ones who'd put their own safety first, and even helped the tyrant. A single birthday banquet and an empty banquet table. She'd practically figured out all the officials' positions and styles. "Rise and return to your seats," Long Fei said, after the Empress and Crown Prince took their seats. All the officials thanked the Emperor and Empress before returning to their seats. Long Fei, you picked up a bowl of chicken soup and smiled. "This is the best soup we've had since ascending the throne." He drank it all in one gulp. "My beloved subjects, have a taste." Those who'd received chicken soup all stood up to drink from their bowls. while those who hadn't also stood up with awkward looks on their faces. After drinking the soup, everyone thought that Long Fei would make things difficult for those who'd put their own safety first. But Long Fei didn't. The matter seemed to have passed just like that, leaving everyone in disbelief. Bailey Yuanlong and Xiao and couldn't believe that the emperor and empress would let it go so easily. Bailey Lixiang suddenly remembered something and quickly shot a glance at a young eunuch on the side. The eunuch nodded and hurriedly retreated. However, as soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by Su Donglin. "Where are you in such a hurry to go?" Su Donglin asked. This servant is going to relieve myself." The eunuch's teeth were trembling. "This young master just happens to be going as well." "Let's go together," Su Donglin said. The eunuch's panic was written all over his face. He timidly followed Su Donglin to the outhouse before returning. "Is there anything else?" Su Donglin asked. "And nothing else." The eunuch shook his head. "Then go back and wait on her. Esteemed Empress has already given the order. Anyone who dares to run away in the middle of the banquet will be guilty of a great crime." Su Donglin warned coldly. The eunuch scrambled back to his seat. It took time for news of the imperial palace to spread to the outside world, and it required many people to spread it by word of mouth. The extravagance and waste of this birthday banquet had already been revealed. But the troublemakers outside the palace had no idea. The eunuch had just helped Bailey Lixiang spread the news, which had already reached the scholars who were causing trouble. Heaven knows what kind of mess they'd make. The eunuch wanted to give Bailey Lixiang a look when he entered the hall, but she didn't look back. Meanwhile, the banquet hall was silent. The crown prince was about to begin his task. The wide table was filled with all sorts of things, 66 in total. There were seals, books, brushes, ink, paper, inkstone, abacus, coins, account books, food, toys, and so on. Rue was standing in front of the table, looking at the items. Everyone knew that the crown prince was precocious. Even if he wasn't, the empress would have trained him to only grab the seals. Thus, no one cared about what the crown prince would grab. Everyone was still thinking about what had happened just now. Those who wanted to protect themselves were all speculating on how the emperor would deal with them. Meanwhile, Bailey Yuanlong's and Xiao En's factions were still panicking, trying to guess what Han Yunqi was planning. It was just a banquet to begin with, but everyone had been tormented until they were hungry and terrified. They were both physically and mentally exhausted. However, Han Yunqi, Long Fei, and Gu were all looking at Rue expectantly. Han Yunqi hadn't told Rue or what to grab, but Long Fei had told Rue to grab whatever he liked. If Rue didn't like the seals and didn't want to inherit the throne in the future, he'd let Rue do as he pleased. In any case, Han Yunqi was still young. She could always give Rue more brothers. Everyone was looking forward to it because they didn't know what Rue would grab, and secondly, Han Yunqi and Long Fei had made a bet. Gu and Gu Beiwa had made a bet, and Tang Li and Ning Jing had made a bet as well. If all the civil and military officials in the hall were to know that their masters were actually in the mood to make a bet, how would they feel? What would Rue grab? Chapter 1246. What would Rue grab? Han Yunqi bet that Rue would grab the antidote needle, while Long Fei bet that Rue would grab the sword. The loser would have to eat the noodles cooked by the winner. Gu Beiwa bet that Rue would grab the seal, while Gu bet that Rue would grab the abacus. The loser would have to be the winner's servant for a day. Tang Li bet that Rue would grab the scriptures, while Ning Jing bet that Rue would grab the coins. The winner would be in charge of the finances. How would Rue know that he was shouldering 3 wins and losses? He stood there for a long time, pondering seriously. It was really difficult to face so many choices. In fact, there were many things he wanted, but he could only have one. He grabbed his fingers, feeling more and more conflicted. The longer Rue hesitated, the longer the ministers panicked. The gifts had been presented, and the banquet was over. The banquet should be over after the drawing of lots, right? Almost 80% of the people in the hall were hoping for the banquet to end quickly, because as long as it ended, they could no longer believe that the Empress was kind enough to not pursue their responsibility for slander. They could no longer believe that the Emperor was in a good mood today and would not pursue their crime of protecting themselves. Finally, Rueer reached out his hand. This time, the anxious people finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if they could see the hope of the banquet ending. On the other hand, Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi were nervous. The outcome was about to be decided. The hall was silent as everyone's eyes were fixed on Ruei. Oi's hand reached out for the seal and grabbed it. At this moment, Gu Beiwe showed an extremely gratified smile. Gu's mood fell to the bottom. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi, Tang Li and Ningjing were not willing to lose or win. As expected of the crown prince. Heaven's will. Heaven's will cannot be disobeyed. Long Fei, Yi said loudly, Rueer, come here. Although Zhou Zhao had foreshadowed it, Long Fei Yi and the others did not believe it. If Rueer grabbed the seal, would the officials believe that the crown prince would be the emperor in the future? Would they all submit? This was a naive thought. Long Fei Yi carried Rueer up and let him sit beside him. This action of his was much more significant than grabbing the seal. He was telling everyone how much he expected of Rueer and how much he doted on him. It was a taboo for the crown prince to take the initiative to sit on the main seat. However, Long Feiyi, the emperor, personally carried the crown prince up. That was the highest level of favor. The officials were all shocked when they saw this. They also knew that the emperor was doing this for everyone to see. Now that the things used to catch Zhou Yu were taken back, everyone's anxious heart finally calmed down a little. They were just waiting for the emperor to announce the end of the banquet. However, at this moment, a eunuch suddenly rushed in, looking very terrified. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Not good. After the eunuch knelt, he shouted loudly, Speak clearly. Long Fei Yi glared at him. Han Yunxi was even angrier. How dare you speak carelessly at the crown prince's first birthday banquet? Unless it's something extremely important, I won't forgive you. Your Majesty, esteemed Empress, the two groups of troublemakers have beaten up the soldiers and are rushing to the palace gates to meditate, the eunuch hastily reported. Bailey Lixiang was alarmed. Didn't she have someone spread the news? Why haven't they stopped yet? Bailey Yuanlong immediately turned to look at Bailey Lixiang. Father and daughter looked at each other, speechless. Long Fei Ye's voice suddenly turned cold. Do they want to rebel? The banquet hasn't even ended yet. How would those troublemakers know that the Empress is being extravagant? The hall was silent. No one dared to answer. The Bailey clan and the Xiao clan were well aware of the commoners causing trouble. As for the others, they were all part of the government and could more or less smell something fishy going on. Just like the emperor said, the banquet hadn't even ended yet. How would the commoners know what happened? Moreover, those troublemakers hadn't started making a fuss now, but when General Bailey had stepped forward to admonish the Empress, they'd already started. Was there really such a coincidence in the timing? Those with ulterior motives didn't dare make a sound, while those with no ulterior motives didn't dare speak up, afraid that they'd offend one of the Guadukes without knowing the truth. Bailey Yuanlong was sweating profusely. He finally understood. How could Han Yunxi let him off so easily? Han Yunxi was waiting for those troublemakers to make a big fuss. After all, if Han Yunxi accused him of slander, he could still defend himself. But if Han Yunxi made a fuss about helping the commoners and causing trouble, it'd be very, very serious if it was discovered that the Bailey clan had instigated the commoners. In the silence, Bailey Lixiang unconsciously pressed a hand to her chest. Right now, her heart was pounding so fast that she found it hard to breathe. It felt like it could jump out of her chest at any moment. She never thought that things would develop to this point, nor did she think that the situation would be so serious. She thought that the commoners would put pressure on the emperor, who valued the people's will. But who knew that this would become a life-threatening trap for the Bailey clan? The emperor would definitely catch a few troublemakers and kill the chickens to warn the monkeys. Bailey Lixiang could only hope that the leaders she'd hired wouldn't betray her. In the silence, she finally couldn't help but speak up. "Your Majesty, esteemed Empress." Before this, there were rumors that esteemed Empress was going to hold a banquet for His Highness the Crown Prince. But the commoners must have misunderstood esteemed Empress. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. The commoners didn't do it on purpose. So please don't let this disturb His Majesty and esteemed Empress' mood. Han Yunqi looked over, a cold smile flitting through her eyes. Bailey Lixiang's mouth was even more lovable than Bailey Mingxiang's. Unfortunately, she didn't like it at all. With a look from her, the eunuch reported, "Reporting to your Majesty, those unruly commoners heard from somewhere that Her Highness the Empress gave everyone a full set of tableware for the birthday banquet. They said that there were thousands of bowls on the table tonight." Before he could finish, Long Fei Yi slammed the table with a loud bang. In an instant, everyone quieted down. Not a single sound could be heard. But after a moment, the Shao clan head, Shaoan, was the first to stand up and kneel. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger." At this moment, all the ministers came to their senses and stood up in panic. They left their seats and knelt down. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Your Majesty, please quell your anger." How could they not be frightened? This was too big a deal. The banquet wasn't over yet, so no one had left. Even the servants hadn't left. The commoners all knew about the tableware. It was clear that someone had leaked the secret, that someone was stirring up trouble behind the scenes, and that someone was even in charge of the affair. Inciting the commoners to slander the Empress and smear the Crown Prince's first birthday banquet was a crime even more serious than rebellion. Slandering the Empress, which had been passed down through generations, paled in comparison to this crime. Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Yuanlong were both stupefied. It wasn't until Bailey Chiu reminded them that father and daughter hurriedly knelt. "F.A. father." Bailey Lixiang cried out, unable to finish her sentence. She'd been tricked. The Bailey clan had been tricked. Although she'd hired those commoners, she'd indeed leaked the news. But she wasn't stupid enough to reveal the tableware and the details of the banquet. Who had leaked the news of the tableware? Was it the Shao clan, or perhaps Han Yunqi herself? Bailey Lixiang couldn't think straight anymore, while Bailey Yuanlong's mind was completely blank. They could only pray that the people they'd bribed wouldn't rat them out. "Please don't." But Long Fei Yi said coldly, "Someone come. Immediately arrest those unruly commoners for Zhen. Don't let a single one escape. If we don't get an answer tonight, none of them will be allowed to take a single step out of the hall." Bailey Lixiang's heart almost stopped at these words. Bailey Yuanlong's body was already swaying. He couldn't even kneel properly. "Bring them here for interrogation. I'd like to ask them why I'm not fit to be empress." Han Yunqi said coldly. So many people had drunk her chicken soup, but how many of them would be enlightened? Why did she prepare chicken soup instead of duck soup or other kinds of soup? Did they really think that Zhao Mama had raised too many chickens and no one would eat them? Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. She was reminding everyone that she was going to kill the chicken to warn the monkey tonight. If she didn't catch someone and teach them a lesson today, would these people still think she was an empress to play with? Actually, she'd originally planned to use the banquet as an excuse to ask the rich ministers to donate to Northern Li and raise some money and supplies for the disaster areas. Then she'd send them to them in Rue Er's name. This could be considered a gift from her and Long Fei to her. But the Bailey and Shao clans both objected as soon as she said she was going to hold a banquet. She might as well spread the word that she was going to hold a grand birthday banquet. If she didn't use this chance to teach the Bailey and Shao clans a lesson, the two most powerful factions in the Great Qin Empire would only get more and more overboard. Thus, she'd asked Mu Ling, or to come up with the idea of the tableware. As for the rioting commoners outside, she could only guess that they'd been bribed by the Bailey and Shao clans. As for whether they'd been bribed by the Bailey or Shao clans, she couldn't be sure. Bailey Lixiang's behavior made her guess that the Bailey clan was the mastermind behind the scenes. As for the tableware, no one had leaked it. Even now, the commoners still didn't know about the tableware. The eunuch had only said that because she'd ordered Zhao Mama to tell him about it. Later, they'd bring the commoners into the palace and interrogate the consul's men in the Great Hall. Under her and Long Fei Ye's intimidation, would the consul scholars be able to explain themselves clearly? Wouldn't they be so frightened that they'd immediately confess who was behind the scenes? The huge venue was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeats. If not for Bailey Lixiang supporting him, Bailey Yuanlong would have fainted long ago. Bailey Lixiang looked like she'd lost her mind. Her palms were covered in sweat, gradually soaking her father's sleeves. This kind of quiet waiting was simply torture. Finally, the sound of shuffling footsteps came from outside the hall. Bailey Lixiang couldn't help but turn back to see a crowd of commoners being pushed in by the guards. They were all kneeling outside the hall. They'd been making a ruckus earlier, but now that everyone was kowtowing, no one daring to raise their heads. "Bring in the consul's men," Long Fei Yi said coldly. Chapter 1247. The leaders of the riot were two scholars. Before the two of them were escorted to the main hall, they saw the emperor, the empress, and a group of ministers sitting in the main hall from afar. Their legs went soft. One fell to the ground while the other knelt, unable to get up. "Your Majesty, have mercy! Your Majesty, have mercy!" This commoner was ordered to do this. "Your Majesty, have mercy! I beg your Majesty to have mercy. This commoner doesn't know anything. Someone ordered us to do this." Everyone in the hall wore different expressions at these words. Han Yunqi sneered inwardly. She'd overestimated these two leaders. She'd thought she'd have to interrogate them after bringing them into the hall. But now, before they even came in, they had already confessed everything. "Who ordered you to do this?" Long Fei Yi asked again. Long Fei Yi didn't know what Han Yunqi had done, but he wasn't stupid enough to ask who leaked the secret. Long Fei Ye's angry voice scared one of them into fainting. Now the hall was completely silent. Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Lixiang were both trembling. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a great disaster was about to befall them. The scholar outside the hall was so scared he couldn't speak clearly, his tongue in a knot. Yes, it was a eunuch in the palace who ordered this commoner to do this. Bailey Yuanlong's heart stopped at these words, but Bailey Lixiang was still holding on. She hoped that the eunuch wouldn't betray her. Of course, she'd done this in secret. She hadn't directly negotiated with the two leaders, but through a palace eunuch. This eunuch was called Chun Zhaoda. He hadn't personally negotiated with the two scholars either, but through a middleman. As long as the middleman kept his mouth shut and Chun Zhaoda didn't leak the secret, they wouldn't be able to find out the truth in a short time. "Who was it?" Long Fei Yi asked again. Bailey Lixiang's heart was hanging in the air. She kept comforting herself that Chun Zhaoda wasn't that stupid. If he confessed, he'd lose his life too. The scholar didn't say anything for a long time. The little eunuch Chun Zhaoda stood to the side, his hands and feet trembling. He didn't dare to raise his head. In the silence, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Yuanlong were probably the most nervous people present. Life and death were at stake. "You're not going to say it, are you?" Long Fei Ye's cold voice made the people around him fearful. The scholar was scared out of his wits. "This commoner doesn't." Before he could finish speaking, Han Yunqi suddenly spoke. Someone dragged Chun Zhaoda out for this consort. "Tell him to endure this for a while." "Yes," Su Donglin replied loudly. Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Yuanlong were both stunned. The scholar had no idea who Chun Zhaoda was. He was wondering. Chanjauta immediately knelt down in the main hall. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare me. This servant was forced. This servant was... Before he could finish his sentence, Bailey Lixiang threw herself at him like a madwoman. Don't speak nonsense. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally quiet hall fell into an indescribable silence. Even the world outside was silent. Bailey Lixiang fell at the eunuch's feet, dumbstruck. Only then did she realize what she'd said and done. Heavens, what's wrong with me? Even if Qin Dezhao sold me out, I could still deny it. Even if you beat me to death. She could even use her death to prove her resolve and protect the Bailey clan. But, however, what she did just now was undoubtedly a confession. A confession without being pressed. Everyone was looking at her. Some were shocked, some were sympathetic, and some were rejoicing in her misfortune. Of course, the Bailey clan was filled with despair. Qin Dezhao hadn't expected Bailey Lixiang to throw herself at him. He met her eyes, too shocked to say anything. Han Yunqi watched all of this from her high vantage point, her face expressionless. Actually, she didn't know who the two troublemakers had contacted, nor did she know who Bailey Lixiang had told to do it. Su Donglin had caught Qin Dezhao sneaking out of the palace, so she knew that Bailey Lixiang and Qin Dezhao were in cahoots. So she'd pushed Qin Dezhao out of the hall and let the scholar identify him as the culprit. It was purely a test. More accurately, it was a psychological warfare. The effect of this psychological warfare was really beyond her expectations. She'd only guessed that the mastermind behind Qin Dezhao was here, but never expected Bailey Lixiang to admit it herself. Now, she didn't need to waste her breath, nor did she need to waste her breath. It wasn't that she was cruel or that her methods were despicable. There was no such thing as fair competition in the palace or court, nor was there any such thing as open and above board. She was just giving Bailey Lixiang a taste of her own medicine. She looked at Bailey Lixiang from her lofty vantage point. 3 parts sympathy, 3 parts anger, and 6 parts regret. If Bailey Lixiang was smart enough, she would have stayed in Northern Li as a first-rank madam and never come back. How could the Long Fei Yi hand over all of Northern Li to Jin Zi? That was a very risky move. Based on her understanding of Northern Li and her connections, as long as she had enough patience and time, she'd definitely be able to gain a certain amount of power. Moreover, if the Long Fei Yi needed to restrain Jin Zi in the future, he'd definitely use her. She'd left the Bailey clan for so long. So why did she come back and get involved in this mess? Did she think she had enough ability and intelligence to fight for more benefits for the Bailey clan? How foolish! She must have forgotten. She wasn't the only one who'd managed to climb all the way to the position of imperial noble concubine and become the most favored concubine of the Northern Dynasty's emperors. How much help had the Long Fei Ye's forces in Northern Li given her over the past decade? Just how much of Long Fei's advice had he given her on important decisions? Suddenly, Bailey Yuanlong groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Father!" Bailey Qiyu cried out in alarm as he rushed over to support him. Bailey Lixiang finally recovered her wits and anxiously crawled over. "Father! Father!" Bailey Yuanlong wanted to say something, but his mouth remained open as he stared at the Long Fei Yi. In the end, he couldn't speak, and his vision darkened as he fainted. "Your Majesty, it was all my idea. My father and my younger siblings didn't know. It was all my idea. Your Majesty, please save my father. Please save my father." The Long Fei Yi was as cold as an iceberg, expressionless and silent. If the Long Fei Yi didn't speak, no one would dare save Bailey Yuanlong, even if he was on the verge of death. After all, inciting the people to revolt was the most serious of crimes. In the worst case, it was punishable by 9 familial exterminations. "Your Majesty, have mercy. This sinner pleads guilty. This sinner pleads guilty. This sinner is at your Majesty's disposal. My father is innocent. Your Majesty, I beg you to have mercy. Your Majesty, please save my father on account of all his hard work over the years. Your Majesty, esteemed Empress, have mercy. Esteemed Empress. Bailey Lixiang was like a madwoman as she kowtowed incoherently. Bailey Qiu and his wife also knelt and begged for mercy. Soon enough, the generals and their wives of the Bailey army all knelt as well, including the ministers. But the Long Fei Yi still didn't say a word, his gaze so cold that it was terrifying. The Guogong of Ding, Shaoan, had never expected things to turn out this way. Now he felt both fear and relief. Back then, Xiao Dong had been so infatuated with Bailey Lixiang that he'd almost done the deed for her. Fortunately, he'd stopped him. Otherwise, he'd be the one vomiting blood and losing consciousness. Bailey Lixiang had colluded with Xiao Dong in an attempt to use the Southern Army's influence to put pressure on the Long Fei Yi. He'd also wanted to borrow the Bailey clan's power to put pressure on the Long Fei Yi. Both sides were aiming for the position of Empress and noble consort, so there was no problem in working together. Fortunately, he'd kept his cool and wasn't impatient. Otherwise, he'd have been implicated today. The Bailey clan's members were all kneeling on the ground, their pleas filling the hall. Long Fei Yi was like an emotionless god, looking down on them from high above. How many of them could see the anger and disappointment in his eyes? Han Yunqi didn't need to look to know Long Fei Yi was suffering. How could she not be suffering too? She wasn't the true princess of Western Qin, and she hadn't spent much time with the D clan. If the D clan had betrayed her and done something like this, she'd be angry and disappointed. Moreover, Long Fei Ye's relationship with the Bailey clan wasn't just a simple master-servant relationship. Bailey Yuanlong should have been the one who understood Long Fei Yi the most. Even if he was a crude man who wasn't meticulous enough and couldn't see through his master's thoughts after all these years, he should have been the most loyal person. But after the founding of the country, the Bailey clan had been the most outrageous and unbridled in the court's power struggles. Not to mention those who rejoiced in their misfortune. It was already good enough that they didn't kick them while they were down. Even those who'd benefited from Bailey Yuanlong and had been friends with him for many years didn't dare speak up in the face of the furious Long Fei Yi. The unconscious Bailey Yuanlong suddenly coughed up another mouthful of blood. Father! Father! Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Qiu didn't know what to do. Everyone else was also trembling with fear. This old general who'd followed the emperor the longest, who'd watched him grow up, and who was the pillar of the Bailey clan. Was he really going to die in the main hall like this? Finally, someone stood up in the silence. It was none other than Grand Tutor Gu Beiwe. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's first birthday is a joyous occasion. For the Crown Prince's sake, please spare General Bailey's life. There are still many things we don't understand and need to investigate in detail, Gu Beiwe said seriously. It was impossible for the Empress to plead for mercy. Aside from her, only the Grand Tutor had the guts to persuade him. Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Qiu both grew nervous. The Bailey clan also looked over, their hearts thumping in fear. But Long Fei Yi said, Empress, the Crown Prince is young and doesn't know any better. You decide for the Crown Prince on this matter. Now, Bailey Lixiang was in complete despair. The rest of the Bailey clan also lost their strength. If Han Yunqi made the decision, it'd be strange if Han Yunqi didn't torture the Bailey clan to death. The Bailey clan was finished. Chapter 1248. What kind of decision would Han Yunqi make? If possible, she would demote the Bailey clan to commoners, but she couldn't be willful. As the Empress, she shouldered her responsibilities. As the head of the military, she shouldered her responsibilities as well. Moreover, Long Fei Yi had given her the power to decide, which made her even more responsible. Those who had their eyes on the Empress's seat and the head of the military only saw the Empress's power and glory. Had they ever considered the price they had to pay to sit by the Emperor's side? The Bailey clan couldn't fall. Once they did, Jiangnan's power would grow even stronger. there'd be unavoidable infighting in the military. The current balance of power in the imperial court would change as well. The north was still in turmoil, and all of Cloud Realm continent was still recovering from the war. It would be unwise to spend too much time and energy on infighting in the imperial court. Moreover, Bailey Yuanlong didn't just control the Bailey clan. He had countless soldiers under his command as well, all of whom were innocent. Han Yunqi had never thought of destroying the Bailey clan, because she couldn't find anyone more suitable than them to lead the Central Army, much less control the Navy. Another important reason was that only the Bai Li clan could fight against the Southern Army at the moment. Rather than destroy them and let the Southern Army show off, it was better to drive a wedge between the two sides. Just who was it that leaked the secret of the tableware? Most likely, the Bailey clan would suspect the Shao clan. She only needed to add fuel to the fire from the shadows to break the alliance between the Bailey and Shao clan. Once the Bailey clan bore a grudge against the southern armies, it'd save her and Long Fei Yi a lot of trouble in the future. Of course, even if they didn't destroy the Bailey clan, they'd at least deal them a heavy blow. Only then would they hate the Shao clan even more. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's first birthday is a joyous occasion. It's bad enough to see blood. As Chen Xie sees it, let's lock up the people involved in the matter in the imperial prisons to await trial. As for how many of the Bailey clan members are accomplices, leave it to the justice courts to investigate. Deal with them as you see fit. Han Yunqi said seriously. Long Fei Yi nodded. Men, take Bailey Lixiang away. Bailey Lixiang didn't resist, but she looked towards the Shao clan. Back then, they'd said they'd come together to persuade her, but the Shao clan still hadn't stepped forward. They must have been the ones who leaked the secret of the tableware. What a good Shao Dong! He actually dared to go back on his words and frame her and the Bailey clan. Even if she died, she would drag the Shao family down with her. Definitely. She had a lot of evidence in her hands. Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Yuanlong were escorted away. Aside from Bailey Qiyu and his wife, the rest of the Shao family didn't dare to leave. After such a big thing happened, the emperor and empress must be in a bad mood. Everyone lowered their heads in fear. No one dared to make a sound. They all hoped that the banquet would end quickly. However, Han Yunqi sighed with emotion. Your Majesty, it seems that there are many people outside the palace who are dissatisfied with this concubine. If this concubine doesn't express herself, people might think that this concubine really doesn't care about Northern Li's disaster victims. As soon as Han Yunqi spoke, everyone went on guard. Even those who hadn't been afraid of her before and hadn't personally experienced her skills were now afraid. A few madams had planned to use this occasion to make trouble for Han Yunqi over the red packets. But now, they exchanged glances and shook their heads. They didn't dare act rashly. The madams decided to let the matter of the red packets go. Would Han Yunqi let it go as well? How does the Empress want to express herself? Long Fei Yi asked. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince received many gifts today. Why don't we auction them off and donate all the proceeds to Northern Li's disaster victims? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Excellent. Long Fei Yi naturally agreed. He cast a glance at Gu from the corner of his eyes and said, Then let's start from the auction of the number 7 tea house. Gu didn't have any interest in the battle in the imperial court. He was sitting lazily, waiting for the banquet to end. He was sleepy, hungry, and bored. But when he heard that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi wanted to bid for the number 7 tea house, he immediately became spirited and said loudly, What? Why? Does Prince you have an opinion about bidding for the Crown Prince's item? Long Fei Yi asked. Of course there is. Gu almost said that he had an opinion. Fortunately, Gu Beiwei stopped him in time to remind him that this was a public occasion, and he must not be presumptuous. Of course not. Gu immediately changed his words, but his gaze was even more bitter and angry. He actually wanted to auction off the tea house that he had painstakingly prepared for a year to exchange for silver? Was Long Fei Yi lacking in silver? He turned back to look at the ministers below and coldly said, "The value of the number 7 tea house is immeasurable. Benoit would like to see what price it can be auctioned for." Long Fei Yi said, "The tea house in the number 7 tea house is deeply in Zhen's heart. From Zhen's point of view, it must be a sky-high price." Gu was even more bitter as he scolded in his heart. "Long Fei Yi, it is deeply in your heart and you still want to sell it off. Is there a problem with your head?" Han Yunqi almost laughed out. She just started the auction and Long Fei Yi was able to play it like this. He really was an expert. Long Fei Yi said that the number 7 tea house could be auctioned for a sky-high price. Then the ministers who bid later would definitely not dare to bid at a low price. Otherwise, they would not give Long Fei Yi any face. Long Fei Yi also said that the tea house in the number 7 tea house was deeply in his heart. This meant that he really liked the number 7 tea house. Then, if someone bid for it, would they still dare to keep it for themselves? Wouldn't they continue to offer it? Moreover, there were already rumors in the imperial court that Long Fei Yi and Gu were not on good terms. Gu could only be conferred the title of prince because of his relationship with Mu Ling. In this way, if Gu offered a high price, capable people would definitely compete with Gu to curry favor with Long Fei Yi. In short, Long Fei Yi was blatantly trying to cheat the ministers of their money. Would Gu Qishao refuse to bid? Of course not. As soon as the auction started, Gu directly said, 30 million taels of silver! This price shocked everyone so much that they did not dare to open their mouths. A few years ago, everyone was still very rich. However, after a few years of war, all the consortiums were affected and their strength was not as strong as before. Tang Li was actually eager to give it a try. He could not wait to help his brother suppress Gu's arrogance. Unfortunately, Ning Jing stopped him. The people of the Bailey family could still afford the price. However, they were all guilty now. Who would dare to be in the limelight? As for those ordinary ministers, they did not have money. Even if they had money, they would not dare to be so ostentatious. It would be terrible if they were misunderstood as corruption. Therefore, Long Fei Yi actually wanted to use Gu to cheat the Jiangnan consortium of their money. The Jiangnan consortium was the wealthiest. Long Fei Yi's Qinggan Bank had already filled the imperial treasury with money. It could not be compared to the Jiangnan consortium to support all kinds of expenses. As for the national treasury, it was far from the Jiangnan consortiums. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Jiangnan consortium was as rich as a country. The Great Qin's current financial situation could be summed up in one sentence. Great Qin's emperor and empress were not poor. Great Qin's nobles were not poor either. However, the national treasury was extremely poor. The Great Qin's national treasury had its first source of funds. It had taken the silver from Western Zhou, Tianning, Tianan, and Northern Li's national treasuries, as well as the treasury of the central and southern regions. Although a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, in the past year, there had been reconstruction after the war and Northern Li's disaster relief. All kinds of expenses had been enormous. In this year, apart from Long Fei Yi, the Ministry of Revenue was probably the busiest. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the national treasury. Even if the emperor and empress wanted to use money from the national treasury, they had to go through the proper procedures. In the past year, all parts of the Great Qin Empire needed money. The central government departments needed money, and all the local officials had come to the Ministry of Revenue to beg for money. Fortunately, the construction of Yuning Palace and Tian, an imperial palace, had been funded by Long Fei Yi himself. Otherwise, the national treasury would have been empty by now. Not only in the past year, but also in the next few years, the national treasury would not be sufficient. The Minister of Revenue had calculated that according to the current situation of tax revenue, in the next 3 years, the national treasury would always be in a situation where its expenditure exceeded its income. Very soon, it would need the private treasury of the royal family to supplement it. The national treasury's income came from all kinds of taxes, mainly from agriculture and commerce. Agriculture accounted for a large portion of the income. Many merchants could still make use of the war to make a fortune, but agriculture was the industry that had suffered the most. Once war broke out, most of the able-bodied men would be enlisted as soldiers. How many people would be left to farm? Moreover, how many fields had been destroyed in the chaos of war? In the past year, 80 to 90% of the national treasury's silver and grain had come from the southern regions. Almost all of the other regions had given it away. It was precisely because the southern regions had contributed so much to the national treasury that the powerful officials and soldiers there were the most arrogant and proud of themselves. Those aristocrats, aristocratic families, and meritorious generals all believed that they had given the Long Fei Yi enough support in the past to let Long Fei Yi have nothing to worry about. Now they had made the greatest contribution to the national treasury, helping other places rebuild after the war and helping Northern tide over its difficulties. Thus, the Long Fei Yi should repay them by giving them the greatest power and glory. But if not for the Long Fei Ye's invasion of the South during Tianning's civil strife, would the central and southern regions have enjoyed so many years of peace? After all, the central and southern regions were fertile lands with thousands of kilometers of fertile land. Who in the world didn't covet these lands? If the Long Fei Yi had gone to the western regions or the northern regions during Tianning's civil strife, the central and southern regions would have been the first to fall into chaos. The great Qin Empire's national treasury had close ties with the southern regions, but the imperial family's private storehouses were at odds with the southern financial groups. The imperial family's private storehouse was the imperial family's little storehouse. More accurately, it was the emperor's little storehouse. Generally speaking, the income of the imperial family's private storehouses came from monopolized industries like silk, tea leaves, salt, and mining. The imperial family's private storehouses spent a lot of money as well. Most of it was used to build palaces, pay for all the expenses of the imperial family, and support their relatives and nobles. For example, duchies and duchies were raised by the royal family for generations. The great Qin imperial family's private storehouses were mostly supported by the Long Fei Ye's personal savings. Even now, there wasn't much income. That was because most of the silk, tea leaves, salt, and mining industries were still in the hands of the southern financial groups. The tax system had yet to be revised. Chapter 1249. The great Qin's national treasury was poor, but the emperor wasn't poor, and neither were his ministers. If the national treasury didn't have enough money, the emperor's private coffers would have to pay for it. If there came a day when the emperor's private coffers couldn't support the enormous expenditure, then the emperor's private coffers would have to pay for it. When that time came, the financial groups would become even more arrogant. The reform of the tax system was imperative. But how could it be so easy to reform the tax system? Not long ago, the Ministry of Revenue had proposed raising the taxes on tea and tobacco in Jiangnan, but the tea and tobacco farmers in Jiangnan had immediately objected. It would take at least 2 to 3 years for the tax reform to be finalized. Without taxes, the national treasury and the imperial family's private coffers would have nowhere to draw their money. The financial groups in Jiangnan were opposed to the tax system, and they didn't take the initiative to donate. Moreover, they wanted to enjoy the salary and benefits of a noble title. Long Fei Yi had long since been annoyed. Han Yunqi had come up with the idea of bidding for the crown prince's birthday banquet. But Long Fei Yi wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to ruthlessly swindle those financial groups. Gu's bid of 30 million taels of silver was met with silence. Duke Ding Xiao and furrowed his brows as if he was pondering something, while Xiao Dong of the southern military region repeatedly shot him meaningful glances. At first, Xiaoan didn't understand whether Xiao Dong wanted him to bid or not. However, when Xiao Dong looked at the 2 empty seats, he immediately understood what was going on. Not long ago, something had happened in the West. There was a leather merchant in the west who was known as Bostchin. In the name of his daughter, he had donated a large number of leather vests to the disaster victims in northern Li to help them resist the cold. He had also donated 10 million taels of silver to the imperial capital, saying that he wanted to treat the construction workers to wine. The construction of the imperial capital required a large number of laborers. Some were transferred from the army, while others were recruited from the common folk. The soldiers in the army were paid a fixed salary, so they didn't have to be paid. However, the able-bodied men recruited from the common folk had to be paid on time. These wages naturally came from the imperial treasury. Tang Zijin was Long Fei Ye's uncle, so he loved the imperial treasury. He had taken a lot of money from the Tang clan to supplement the extra expenses. Bostchin said that the 10 million was for the drinks, but it was actually a donation. Bostchin made it sound quite nice, saying that the laborers were working hard for Great Qin, and that he was quite old and regretful that he could not personally participate. As such, he was willing to pay for the laborers to drink to show his sincerity and strength. As soon as this matter came out, Long Fei Yi immediately conferred the title of county duke to reward Bostchin for his concern for the people. Xiao and followed Xiao Dong's line of sight and looked at the 2 empty seats. He was really tempted by the matter of contacting Bostchin. For a banquet of this scale, every seat had been arranged. How could there be any empty seats? The banquet was about to end, but the 2 seats on the secondary seats were still empty. What did the emperor mean? Could it be that, as everyone had guessed, the emperor intended to confer the title of commandery prince at the banquet? If he performed well today, would he be conferred a title like Bostchin in the West? The Xiao family did not lack money, but they lacked status. The title of county duke did not make Xiao and feel proud. On the contrary, it made him feel inferior. He was already wavering, but under Xiao Dong's repeated urging, he finally opened his mouth. 50 million! As soon as Xiaoan said this, the crowd became even more silent. In fact, there were still some people who were hesitant. However, since Xiaoan had spoken, who would have the courage to compete with him? As expected, the Xiao clan head is generous, Long Fei praised. Xiaoan quickly stood up. This humble subject does not dare to be rash in front of your majesty. I just want to do my part for the victims of the disaster in northern Li. If my Great Qin has a few more people like County Duke Chen and Gugongding who worry about the country, then Zhen's hair will have fewer white hairs. Long Fei teased, his mood much better. Long Fei Yi was a man of few words, and Long Yi was even less. As soon as he said this, the people below could figure it out for a long time. As soon as Xiaoan heard the emperor mention County Duke Qin, he grew even more excited and determined to win the bid for number 7 tea house. Gu had no idea what County Duke Qin was talking about, much less why Long Fei Yi had left behind 2 secondary seats. He only knew that if Xiaoan dared to compete with Long Fei Yi for number 7 tea house, he was simply seeking death. 60 million taels, Gu said loudly. As soon as his voice trailed off, everyone was dumbfounded. This was far too shocking. Number 7 tea house didn't occupy a large area. At most, it could be considered a medium-sized tea house. In Cloud Realm Continent's current economic situation, 60 million taels was a sky-high price. Everyone knew that Gu was rich, but they never expected Gu to be so rich. Han Yunqi, Gu Beiwe, Tang Li, and the rest all looked towards Gu Qishao, all of them thinking the same thing. If Xiao stopped raising the price, Gu Qishao would become the biggest sucker in Long Fei's scheme this time. But to everyone's surprise, Xiaoan continued to bid without hesitation. 80 million. Xiaoan was still very polite. Your Highness Prince Yu, this official rarely has the chance to offer his heart to the northern Li disaster victims. I hope you will let me win. Gu was already in a bad mood, so he didn't know how to write the word polite. He raised his eyebrows and looked disdainfully at him, saying loftily, Let what? 90 million taels. Finally, The crowd couldn't hold back any longer and burst into an uproar. Even Han Yunqi and the rest didn't expect Gu to be so rich, but it wasn't strange when they thought about it. Gu was one of the three heavyweights of the three-way black market. In his early years, he made huge profits from his business in medicinal herbs and tea houses. More importantly, Gu was different from the Long Fei Yi and the other financial groups. Gu was alone and had enough to feed his entire family. Compared to the Long Fei Yi and the other financial groups, his expenses should be the least. It had to be said that Shaowen was very, very surprised. He couldn't help but re-evaluate Gu, the only prince of Great Qin. 200 million taels wasn't a small sum. Shaowen's resolute heart began to waver. If he continued to bid and used 90 million taels of silver to exchange for the title of Junwang, he would be more than happy to do so. However, he was worried that if he continued to compete with Gu, the price of the auction would rise to the point where it would go out of control. Of course, if it was within his means, he would still be willing to spend money to exchange for the title of Junwang. More importantly, he wasn't completely sure if the emperor would bestow him the title of prince if he was in a good mood. Shaowen hesitated. "Is there anyone else who dares to compete with this prince?" Gu asked arrogantly as he sat down carelessly. The crowd was silent. Xiao En and Xiao Dong looked at each other with furrowed brows. This emperor, Long Fei Yi, suddenly opened his mouth. For a moment, no one understood what he meant. Gu didn't understand either. 100 million. When Long Fei Yi said this, everyone understood what he meant. He was also participating in the auction. The money for disaster relief was allocated from the national treasury by the Ministry of Revenue. The imperial family's private treasury didn't pay for it. They only donated a few taels of silver in the name of the imperial family. Long Fei Yi's 100 million had to be taken from the imperial family's private treasury. It was said that the auction was free to bid and there was no need to be restrained by etiquette. However, who would dare to compete with the emperor? Shaowen definitely wouldn't dare. However, Gu definitely dared. 110 million. Gu immediately increased the price. 120 million. Long Fei Yi followed closely. 130 million. Gu wasn't willing to be outdone. 150 million. Long Fei Yi didn't budge an inch. The crowd was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The smell of gunpowder between Long Fei Yi and Gu was getting stronger and stronger. It was almost to the point where they were about to start arguing. Everyone was terrified. However, not only did Gu not give in, he continued to press on. The price of the auction soared all the way to a jaw-dropping 230 million taels of silver. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwa were stunned. This wasn't how things should be. Why were these two fellows fighting amongst themselves? If they continued to fight like this, where would Shaowen get the chance to perform? They would be scared off by Shaowen. 250 million. Long Fei Yi slammed the table. Han Yunqi sucked in a cold breath in shock. She knew that Long Fei Yi could afford it, but he shouldn't spend it so unjustly. He said that he was going to scam others today. Why did he scam his own private savings? Long Fei Yi slammed the table. Everyone was even more terrified. However, Gu was simply looking down on the emperor's prestige. He said, 260 million. In a moment, everyone looked at him. Previously, many people were dissatisfied with him being conferred the title of prince. However, after seeing his big spending, many people really admired him. Long Fei Yi didn't immediately increase the price like before. Instead, he looked at Gu coldly. The smell of gunpowder between the two of them could be smelled by anyone. Amidst the silence and tension, Shaowen suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Reporting to your majesty, this old subject boldly adds another 10 million. 270 million. This Shaowen increased the price after Gu increased the price. This could be considered as competing with Gu, not with Long Fei Yi, right? Even so, he still used the word boldly. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a sneer as he asked, Duke Ding is so sincere. Prince Yu, are you still going to increase the price? Gu felt that Long Fei Ye's words were strange, but he didn't think much about it. In any case, no matter what, the number 7 tea house couldn't fall into the hands of others. He didn't think much about it and increased the price again. At this moment, Gu Beiwei secretly tugged at his sleeve and murmured, Little Chi, that's enough. Enough? Gu instantly woke up and realized that this might be a trap. He was silent for a moment and immediately waved his hand dispiritedly. Enough, enough. Duke Ding's family has a lot of money, everyone knows. This prince won't compete with him. Ha ha ha. Long Fei Yi laughed and seemed to be in a very good mood. He looked at the officials. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? Who would dare? Who would dare? No one made a sound. Xiao En looked at Long Fei Ye's extremely good mood, and his nervous heart relaxed a little. He had been struggling, pondering, and evaluating. In fact, he had almost given up. However, seeing Gu provoking the emperor like that, he threw caution to the wind. As long as he suppressed Gu's price, the emperor would be happy. Chapter 1250. Long Fei Ye's laughter made Xiao En very satisfied. He was certain that he had made the right decision and looked forward to being conferred a higher title. Since no one is bidding, I announce that number 7 tea house will be won by Duke Ding, and all proceeds will be donated to the disaster areas in the north. Men, send the deed to Duke Ding. At Long Fei's words, Xiao En hastened to speak up. Your Majesty, this official only wants to do what I can for Northern Li's disaster victims. Number 7 tea house is a gift from the Prince of Yu to the Crown Prince. This official doesn't dare to covet it. Xiao En took the deed and personally presented it to the Crown Prince. Little Rui looked at his imperial father, then at his imperial mother, and then at Grand Tutor Gu Beiwei. He did not say anything for a long time. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi also did not say anything. Gu Beiwei only smiled at Ru. Your Highness, this is the Xiao family's sincerity. I hope your Highness will accept it. Xiao En said respectfully. Little Rui looked at him with a serious expression, as if thinking about something. Xiao En waited patiently with his back bent. Everyone looked on and sighed in their hearts. They were sighing about the Xiao family's wealth. The great Qin Empire's treasury was so poor, but the Xiao family was rich. Wasn't the Xiao family's limelight a bit too much? They were sighing about how the Xiao family fawned on the crown prince. Everyone knew that the nobles in the south had their eyes on the empress and imperial concubine. The Xiao family's patriarch actually gave such a gift at the crown prince's birthday banquet. Xiao En's thoughts were all on the second seat. He was immersed in his dream of being conferred the title of prince and did not think too much. Finally, little Rui reached out and took the deed. Little Rui said, Imperial father, I like him. Long Fei Yi laughed. I like him too. I believe that the people of Northern Li will like him too. Men, write a decree to confer Duke Ding as a prince. His title is Ding. As soon as these words came out, everyone was even more shocked. Xiao En was stunned at first, but then he quickly retreated and knelt down to express his gratitude. Just like that, Xiao En was promoted from a duke to a royal prince. He immediately sat on one of the 2 empty seats in the secondary seat. It had to be said that everyone present, including many high-ranking officials of the southern faction, could not see through the current situation. After that, a few more items were auctioned off. Xiao En and Gu remained silent, leaving the opportunity to their ministers. Long Fei Yi had previously conferred 2 dukes. Originally, there were 4 grand dukes. Now, excluding Xiao En, who had been promoted, there were 5 grand dukes in total. Looking at the last seat, everyone thought of the Bailey clan. Could it be that this seat was originally prepared for Bailey Yuanlong? Although the emperor had used various methods to cheat everyone of their money, the matter was definitely not as simple as that. There were many people who had donated 50 million yuan today, but the emperor had conferred 2 dukes. Why were there 2 of them instead of 1 or 3? After the birthday banquet, the 100 Lane family would definitely be dealt with, and Great Qin's situation would most likely change. Now that the situation had changed, everyone's standpoint would change as well. Everyone's hearts were heavy because of their hunger. When the left and right congratulatory gifts were auctioned off, Long Feiyi said, "Come, list out today's gift list and the bidding price and announce it to the world. The generosity of the ministers is a blessing for us, the Crown Prince, and even more so for the people of the north." Everyone's hearts were originally heavy, but when they heard this, the high-ranking officials of the Jiangnan and Bailey factions who had given ordinary gifts almost cried. They had originally thought that they could use the Empress' extravagance to save some money. But now, things had turned out like this. How would the common people know everything that happened at the birthday banquet? Every detail? If this gift list was leaked, wouldn't they be scolded for being stingy and shabby? Scams. This was simply too much of a scam. No matter who it was, no matter how powerful they were or how rich their family was, it was impossible for them to stand in front of the Empress and Empress. When the birthday banquet ended, Mu Ling, who had been hiding at the side, finally walked out. She knelt in the hall and presented a red envelope with both hands. "Your Majesty, Empress, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Ling would like to offer a token of appreciation to the disaster victims. This is a red envelope bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress during the New Year. It is the first red envelope given by Her Majesty the Empress. Ling originally kept it as a souvenir, but now I offer it together with the bidding price. Ling hopes that this token of appreciation can warm the people of the north." Gu was puzzled. When did this girl, Mu Ling, become so eloquent? How long had it been since he last saw her? Had she really grown up? How much money could a red envelope hide? However, when she said this, it really was a heavy and meaningful token of appreciation. "Haha, Your Majesty, our family's Ling has grown up." Han Yunqi laughed. The word "our family" elevated Mu Ling Oi's status to such a high level that no one dared to look down on her. At this moment, the madams in the hall exchanged glances. After all, they'd all brought empty red envelopes today. Originally, they'd planned to slap the Empress in the face. But after Bailey Lixiang was imprisoned, they'd all restrained themselves and didn't dare to be impudent. Mu Ling had offered up her red envelope. So after the banquet, the other madams and young misses would surely follow suit. What were they going to do with their empty red envelopes? Sitting next to Xiao Dong, Madame Xiao grew anxious. "Master, what should we do?" "We'll talk when we get back," Xiao Dong muttered unhappily. He was still immersed in the joy of Xiao En's coronation. So how could he care about something as trivial as a red envelope? Just like that, the Crown Prince's birthday banquet ended with Mu Ling donating a red envelope. After Chang Feiyi and the others left, the other ministers followed suit. Outside the palace, a group of ministers surrounded Xiao and to congratulate him. There was no lack of supporters of Bailey Yuanlong among them. This made Bailey Yuanlong's 2 trusted aides furious. They went to the Bailey estate that very night to complain. Bailey Yuanlong was still unconscious. Bailey Mingxiang's eyes were red from crying as he personally stood guard. Bailey Qiyu came out to greet the guests. By the time Bailey Qiyu returned, it was already midnight. "Mingxiang, go beg esteemed Empress." Before Bailey Qiyu could finish, Bailey Mingxiang cut him off. "I'm not going. You'll have to clean up your own mess. Esteemed Empress has always treated the Xiao family well. Brother, father, and eldest sister are muddle-headed, but are you going to follow suit?" The invitation to the Crown Prince's birthday banquet was for her father, brother, and family members. No one was specifically named. She had the right to attend, and her eldest sister had urged her to come, but she'd purposely waited for the banquet to start before entering the city. How could she not want to attend? How could she not want to see the Emperor and Empress, the little master, the Grand Tutor, and Miss Linger? But she didn't go in the end and stayed at home. She could participate in the bustle of the past, but the bustle of the present had nothing to do with her. Being able to survive was the greatest bustle of her life. Bailey Chiu was stunned. He'd never seen his sister lose her temper before. Mingxiang, you know father and eldest sister's temper. Can I stop them? Bailey Chiu asked helplessly. You know His Majesty's temper too. What can I say? Bailey Mingxiang asked. Go beg, esteemed Empress. As long as she's willing to show mercy, His Majesty will definitely show mercy. For Bailey Chiu and the entire Bailey family, Bailey Mingxiang was their only hope. Sister, take it as your brother begging you. Go to the palace now. It'll be too late if His Majesty goes to court tomorrow morning. Bailey Mingxiang shook his head. You really don't understand her. Brother, esteemed Empress won't see me. You, Bailey Chiu was furious. Sister, did you know that Shaoan was mated Junwang? We've been set up by the Shao family this time. Go tell esteemed Empress that the Shao family had a part to play in inciting public anger. It was the Shao family who instigated eldest sister. Bailey Mingxiang was expressionless and didn't move from her spot. Bailey Chiu was about to go crazy from anxiety. At this moment, Bailey Yuanlong suddenly woke up and stared blankly at Bailey Chiu. You, what did you say? Father's awake. Bailey Mingxiang wanted to take his pulse, but Bailey Yuanlong waved her hand away. Maid a Junwang. Who was maid a Junwang? Bailey Yuanlong stared fixedly at his son. Although Bailey Chiu didn't want to say it, he had to under his father's gaze. Father, His Majesty auctioned off the crown prince's gifts. Shao and spent a lot of money to please His Majesty, so His Majesty made him a Junwang on the spot. Bailey Yuanlong was stunned. After a while he muttered, Shaoan. Shaoan sat in the secondary seat? And who else? Father, of the 2 empty secondary seats, one was given to Shaoan, and the other has always been empty. Bailey Yuanlong seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened, and he suddenly cried out, Master, this old official was wrong. Wrong. This old official. Before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, and his hand fell to his side as he breathed his last. Father! Father! Bailey Mingxiang and Bailey Chiu didn't expect this. Bailey Mingxiang threw herself at him and wailed, Father! Father! Bailey Chiu fell heavily to his knees, completely stupefied. Father is gone! Bailey Chiu didn't know how long he remained in a daze. Finally, he got up and ordered a servant to report the death to the palace. At this moment, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's group had just eaten supper and hadn't gone to bed yet. Gu had lost a bet to Gu, but he was very indignant and insisted that Gu Beiwe had cheated by teaching Rui how to hold the seal in advance. No one knew whether Gu Beiwe had taught Rui or not. Gu held Rui in his arms and asked several times, but Rui refused to say. Just as Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were about to make a bet, Tang Li and Ning Jing were about to make a bet, and Mu Ling was especially interested in making a bet as well. Thus, Han Yunqi ordered for the 66 items to be brought over, and Rui had to pick them again. Rui secretly rolled his eyes at his imperial mother. Only the heavens knew what he was thinking. However, he was very cooperative. Since it was a new bet, everyone chose again, but the stakes didn't change. While Rui stared blankly at the 66 items, the adults each wrote down their own guesses on a piece of paper and handed it to Granny Zhao. Mu Ling was a newcomer. She glanced at Chi Brother and said with a smile, Chi Brother, I want to bet with you too. Gu was suspicious. It wasn't strange that this girl didn't pester him in the hall. He thought that she would immediately pester him after returning and ask him why he ran away, but she didn't. Moreover, her attitude was as if nothing had happened. Actually, Mu Linger's attitude only made Gu Qishao uneasy. Chi Brother, do you dare? Mu Ling Er urged. Chapter 1251. Gu was very uneasy that Mu Ling didn't pursue the matter of him running away from Medical City. If Mu Ling really didn't pursue the matter, he would have an easy time. He was afraid. He was afraid that Mu Ling had some tricks up her sleeve. Chi brother, you don't dare to bet with me? Mu Ling laughed. What are we betting on? Gu asked. What does Chi brother want to bet on? Mu Ling asked. Up to you. Gu was on his guard. Mu Linger giggled as she drew closer to Gu Qixiao's ear. It was unclear what she said in a low voice, but Gu Qixiao froze. Mu Ling stepped back and asked, Do you dare? Gu hesitated, but he still agreed. No problem. If you lose, you can't go back on your word. Mu Ling chuckled and went to the side to write down her guess. She immediately folded it and handed it to Granny Zhao. No one knew what Gu and Mu Ling's bet was, but when they saw Gu's serious expression, they felt that Mu Ling's bet wouldn't be simple. Just like that, the 7 of them formed 4 bets. At this time, Rue was still struggling in front of a pile of things. He wanted a lot of things. How should he choose? Han Yunqi and the others sat around and watched. They were all calm and relaxed, as if they could afford to win or lose. On the other hand, Granny Zhao stood on the other side of the 66 items, facing the Crown Prince. She didn't participate in the bet, but she was very nervous. She carefully flipped open the booklet and read it again. She couldn't remember what the masters were betting on. In these 4 bets, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi played a game. Han Yunqi bet that Rue would choose the abacus, while Long Fei Yi bet that Rue would choose the hidden weapon. The loser had to eat the winner's noodles. Tang Li and Ning Jing played around. Tang Li bet that Rue would choose the account book, while Ning Jing bet that Rue would choose the sword. The winner would control the finances of the couple. Gu Beiwe and Gu played 1 round. Gu Beiwe bet that Rue would choose the seal, while Gu bet that Rue would choose the gold ingot. The loser had to serve the winner for a day. Gu and Mu Ling played 1 round. As for what Mu Ling was betting on Rue's choice, Granny Zhao couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Rue turned to look at Han Yunqi with a confused expression. 1. No, you can take as many as you want. Take as many as you like, Han Yunqi said hurriedly. Rue immediately grinned. He turned back to the pile of things and began to pick carefully. Everyone's eyes immediately gathered on him. Suddenly, Rue squatted down. There was an account book, an abacus, and a sword beside him. Han Yunqi, Ning Jing, and Tang Li were all nervous. Rue suddenly grabbed the abacus. Han Yunqi rejoiced and flashed a provocative smile at Long Fei, incomparably happy. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't disturb Rue, she would have laughed out loud. As expected of her biological son, she won the first thing he grabbed. Long Fei Yi glanced at Han Yunqi. He was still very calm. Rue choosing the account book didn't mean that Han Yunqi had won. Rue could still choose the hidden weapon. Han Yunqi was overjoyed, who knew that Rue would throw the abacus back when he felt that it was meaningless. This Han Yunqi's smile froze. Long Fei Yi turned around and looked deeply at Han Yunqi. He was clearly mocking her. Han Yunqi wanted to grab Rue and kiss him. Was he playing with her? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were flirting. Ning Jing and Tang Li were both nervous because Rue picked up the account book and sword at the same time. Tang Li was betting on the account book while Ning Jing was betting on the sword. How could they not be nervous? Rue squatted there and looked at the account book seriously. Tang Li stroked Tang's little head with anticipation. Rue put down the sword and walked towards Granny Zhao with the account book in both hands. Tang Li's smile widened. He whispered to Ning Jing, "My brother knows how to look at account books since he was young. He must have learned this from him." Ning Jing was resentful and didn't even bother to look at him, who knew that Rue I would throw the account book at Granny Zhao's feet and say, no. Everyone was stunned at first and couldn't help but laugh. Only Tang Li's face darkened. Other children picked what they liked. It seemed that Rue picked what he didn't like and threw it out. Han Yunqi patted her chest subconsciously. She was very glad that her son put the abacus back. When Rue returned to the pile of things, everyone became nervous again. But it was a different kind of nervousness. Previously, they were looking forward to Rue using their own things. Now they couldn't wait for Rue to stay away from those things. Rue also walked over to the pile of toys and pastries. He frowned and looked at them with disdain. He sat down cross-legged and waved at Tang Tang. Tang, do you want to eat? He asked in a childish voice. Little Tang Tang was a little sleepy. When she heard the word eat, she immediately perked up and her eyes lit up. Eat! She nodded vigorously. Tang Li and Ning Jing were particularly helpless. Little Tang Tang had never been interested in other people's things. No matter how fun or delicious it was, she didn't care. Why was she not immune to Rue-er's things? Come, Rue-er said seriously. Little Tang Tang immediately jumped out of her father's arms. Rue-er ran to the side and dragged a small bamboo basket in front of Tang Tang. He still said seriously in a childish voice, "Put it in." Was he letting little Tang Tang take as much as she wanted and take whatever she wanted? Thank you, little brother. Tang Tang was happy. I don't like you, little brother. Rue-er ignored her and lowered his head to pick other things. Tang Tang took the food first and put all kinds of pastries into the basket before putting in the toys. No one chose the pastries or toys. Everyone knew that Rue-er didn't like these two things. Therefore, no one paid much attention to Tang Tang and focused on Rue. Rue-er had already thrown away several things, including some copper coins, rulers, and ornaments. Suddenly, Tang Tang picked up the seal and asked, "Little brother, is it for me?" As soon as she said that, everyone immediately looked over. Ning Jing's face turned pale. Gu was the first to laugh out loud. Han Yunqi also couldn't stop laughing. If this happened at today's birthday banquet, the Tang sect would probably be finished. However, in private, Han Yunqi didn't mind at all. Long Fei Ye's calm expression didn't seem to mind either. However, Ning Jing was also frightened. She was about to reprimand them when Han Yunqi stopped her and whispered, "It's just a game. Let them be." Tang Li also felt that it was inappropriate. However, Long Fei looked over and said faintly, "Let's see what Rue wants. It's fine." With Long Fei Ye's words, Tang Li and Ning Jing felt more at ease. However, they didn't dare to completely relax. What if Rue didn't give it to her and Tang Tang insisted? She was still a child. Although she was taught well, her nature couldn't be suppressed. How could she be very sensible? Little Tang Tang held up the seal. Rue looked over suspiciously. When he saw the seal, he immediately ran over. "No, not giving, not giving." He said "not giving" 3 times in a row, showing how determined he was. He ran in front of Tang Tang, but didn't directly snatch the seal. Instead, he reached out and said, "Give it to me." Little Tang Tang was frightened by Rue-er's aggressiveness. She quickly handed the seal to him and said 3 times in a row, "No, no, no." She didn't want it. Long Fei laughed. Everyone else was amused and roared with laughter. Tang Li and Ning Jing's worried hearts finally settled down. Little Tang Tang also had a backbone. She dragged a basket of food and toys and happily returned to her father's side. She didn't want anything else from Rue-er. Rue-er put the seal back and began to pick other things. "Looks like I won." Gu Beiwet chuckled softly. "Haha, I might not lose," Gu said disdainfully. As soon as he said that, Rue-er picked up the gold ingot that Gu bet. Seeing this, Gu Qixiao's eyes widened. Mu Linger grew nervous as well and held her breath. The gold ingot was so big that Rue-er couldn't hold it with one hand. He had to hold it with both hands. How could this child not love money? Gu murmured. His father had cheated so much money from the officials. How could he not love money? How could Rue not love money? He didn't recognize the banknotes, but he recognized the shiny gold ingot. He held the gold ingot and ran to Han Yunchi. Mother, for you. Han Yunchi was amused. Rue, you don't want it? No, it's for Mother, Rue answered seriously. He stole his mother's banknotes but gave her the gold ingot. This child really made people laugh and cry. When he grew up and became sensible, how would he react when he found out about the embarrassing things that happened to him when he was young? Han Yunchi accepted it graciously and stroked Rue's head. She didn't forget to kiss him and said seriously, Son, if you see gold in the future, you have to give it to Mother, okay? Rue nodded immediately. Okay. Gu looked at Han Yunchi and said seriously, Poison girl, you can't cheat a child of his money like this. Quickly return it to him. Han Yunchi really wanted to return the gold ingot to Rue, but he didn't want it and stuffed it back to her. Rue, you really don't want it? Han Yunchi asked seriously. No. Rue was serious. Han Yunchi looked at Gu. Without her saying more, Gu was already listless. Gu hugged his knees and sat sideways on the chair, staring at Rue resentfully. He glanced at Mu Ling, who was sitting not far away. He might have lost, but that didn't mean Mu Linger would win either. His scalp tingled at the thought of Mu Ling's bet. He prayed that Mu Ling would lose too. Rue started picking out the things he didn't want again. He picked out a lot and kept a lot. Han Yunchi's abacus, Chang Fei Ye's hidden weapons, Ning Jing's sword, and Gu Beiyue's seal were all left behind. There were also some scriptures, the 4 treasures of the study, and porcelain. Granny Zhao looked on helplessly. How is this a lottery? Rue, you want all these things? Han Yunchi sighed inwardly. So her son was also a greedy person. Rue didn't answer immediately. He looked around and picked up the abacus again. Han Yunchi was stunned. Chapter 1252. Rue grabbed the abacus again, and Han Yunchi's heart skipped a beat. If she lost, she would have to eat Long Fei Ye's noodles. Was Long Fei going to cook? Did he cook anything? Han Yunchi was extremely nervous, but her son looked at the abacus curiously, as if he didn't know what it was. However, he got bored after playing for a while. He took the abacus and walked over to little Tang Tang. Is this kid treating the abacus as a toy? Isn't that? Han Yunchi was about to speak when Long Fei Yi grabbed her hand so tightly that Han Yunchi didn't dare to continue, afraid that Long Fei Yi would crush her hand. Han Yunchi looked back, only to see Long Fei's lips curled into a smile as he looked at his precious son with interest. Sure enough, Rue treated the abacus as a toy and handed it to Tang Tang. It's yours. Tang Tang had seen her mother use the abacus before, and she liked it too. You don't want it? Tang Tang asked. No. Rue Oi's sentence was Han Yunchi's death sentence. Long Fei Yi gently patted Han Yunchi's hand and let her go. Rue, do you want the rest? Long Fei Yi finally asked. Although Rue wanted a lot of things, he chose every one of them carefully and thought it through. He looked at it again and replied, Yes. Ha ha ha. Long Fei Yi was in a good mood. Good. Excellent. Rue didn't know what their bet was and didn't understand what his father was so happy about. He picked up 2 books from the ground and ran to Gu Beiyue, asking him to teach him how to read. If Rue understood what happened today, he would definitely despise these adults who didn't sleep in the middle of the night, including his high and mighty father. Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiyue, and Ning Jing all won. Long Fei Yi turned to Han Yunchi and whispered in her ear, Empress, I will personally make you a bowl of noodles later. Wait for it. Han Yunchi's expression stiffened. This concubine, thanks your majesty for the reward. Long Fei Yi was already in a good mood after winning the first birthday banquet. seeing Han Yunqi's sullen expression. He was even happier and laughed loudly. Unlike Ningjing, Tang Li was especially honest and said in a low voice, "Jing Jing, I really don't have much private money. I'm already yours. What about money? What's the hurry?" Ningjing asked back. "It's not a hurry, it's—" Tang Li was at a loss for words. He and Ningjing's finances had always been separate, so of course all the expenses were paid by him. It wasn't a big deal to let Ningjing take charge of the finances, but the key was that with Ningjing's shrewdness he would probably have to ask her for permission to spend money in the future. Could he still happily buy? The winner had the joy of the winner, and the loser had the depression of the loser. Gu Beiwa wasn't in a hurry to find Gu to collect the debt. Gu also didn't care that he lost to Gu Beiwa, because his bet with Mu Ling was even bigger. At this moment he was staring at Mu Ling. Mu Ling also looked at him, smiling sweetly. Anyone who saw her would feel that she was very happy. Finally, Gu couldn't help but ask loudly, "Zhao Mama, what did Ling bet on? Let me have a look." At this time, everyone who was immersed in their own victory or defeat suddenly remembered that the real winner between Mu Ling and Gu had not been decided yet. Although Gu Qishao had lost, it was possible that Mu Linger had lost as well. "Ling, what did you bet on?" Han Yunqi asked curiously. "Did you win?" Mu Ling smiled slyly and didn't speak. "It looks like you won." Han Yunqi was overjoyed. "What did you bet on with Chi brother?" Mu Ling smiled even more slyly, and that smile made Gu's hair stand on end. We bet that if I win, Chi brother will kiss me. If I lose, I will be Chi brother's god sister. When Mu Ling said this, Han Yunqi almost fell off her chair. Long Fei, you looked at Gu in disbelief. Where did this guy get the confidence that he would definitely win? He actually dared to bet with Mu Ling like this? Gu Beiwa and the others didn't speak, and they all looked at the booklet in Zhao Mama's hand. Victory or defeat, it all depended on it. Zhao Mama handed the booklet to Gu, but Gu hesitated and didn't touch it. "Chi brother, you don't dare." Mu Ling laughed. Gu Qishao knitted his brows at her before taking the booklet. When he flipped it open, he saw that Mu Linger had written down none other than the words classics. At this moment, Rui, who was leaning against Gu Beiwa, was holding a scripture in her hands. "Chi brother, did I win?" Mu Ling asked loudly. Gu didn't speak for a long time. Han Yunqi came over and took the booklet. She couldn't believe it. "Ling won." "Chi brother, kiss me." Mu Ling asked cheerfully, not embarrassed at all. On the other hand, Gu looked up and frowned. "Ahem." Han Yunqi coughed lightly and got up to carry Ruer. "It's late. Everyone should go and rest." Long Fei glanced at Gu with disdain and was the first to leave. Tang Li and Ningjing followed suit. Gu Beiwa was the last to leave. When they reached the door, he turned back and added with an especially harmless smile, "Shao Qi, settle the score with Ling first. We'll settle our score later." Who said that Gu Beiwa was a good person? He was full of evil tricks from the start. Gu wished he could send him flying with a kick. Everyone had left. The room was silent. Only Gu and Mu Ling were left. Mu Ling was still laughing and couldn't stop. She looked so happy. Gu sat there and was about to open the door when Lil Thing suddenly fell from the roof beam with a plop. Lil Thing had followed Mu Ling to Yuning Palace like a rat celebrating a festival. It didn't dare to find Mama Yunqi because Papa Long was always by her side. It didn't dare to show its face in front of its little master either. Whenever the little master saw it, he'd either throw it away or tug on its ears, tail, or even pluck out its most cherished fur. It could only wait for the gentleman to come. At this moment, the little master would not pester its young master. It could finally return to its young master's embrace. Lil Thing looked at Gu, then at Mu Ling. Actually, it had no idea what was going on, but felt that the two of them were a little strange. It was the middle of the night. Why hadn't a single man and woman left? Was there something important going on? Gu was already irritated, but Lil Thing's stare only made him more irritated. Did even this rat think that there was something going on between him and Mu Ling? What are you looking at? Gu asked. Lil Thing was about to chase after the gentleman, but when it saw Gu talking to it, it kept staring at Gu instead. Gu simply raised a foot and stomped down. Cheap! With a shrill squeal, Lil Thing's tiny figure disappeared under Gu's foot. By the time Gu removed his foot, Lil Thing's round body had already turned flat. If Long Fei Yi and his son saw this, they'd definitely treat Lil Thing like a rat. Mu Ling burst into laughter and quickly picked up Lil Thing. She tugged at its limbs, tugged at its tail, and twisted its head. Lil Thing was completely listless. It realized that being stomped flat was worse than being thrown out. It didn't want to move at all, only play dead. Chi brother, if you lose, then you lose. Why take it out on Lil Thing? It didn't offend you. You're not going to go back on your word, right? Mu Ling asked. Gu didn't make a sound. Mu Ling said again. Chi brother, if you can't afford to bet, then you shouldn't have bet with me. If it was in the past, Mu Ling definitely wouldn't talk to Gu like this. She wouldn't mock him or provoke him. She would only beg him. Gu frowned. No one knew what he was thinking about, so he didn't notice Mu Ling or his strange behavior. Gu, say something. Mu Ling asked again. Gu suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. Mu Ling was slightly startled, but she didn't stop him. However, Gu didn't want to leave. Instead, he went to close the door. He closed all the doors and windows. From the moment he returned to Mu Ling, he didn't say anything. He bent down, tilted his head, and got close to her face. His lips were especially close to hers, hovering around as if he would kiss her at any time. His hot breath scattered on her face. So clear, so real. Mu Ling froze. She thought she had already let it go. She just wanted to play a joke on Chi brother. She came back this time not only for Rue-er's first birthday party, but also for Chi brother. She wanted to acknowledge Chi brother as her godbrother for life. If they were destined not to be as close as lovers, then they must be as close as family. It was just a bet, a win or a loss. He was willing to accept his loss. She should have pushed him away. But why? Why was she still hesitating? Suddenly, Gu hugged her. At this moment, Mu Ling instantly sobered up. She didn't want it. She didn't want it. No. No. She would rather be his sister for the rest of her life than make things difficult for him. Mu Ling was about to push Gu away, but Gu pushed her away first. He said, Girl, when it comes to you, Chi brother can't afford to lose. Why did Gu agree to such a bet? In the face of such a bet, he might as well agree to it and take a gamble. When he agreed to Mu Ling, he was already prepared to go back on his word. Gu quickly let go of Mu Ling, and said calmly and cruelly, Girl, Chi brother doesn't want to. Not for the rest of my life. What hurtful words. It was fine if he didn't want to, but he had to sentence her to a life sentence. Only Mu Ling knew how much it hurt. Gu was prepared to see this girl wailing, but this time she didn't cry. Instead, she laughed and said, Chi brother, then Ling will be your sister for the rest of your life. Will you accept it? Gu was stunned. Until now, he had believed that Mu Ling had changed. At least in front of him. She was different from before. It was as if she had really grown up and matured. Hee, whether you accept it or not, you will be my Chi brother for the rest of your life. Mu Ling came forward and hugged Gu. She hugged him tightly and immediately let go. Chi brother, it's getting late. You should rest early. Mu Ling left just like that, leaving Gu standing there dumbfounded. Gu Qishao gave a start, but in the end he broke into a smile. When Mu Ling walked out of the door, she muttered something that Gu would probably never know. She said, Chi brother, do you know that some people can love many people in their lifetime, and some people can only love one person in their lifetime? Once they've loved, it's gone. Chapter 1253. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi hadn't even returned to their quarters when Rui fell asleep in his imperial mother's arms. Han Yunqi was helpless against the little fellow who dug a pit for his mother. When had she ever lost a bet in her past life or this one? Who would have thought that her undefeated record would be broken by her own son in the end, losing to her own husband? Could this be considered fate? After settling Rui down, Han Yunqi stretched lazily and was about to change her clothes when Long Fei Yi pulled her over and wrapped his arms around her waist to make her sit on his lap. "Are you tired?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Not at all. Tonight was fun. We just haven't dealt with those red packets yet." Han Yunqi held Long Fei Yi's hand and lowered her head to play with his long, slender fingers. She had already asked Granny Zhao to make thorough preparations, and she had already found out who was going to be the scapegoat. But the noble madams seemed to have been frightened by Bailey Lishang's fate and didn't make a move. Still, Mu Linger's choice to give her a red packet in the end was beyond her expectations. Mu Ling didn't know about the empty red packets. Han Yunqi guessed that Zhao Mama must have taught Mu Ling to do and say that. Zhao Mama was a shrewd old court lady, so she was perfect to deal with those noble madams. Long Fei Yi wasn't interested in the red packets at all. He buried his head in Han Yunqi's shoulder and asked, "Are you hungry?" Han Yunqi froze at his words. "No, not hungry." However, as soon as she finished answering, her stomach started to grumble uncontrollably. Although she'd eaten supper earlier, it was just a small snack. Moreover, she hadn't eaten much. Long Fei Yi hugged her even tighter. He was almost right next to her ear as he said seductively, "Your mouth won't admit it, but your stomach is honest." Han Yunqi quickly said, "Don't eat if it's too late. You'll get fat." Long Fei Yi touched her stomach and pinched her arm before hugging her again. He said mildly, "You're a little plump." "You." Han Yunqi was furious, but she took the opportunity to push him away. "So you can't eat anymore." "It's fine, I've gained weight." Before Long Fei Yi could finish, Han Yunqi retorted, "You like it, but I don't." He was definitely going to say that he would still like such words, even if she was fat. Which man didn't have such flowery words? He wasn't the one who was fat. Besides, whether she was fat or thin depended on her preference. Long Fei Yi raised an eyebrow at her and said seriously, "I don't like it either. After eating, I'll move around with you. You won't get fat." "Long Fei Yi, you bastard!" Han Yunqi screamed in her heart. She wanted to break free, but she couldn't move. "I'm going to sleep with Ru," she said righteously. Long Fei Yi let go of her readily. "Take a nap. I'll go make some noodles. It won't take long." Han Yunqi buried her head in the blankets and looked at Long Fei Yi's back as he left. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She was willing to bet that if Long Fei Yi knew how to cook, she would be able to fly. After Long Fei Yi left, Han Yunqi hesitated for a long time before sneaking to the kitchens. When she arrived at the kitchens, she saw that all the servants in the kitchens had been woken up. They were all standing outside in a row, whispering to each other. When they saw Han Yunqi coming over, everyone wanted to kneel and greet her. Han Yunqi hurriedly gestured for them to keep quiet and not move or make a sound. The servants all quieted down, but in their hearts they couldn't figure it out no matter how they thought about it. Firstly, they didn't understand why the emperor would come to the kitchens in the middle of the night and chase them all out. Secondly, they didn't understand why the empress would come in the middle of the night and not allow them to make a sound. Han Yunqi walked carefully to the window. She didn't dare to get too close for fear that Long Fei Yi would discover her. Looking in from the window, Long Fei Yi was standing in front of the stove with his brows furrowed and his hands at a loss. There was nothing on the stove. Han Yunqi almost thought of something. So this man also had times when he didn't know where to start. After a while, Long Fei Yi finally spoke. "Someone come." The head chef hurriedly ran in. "This servant is here." Long Fei Yi asked a question that Han Yunqi would never forget in this lifetime. He said, "Where are the noodles?" Fortunately, Han Yunqi covered her mouth in time and ran far away. Otherwise, she would definitely laugh until Long Fei Yi was alerted. He was so insistent on making noodles for her, but he couldn't find the noodles. Of course the noodles had to be rolled out. Didn't this guy know? All right, Han Yunqi also didn't know. Back then, when she was making noodles, it was the servants who helped her roll them out. In this dynasty, the food insurance was short, so the raw noodles were naturally rolled out and made on the spot. She didn't know where the head chef got his composure from, but he actually managed to hold back his laughter and answered very seriously, "Reporting to your majesty, the noodles in the kitchens have been used up today. This servant will roll them out immediately." Long Fei Yi said. Thus, the head chef nimbly rolled out the noodles. Long Fei Yi walked around the kitchens and found a pile of ingredients. Other than eggs and a few old hens in a cage, he didn't find any other ingredients that could be used. "Is there nothing else?" he asked again. "Your Majesty, in order to ensure the freshness of the ingredients in the kitchens were all delivered that morning. Right now, it's not time yet," the head chef answered truthfully. Long Fei Yi didn't hesitate at all. "Go kill a chicken." The head chef immediately found someone to kill the chicken, while he endured the pain of rolling out the noodles himself. An hour later, the noodles and old hens were placed in front of Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi waved the head chef leave. Han Yunqi had already returned to the window, looking at the pile of noodles and the naked old hen with a suspicious expression. Could it be that Long Fei Yi was planning on stewing the old hen soup and then using it to cook? Didn't he know that the old hen soup would take half a day to simmer? Long Fei Yi really didn't know. He looked at the ingredients in front of him and once again fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, he finally made up his mind. At this time, he found that the fire in the stove had already been extinguished. Han Yunqi snickered. She wanted to see how Long Fei Yi was going to start a fire. Who would have thought that Long Fei Yi would reach his hand in and use his qi to easily ignite the firewood? He began to pour water into the large pot, and while waiting for the water to boil, he pulled out a kitchen knife from the side and began to prepare the old hen. Han Yunqi still approved of this order, so she nodded her head. Long Fei Yi held the kitchen knife and chopped the old hen into pieces. Sure enough, people who knew martial arts didn't need to use any effort to cook. Han Yunqi still approved of it and felt that Long Fei Yi's knife skills were excellent. After the water boiled, Long Fei Yi threw the chicken pieces into the water to cook. She leaned to the side and watched with her arms crossed. It had to be said that this man was so handsome that he was domineering and extraordinary in the kitchen. Han Yunqi couldn't help but look at him a few more times before turning to leave. She thought, let him wait slowly. In any case, with his cooking method, it would take at least until dawn for the chicken to be cooked. She just happened to sleep. Han Yunqi left with peace of mind. But she didn't know that not long after she left, Long Fei Yi put a pile of noodles into the big pot and stewed it with the chicken. He waited for a while, but he couldn't smell the fragrance of the stewed chicken. Thus, he began to use his qi to help the fire burn. The fire was so strong that he couldn't stand it and stepped back. The more the fire burned, the more the soup boiled. Long Fei Yi even broke an egg while the chicken soup was boiling. After a while, the fragrance of the chicken soup came out. Long Fei Yi was satisfied, but when he opened the lid to take a look, he was shocked. Because not only did he not see the noodles, there was also no chicken and there was no egg. These things were all mixed into a ball like thick porridge. "The fire is too big?" Long Fei Yi laughed self-deprecatingly. Although it didn't look good, he was still very satisfied with the taste. He personally scooped a bowl, and before he left, he said to the chef, "I'll reward the rest of the noodles to you." The chef was very surprised and led the people to kneel down and thank him. One had to know that it was a great honor to be able to eat something personally made by the emperor. Not to mention the chef, Even the servants behind him were all bursting with joy and were very excited. After the emperor left, they all rushed to the kitchen. However, other than the thick white paste in the big pot, which looked like soup, they didn't find any noodles in the kitchen. "Boss, where's the noodles?" a servant asked curiously. The chef searched seriously and opened almost all the lids of the pots, but he still didn't see any trace of noodles. He was also at a loss. Another servant opened his mouth. "Boss, could it be this in the pot? Didn't the emperor just tell us to kill the chicken? This thing smells like chicken." Head chef took a good look at it. Other than the smell of chicken, he couldn't figure out what was in the pot. He hesitated again and finally made a decision. "You guys wait here. I'll go ask Granny Zhao." He had to be careful about this matter. If the noodles that the emperor bestowed were not eaten and spoiled, it would be a big crime. And if the noodles in the pot weren't the ones the emperor ordered, it would be an even bigger crime if they ate it. No matter what the crime was, they couldn't bear the consequences. The chef hadn't gone far when he saw Zhao Mama walking towards the kitchen. Zhao Mama had been stewing old hens every day before dawn to nourish Madame Jing's body. After head chef explained the situation, Granny Zhao stared at the pot of paste in confusion. "Did the emperor just leave?" she asked. "Not long ago, so he probably hasn't gone to bed yet. Granny Zhao, our heads are all in your hands now. You must help us to get to the bottom of this." Head chef almost knelt down and begged. Zhao Mama was ruthless to outsiders, but she was very loyal to her own people. She patted her chest. "Don't worry, this old one will go ask right now. The emperor and her majesty made a bet that they won't go to bed so early." When Zhao Mama went to the bedchambers, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were indeed still awake. The two of them were sitting in the outer hall. Han Yunxi looked at the bowl of fragrant, unknown substance in front of her with a fearful expression. She said, "Long Fei Yi, we agreed on noodles. What is this?" "It's noodles," Long Fei Yi said seriously. As they spoke, Zhao Mama came in. She pretended to be surprised. "Ayo, your majesty, it's almost dawn. Why aren't you resting?" "Zhao Mama, come here and see what it is," Han Yunxi said anxiously. Chapter 1254. Zhao Mama had come to ask the emperor on behalf of the head cook where the noodles he had bestowed were. However, when she saw the bowl of paste in front of the empress, she instantly understood everything. Zhao Mama wasn't just an old palace maid. She was also an experienced cook with 20 to 30 years of experience. If she hadn't known everything beforehand, she really wouldn't have been able to tell what this bowl of paste was and what ingredients it was cooked with. "Zhao Mama, tell me, what is this?" Han Yunxi asked seriously. She secretly thought that if someone could tell that this was noodles, she would eat it until there wasn't a single drop left. Long Fei Yi looked at Zhao Mama and didn't say anything. Zhao Mama frowned and looked at it seriously, not saying anything for a long time. "Look carefully," Han Yunxi said again. "Yes." Zhao Mama pretended to carefully pick up the paste and sniffed it seriously. "And it's so fragrant. There must be chicken soup added here. It's even an old hen." Han Yunxi's mouth twitched into a fake smile. Zhao Mama didn't say anything. When Long Fei Yi personally brought it over, she smelled that unforgettable smell from far away. "Zhao Mama, do you think it's chicken paste or—" As Han Yunxi spoke, she glanced meaningfully at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi was still sitting there leisurely, not moving at all. On the other hand, Zhao Mama had long been paying attention to the empress's every glance. If she immediately said that it was paste, it would be so fake. Therefore, she could only take it step by step. She only hoped that when she said that it was paste, the empress would be convinced and not suspect that she had been to the kitchens. Zhao Mama pretended to look at it for a while before saying cautiously, "This shouldn't be chicken paste." "Then what is it?" Han Yunxi continued to ask. "Your Highness, may this old servant scoop a spoonful and see?" Zhao Mama asked again. A trace of responsibility flashed through Han Yunqi's eyes as she said, "That's fine. I made a bet with His Majesty. You have to look carefully." This, Granny Zhao was terrified. "I'm afraid I'm not up to the task." "Granny Zhao, you've been a chef for so many years. What are you afraid of?" As Han Yunqi spoke, she personally scooped up a spoonful and handed it to Zhao Mama. "Here, look carefully." Zhao Mama took it and looked left and right. Just as she was about to speak, Han Yunqi said, "What are you looking at? Try it." As soon as she said this, Granny Zhao was so frightened that she hurriedly knelt down. "Your Majesty, please spare this old servant. This is the face that His Majesty personally gave you. Even if I had 100 heads, I wouldn't dare to taste it." Han Yunqi had purposely said, "Make a bet," just then to test Zhao Mama. This old palace servant had served her for so long, but she still dared to put on an act in front of her. Granny Zhao clearly knew that she and Long Fei Yi had a bet of eating noodles. Seeing this bowl of paste, Granny Zhao would definitely associate it with eating noodles, right? She was actually still playing dumb. "So you know that this is noodles," Han Yunqi said with a chuckle. Zhao Mama was about to cry, not knowing how to answer. When had she ever played dumb in front of Her Majesty, not because of His Majesty? If it wasn't for His Majesty backing her up, even if she had 100 heads, she wouldn't dare to lie. When Her Majesty the Empress asked her what this bowl of paste was, she knew that Her Majesty the Empress didn't want to eat it and was going to act shamelessly. "Granny Zhao, tell me, how did you know that this is noodles?" Han Yunqi asked again. Zhao Mama finally couldn't take it anymore and said seriously, "Your Majesty the Empress, this is the first time His Majesty personally cooked such fragrant noodles. Your Majesty, the Empress, should cherish it. This isn't a blessing that any random person can have." Han Yunqi stared blankly. Was Zhao Mama lecturing her mother? Long Fei Yi still didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. He was very satisfied. Han Yunqi fell silent before rising to kneel respectfully. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Qinxie knows her wrongs." Long Fei Yi creased his brows. What kind of play was his Empress putting on? "It's good that you can forgive me for eating the wrong things." "Eat," he said mildly. Han Yunqi rose to her feet, her face full of disappointment. She sat down next to Long Fei Yi and took his arm. Zhao Mama didn't even bid farewell before sneaking out and closing the door behind her. If Su Donglin and Chu Shifeng were here right now, she'd definitely find them to make a bet. She could guarantee that His Majesty wouldn't bear to let Her Majesty the Empress eat that bowl of paste, because Her Majesty the Empress was clearly going to use a woman's most lethal trump card. Acting coquettishly. Yes, Han Yunqi was acting coquettishly as she held Long Fei Ye's arm and leaned against his side. She said pitifully, "Your Majesty, Qinxie knows her wrongs. Spare Qinxie, won't you? Where did you do wrong?" Long Fei Yi didn't move from his seat, but the curve of his lips betrayed him. "Qinxie shouldn't have been so ungrateful as to make a bet with Your Majesty," Han Yunqi replied. Long Fei Yi chuckled and asked, "Wasn't Xin the one who asked you to make a bet?" The bet went like this. Long Fei Yi had asked Han Yunqi if she wanted to bet, and Han Yunqi had excitedly agreed. Then Tang Li and the rest overheard the conversation from their seats and followed suit. That's why Qinxie was gravely mistaken. Qinxie didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and questioned Your Majesty's wise decisions. Qinxie didn't dare bet with Your Majesty and should have admitted defeat, Han Yunqi added. Long Fei Yi laughed out loud and wrapped his arms around her shoulders, out of habit. "Your Majesty, Qinxie really knows her wrongs. Will Your Majesty spare Qinxie this once?" Han Yunqi begged. Long Fei Yi only smiled and didn't speak for a long time. Han Yunqi began to act coquettishly as she wrapped her arms around Long Fei Ye's neck and buried her head against his neck. Fei, no matter how glib her tongue was, it couldn't compare to her whispering, Fei by his ear. Long Fei Yi turned his head and gently kissed her hair. All he could do was smile. Happiness was the purest emotion he had at this moment. Don't eat anymore, right? Han Yunqi grew anxious. Don't laugh, say something. Fei, say something. Say something, won't you? Han Yunqi was already holding Long Fei Ye's face in her hands, but he still didn't speak. Han Yunqi couldn't keep up her coquettishness any longer. She huffed as she looked at him, then planted a kiss on his cheek. Say something. Long Fei Yi couldn't stop laughing as he wrapped his hand around Han Yunqi's head and kissed her domineeringly. The two of them kissed so hard that they almost fell off the bed, right in the outer hall of Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters. Long Fei Yi finished Han Yunqi on the spot. After stretching her muscles and bones, Han Yunqi only wanted to curl up in his arms and sleep. She'd long tossed the matter of the dough to the back of her mind, but Long Fei Yi only said to her gently, "Heat up that bowl of noodles and try a mouthful, all right?" "No," Han Yunqi muttered. "Just one mouthful be good. It's my first time making it." Long Fei Yi was still very serious. Han Yunqi lifted her head from his chest and asked, "You didn't eat my first time making noodles either, right?" "My noodles are more fragrant than yours," Long Fei Yi said seriously. "Fragrant doesn't mean it's delicious," Han Yunqi retorted. "Just try one mouthful. Just one mouthful." Long Fei Yi was still serious. Han Yunqi could tell that Long Fei Yi wasn't using the bet to prank her. He was just very confident in his bowl of noodles. But where did this guy get his confidence from? Everything else aside, she could smell the fishy smell of the chicken. This guy definitely didn't add any ginger. "Try it first. Just one mouthful," Han Yunqi said again. Long Fei Yi had no choice. He could only order someone to heat up the noodles and send it over. Under Han Yunqi's expectant gaze, Long Fei Yi ate a mouthful of his noodles. It was just one mouthful, but he immediately vomited it out. Vomiting wasn't enough. He even drank a large cup of water to rinse his mouth. After so many years, Han Yunqi finally saw Long Fei Ye's expression of disdain for himself. Long Fei Yi silently poured away the entire bowl of noodles. He didn't know what to bet with Han Yunqi, so he thought of Han Yunqi's noodles. Although he didn't know how to cook, it should be better than Han Yunqi's, right? He wanted to take this opportunity to tease this woman and urge her to learn some culinary skills. Who knew? When Long Fei Yi came back, Han Yunqi was in a good mood. She hugged him and said with a smile, "Long Fei Yi, you see, between you and me, if you like, you like. If you don't like, you don't like. If you want, you want, you want. If you don't want, you don't want. We never force ourselves, right?" If he didn't like and didn't want to eat her noodles, he wouldn't eat it. It was the same for her. Between partners, there was no need to force themselves in the name of love. Long Fei Yi gently patted Han Yunqi's back and said mildly, "Makes sense. But this time, you still went back on your word. Keep the account. Do you have to be so smart?" Han Yunqi was extremely helpless. The two of them didn't want to disturb Rue, so they didn't return to the inner room. Instead, they snuggled together in the outer room to rest. Just like that, Han Yunqi dodged a bullet. However, the cooks in the kitchens were suffering unspeakably. Long Fei Yi scooped a bowl of batter and left, leaving a big pile in the pot. The cooks each had a bowl, but there was still left over. This batter didn't have any seasoning. It was purely stewed noodles and chicken until they were soft. One could imagine how it tasted like. One had to know that this was something bestowed by His Majesty. After eating it, they absolutely couldn't spit it out. They could only swallow it. Looking at the remaining batter at the bottom of the pot, the cooks looked at each other. No one wanted to eat it, but in the end, the head chef still let them share it. The next day, only Granny Zhao was left in the kitchens, because when the cooks saw the noodles and the old hen, they all couldn't help but want to vomit. Of course, this was a story for later. Before dawn, Long Fei Yi was about to prepare for morning court when he heard bad news. Bailey Yuanlong was dead. When Su Donglin reported at the door, Han Yunqi had just helped Long Fei Yi change into his court robes. What? Long Fei Yi was stunned. The court robes in Han Yunqi's hands fell to the ground. She was dumbstruck. Long Fei Yi still hadn't recovered from his shock. Han Yunqi anxiously asked, "What happened? Was it an assassination?" "Reporting to your Majesty. Your Majesty, the cause of death is unknown. It was said that he vomited blood after returning from the palace at night," Su Donglin said seriously. Chapter 1255. Bailey Yuanlong's dead? After hearing Su Donglin's report, Long Fei Yi finally spoke up. To be more precise, he'd lost control. "Su Donglin, call Gu Beiwe over right now." Long Fei Yi pulled on his outer robes and immediately left the room. Han Yunqi only knew how important the Bailey clan was to Long Fei Yi, but she never expected it to be so important. How could the servants who'd protected him from childhood and the elders who'd protected him from childhood be light in his heart? Even if he never said it or expressed it, there were some people and some things that he'd always hidden in his heart. Han Yunqi picked up the dragon robes and chased after him, stopping Long Fei Yi at the palace gates. "It's almost time for morning court." "Your Majesty," Han Yunqi said seriously, placing heavy emphasis on "Your Majesty." Yesterday at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, he cheated the Shao clan out of a huge sum and made Shao and a Junwang. If he didn't attend court this morning because of Bailey Yuanlong, then everything last night would have been wasted. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but waved a hand to have Han Yunqi move aside. Han Yunqi didn't budge, but tossed the dragon robes to Long Fei Yi. "Your Majesty, you should know better than Chinchia. No matter what, you must attend court today." Long Fei Yi grabbed Han Yunqi's hand and said, "Yunqi, be good. Wait for me in the palace." As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly pulled Han Yunqi behind him and used lightness techniques to speed forward. Han Yunqi immediately chased after him, but Long Fei's speed was too fast for her to catch up. Just as Long Fei Yi was about to leave the palace, a white figure suddenly flew in front of him to stop Long Fei Yi in his tracks. This person was none other than Gu Beiwe. As an imperial physician, Gu Beiwe had the right to stay in the palace. However, he still returned to the Grand Tutor's residence last night. He had rushed over as soon as he heard the news of Bailey Yuanlong's death. Seeing Gu Beiwe's handsome figure in white, Han Yunqi's heart finally calmed down. She could persuade Long Fei Yi, but she couldn't catch up with him. She didn't have the chance to persuade him. Now that Gu Beiwe was here, she was completely at ease. Han Yunqi didn't approach. She just stood at a distance and watched. He didn't know what Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe said, but Gu Beiwe didn't retreat. Instead, he stretched out his hand in front of Long Fei Yi, showing that he would never give in. Ever since Long Fei Yi ascended the throne, he had never skipped court except during the spring festival holidays. News of Bailey Yuanlong's death would surely spread throughout Yining City in a short time. If Long Fei Yi didn't attend court, then anyone could guess that Long Fei Yi had gone to the Bailey estate. If last night's incident hadn't happened, Long Fei Yi wouldn't have gone to the Bailey estate because of Bailey Yuanlong's death. Instead of being criticized, it would be seen as a sign of Long Fei Yi's loyalty to his subordinates. However, after last night's incident, the Bailey clan was now a sinner. Moreover, it was a crime that could lead to the execution of 9 generations of the clan. This case had been handed over to the Supreme Court last night. What would the Shao clan think if Long Fei Yi showed his concern for the Bailey clan at this critical juncture? Wouldn't the Shao clan still be on guard? Wouldn't they think of ways to punish Marble severely so that the Bailey clan would never be able to rise again? Moreover, Long Fei Yi hadn't punished the minister who incited the people to revolt in time. Instead, he had stopped attending court. How could he use this opportunity to intimidate the other officials in court? After last night, everyone in court was paying attention to how Marble would punish Bailey Yuanlong. In other words, They were paying attention to Long Fei Ye's true attitude toward Bailey Yuanlong. At this critical juncture, Long Fei Yi only had one path to take, and that was to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei chatted for a very long time. Han Yunqi had been waiting in silence the entire time. Although she firmly believed that Gu Beiwei would be able to persuade Long Fei Yi, she almost cried when she saw Long Fei Yi turn around. She was both happy and distressed. She was happy for Long Fei Yi, but also distressed for her. Long Fei Yi turned back and landed in the courtyard. Han Yunqi handed over the dragon robe with both hands. Long Fei Ye's eyes were downcast. He was extremely silent as he stood on the spot with his arms open. Han Yunqi hurriedly helped him put on the dragon robe. His silence caused her heart to clench. She didn't dare ask him anything, nor did she dare speak too much. However, after he was dressed properly, he reached out to stroke her bangs like before and smiled dotingly at her. "My great military strategist, will you attend court?" Han Yunqi was stunned at first, but she immediately shouted, "Yes!" The Empress naturally had no right to interfere. However, Han Yunqi wasn't just the Empress. She was also the leader of Cloud Realm's military. She naturally had the right to attend court. In the Crepe Myrtle Hall, all the officials had already gathered except for Bailey Yuanlong. Bailey Yuanlong's position was right behind Han Yunqi, the great military strategist. If Han Yunqi didn't attend court, then Bailey Yuanlong would stand at the head of the table. Today, the one standing behind Han Yunqi was Shaoen, who had just been conferred the title of Royal Prince. Before she had a thorough understanding of these people in the South, she had thought more than once that it wasn't a bad thing to maintain the confrontation between the Eastern and Western Qin factions. At the very least, with confrontation, there would be balance. At the very least, no matter if the Eastern or Western Qin factions won, the imperial power would still be consolidated. After all, she and Long Fei Yi would always be one. However, she hadn't expected that Ning Cheng would leave without saying goodbye. Even now, there was still no news of him. Even more so, she hadn't expected the Jiangnan faction to grow to such an extent in the 2 years of war in Cloud Realm. First, they had taken advantage of the fact that Long Fei Yi was busy in the north to form a faction and control many important places in Jiangnan. Second, they had profited from the war. At this very moment, with Bailey Yuanlong absent and Xiao and standing behind Han Yunqi, there was only one word to describe her feelings. She felt as if there was a dagger at her back. With all the officials present, it was time for the morning court session. Long Fei Yi walked up from the side, dressed in his dragon robes, looking like a deity. Apart from Han Yunqi, no one else present could tell from his icy expression what he was feeling today. After the ceremony of kneeling, the officials began to submit memorials. Official Lin of the Supreme Court began with Bailey Lixiang's case. "Reporting to Your Majesty, Bailey Lixiang has been locked up in the imperial prison. Last night, this subject personally interrogated her. Bailey Lixiang wasn't willing to say much and earnestly requested Your Majesty to personally investigate the case." As soon as Official Lin finished speaking, Long Fei Yi slapped the table. "What qualifications does she have for us to personally interrogate her? Men, strip her of her first-rank madam title and strip Bailey Yuanlong of his title as duke. The Supreme Court will be fully responsible for investigating this case. Anyone who interferes will not be let off lightly." Xiao lowered his head, his eyes dark. No one knew what he was thinking. Not far away, Xiao Dong had a smug look on his face. The emperor must have known about Bailey Yuanlong's passing last night. Bailey Yuanlong was already dead, yet the emperor still wanted to strip him of his title. In comparison, the emperor was thoroughly disappointed in the Bailey clan. With this, they didn't need to waste any more effort to add insult to injury. Even if they didn't put pressure on the Supreme Court, the emperor's attitude was enough to ensure that the Bailey clan would never rise again. Originally, the officials from the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of Rights wanted to report Bailey Yuanlong's passing. But after seeing the emperor's attitude, they exchanged glances and didn't dare to make a sound. The Ministry of Appointments wanted to report Bailey Yuanlong's passing so that the emperor and empress could quickly fill the position of Grand Secretary in the Central Military Region. The Ministry of Rights official wanted to ask if Bailey Yuanlong's funeral could be conducted according to the standards of a duke. Judging from the current situation, the two officials wouldn't ask any more questions until the Bailey clan's case was dealt with. The powerful officials were all silent, but Long Fei-yi acted as if nothing had happened. He asked coldly, "Is there anything else you want to report?" Han Yunqi stood below, looking up at his lofty and dignified figure. Her heart ached for him, but she also felt admiration for him. Apart from being flustered and at a loss for what to do when he cooked a bowl of noodles for her in the middle of the night, this man, no matter where he was, no matter what situation he faced, would always be the high and mighty king of this continent. He would also be her high and mighty king for all eternity. The Ministry of Revenue reported on Northern Li's disaster relief efforts. Duke Ding Guogong shouted and promised to hand over the auction proceeds from the birthday banquet to the Ministry of Revenue within 5 days for Northern Li's disaster relief. The Ministry of Appointments reported on the reopening of the imperial examinations at the beginning of spring. The Ministry of War rushed the Tangsek's weapons. Even though officials of 4th rank and above were qualified to speak with Long Fei, there were still many matters to attend to. Han Yunqi didn't say a word. She stood among the officials, looking up at Long Fei. If this was a kind of companionship, then it must be the most affectionate kind. After the morning court, Long Fei went to the imperial study as usual and received several officials. Han Yunqi returned to the palace, accompanying Rue, while waiting for Long Fei. She knew that once he was done with his business, he would definitely make a private visit to the Bailey estate. Gu Beiwa had already gone to investigate the cause of Bailey Yuanlong's death. While Han Yunqi was waiting, something major happened at the Ministry of Revenue. After Mu Ling donated red packets to the Northern Li disaster victims last night, the noble madams in Yuning City all presented red packets bestowed by the Empress one after another this morning. When these red packets arrived at the Ministry of Revenue, it was discovered that 8 of the good red packets were empty. One had to know that these red packets were all unopened. Why was the 8th seal empty while the others were full? Lord Qin, who was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue's relief funds, was so flustered that he didn't know what to do. After some hesitation, Lord Chen sought out Eunuch Li from the palace. Lord Qin, in this old servant's opinion, this matter can't be reported. Although those red packets aren't opened, you can tell if they're empty by touching them. Eunuch Li said in a low voice. Eunuch Li, you mean? Lord Qin was alarmed. Those 8 madams aren't ordinary people. They must have known that the red packets were empty. Since they're empty, why would they donate them? What are their intentions? Eunuch Li asked in return. This. Lord Qin was burning with anxiety. Only now did he realize that those noble madams had kicked the problem to him. Mu Ling donated red packets, so the others naturally had to do the same. These noble madams clearly knew that the red packets were empty, but they didn't open them or say anything. They were clearly forcing the Ministry of Revenue to find the Empress. Chapter 1256. After being persuaded by Eunuch Li, Lord Qin became even more uncertain. In order to prevent corruption, the Emperor and Empress had ordered that all donations must have a clear account. No matter how small or big the donation was, the amount must be clearly recorded, how it came from and how it was used. For this, the Emperor had specially selected a person from the 6 ministries to form a supervisory committee. They were responsible for supervising the accounts of donations and publishing the accounts regularly. If Lord Chen went to find the Empress about the empty red envelopes, how should he ask? If he made the Empress unhappy, he might lose his official position. If Lord Qin didn't ask the Empress for her opinion, how would the empty red envelopes be recorded? Once it was clearly recorded that the red envelopes were empty, the accounts would be published together with the other donations from the birthday banquet. This would cause trouble for the Empress. If the Empress's red envelopes were all empty, then it would be easy to find an excuse to explain it. However, out of the nearly 30 red envelopes that were donated, only 8 of them were empty. The status of those 8 madams wasn't low. If it was a large red envelope, no one would care. However, if it was an empty red envelope, then it would be an insult. When the time came, how much gossip would there be? Lord Chin fell into a dilemma. Eunuch, Li reminded him. Lord Li, no matter how bold those madams are, they wouldn't forge empty red envelopes. In this old servant's opinion, the Empress's empty red envelopes must be— could it be a show of strength to those madams? Lord Chin hurriedly asked. Eunuch Li laughed disdainfully. Lord Chin, with your understanding, how can you help the Emperor and Empress do well? Lord Chin really didn't understand. He took out a bag of silver and stuffed it into Eunuch Li's hand. Eunuch Li, please give me some pointers. Give me some pointers. Eunuch Li accepted the silver and smiled until his eyes narrowed into a straight line. He was no longer stingy with his guidance. He said, Lord Chin, the Empress's empty red envelopes are a test. Do you see what kind of people are among the 8 madams? The Empress wants to deal with them. So she threw an empty red envelope to test their courage? So it's like that. Lord Chin suddenly understood. If Han Yunqi knew that these two had made her thoughts so complicated, how would she feel? Lord Chin, this matter is a contest between the Empress and the madams. Tell me, which side are you on? Eunuch Li asked again. This humble official is completely loyal to the Emperor and Empress. The sun and the moon can bear witness to this. Lord Chun firmly replied. Eunuch Li came closer and lowered his voice. Lord Chin, this old servant is loyal to the Emperor. Since that's the case, let's go all out and pay for it ourselves. Lord Chin agreed without hesitation. I understand. Eunuch Li said, Lord Chin, you have to consider it carefully. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to bear the responsibility. I understand. Rest assured, Eunuch Li. Lord Chin, who was in a dilemma, could only take a gamble. Eunuch Li was very pleased. Lord Chin, don't worry. If this old servant has the chance to see the Empress and His Majesty, I will definitely put in a good word for you. Lord Chen hurriedly bowed and expressed his gratitude. That's right. There are still 2 red envelopes missing. Eunuch Li casually asked. There are 2 at the Bailey residence. Bailey Darren passed away last night, so the residence must be in chaos. Lord Chen sighed helplessly. In the afternoon, the Ministry of Revenue sorted out the details of the auction at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, as well as the red envelopes donated by the madams. They made a clear account and posted it. Lord Chun paid for the 8 empty red envelopes out of his own pocket. The amount was the same as the other red envelopes. Han Yunqi received the news as soon as the account was posted. At this time, she was still waiting for Long Feiyi in the palace. Not long after Long Feiyi returned to the imperial study, he sent someone to the Bailey residence to offer his condolences. At the same time, he instructed the Supreme Court to be impartial and not be biased. Of course, this was for some people to see. Long Feiyi was still busy in the imperial study. In fact, he couldn't go to the Bailey residence immediately even if he wasn't busy. He couldn't go there publicly, so he could only wait until night. There were no outsiders at the Bailey residence, so he could go there. Today, Long Feiyi could only wait for the whole day, but it was a great test for the Bailey family. Han Yunqi looked over the account that the servant had copied and handed it to Mu Ling, and Zhao Mama. Sister, this Lord Li is interesting. He paid for the red envelopes with his own money. Mu Ling said with a smile. Empress, if that's the case, then the person we prepared. Zhao Mama wasn't happy at all. Instead, she was a little depressed. Why did Lord Li decide on his own? One had to know that the Empress had already prepared for the red envelopes. How boring would it be for Lord Li to pay out of his own pocket to settle this matter? Han Yunqi's heart was heavy because of the Bailey family. She now cared about Long Fei. She only cared about whether the Bailey family could survive this day and not let Long Fei continue to be disappointed. She was no longer in the mood to deal with those senseless madams. She waved her hand and said indifferently, "Forget it. It shouldn't have happened in the first place. Zhao Mama, go ask Su Donglin what His Majesty is busy with." Granny Zhao came back after a while. "Empress, the Shao family just arrived at the imperial study. Duke Ding and Great General Shao arrived together. Su Donglin said that His Majesty might not be free so soon." Han Yunqi could only continue to wait. Before long, Gu Beiwa returned from the Bailey residence. Han Yunqi hurriedly asked, "What's the situation?" "Bailey Chiyu didn't attend court this morning. His Majesty sent someone to offer his condolences." "What's Bailey Chiyu's attitude?" Gu Beiwa smiled helplessly at the Empress's anxious appearance. What could make her so anxious wasn't the Bailey family's matter, but His Majesty's. "Empress, Lord Bailey's body has always been weak. He vomited blood because of the shock last night. Last night, he heard that Shao and had been conferred the title of Royal Prince. His blood rushed to his head and he passed away." Gu Beiwa sighed, his heart full of regret and heaviness. Han Yunqi fell back in her seat and didn't say anything. Gu Beiwa continued, "Bailey Yuanlong has 4 sons. Although Bailey Chiyu isn't the eldest, he's the son of the first wife and the one with the highest military rank. Now he's the one who calls the shots in the Bailey family. His Majesty sent someone to offer his condolences. He was quite respectful, but what?" Han Yunqi hurriedly asked. After all, Bailey Chiyu's attitude didn't just affect Long Fei's mood, but also the future of the Bailey family. This subordinate has tried to sound him out, but Bailey Chiyu's attitude is still unclear. "He wants to see Bailey Lixiang," Gu Beiwa said seriously. "Bailey Lixiang, Bailey Lixiang." Han Yunqi was enraged. "Are there no men in the Bailey family? Mistress, calm your anger. Lord Bailey's sons are all boorish men. It's better for Bailey Chiyu to ask Bailey Lixiang for help than those boorish generals." Gu Beiwa sighed with emotion. Han Yunqi thought for a moment, then said hastily, "Come with me to the prisons, the sooner the better." Gu Beiwa didn't say it clearly, but Han Yunqi could tell that although Bailey Lixiang was in prison, she still played a significant role in the Bailey family's future. If they could figure out Bailey Chiyu's intentions, they could at least sound out Bailey Lixiang. If necessary, Han Yunqi didn't mind laying everything out in the open and talking to Bailey Lixiang directly. Gu Beiwa took the lead and made arrangements to make sure there was no one else in the prison. Han Yunqi followed. When Han Yunqi arrived at the prison door, Bailey Lixiang was kneeling on the ground, crying with her head buried in her hands. Without a doubt, she had received news of her father's death. The prison cell was quiet, and only her cries could be heard. It was sad and miserable. Han Yunqi took a closer look and saw that there was a deep cut on Bailey Lixiang's forehead that was bleeding profusely. She and Gu Beiwa stood there for a long time, but Bailey Lixiang didn't notice. In the end, Han Yunqi spoke up. "What? You killed your father, so you want to kill yourself to atone for your sins." Bailey Lixiang's head whipped up in surprise, but she quickly recovered to glare at Han Yunqi. "Han Yunqi, it's you. You're the one who killed my father. You're the true culprit." Han Yunqi didn't speak, but squatted down and stared at her cold eyes. Bailey Lixiang threw herself at Han Yunqi and leaned against the bars, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi was still some distance away from the bars. Bailey Lixiang couldn't reach her. Han Yunqi looked at her cold eyes without a word. Gradually, Bailey Lixiang wilted and began to bawl. Suddenly, Han Yunqi said angrily, "Bailey Lixiang, are you done crying?" If you want the Bailey clan to be executed, then keep crying. No one will be able to save you. Han Yunchi wasn't here to explain. After reaching this point, she especially believed in the saying that the things that needed to be explained were often the things that didn't need to be explained. She wasn't here to offer amnesty. She was here to threaten and scold them. If Bailey Lixiang was done crying, she'd start cursing. Seeing Bailey Lixiang's frightened expression, Han Yunchi said cold, "It looks like you've cried enough. Then let me tell you, based on your actions at the birthday banquet, there's no way you can shoulder all the blame alone. Don't think the justice courts are fools, and don't think that the Shao clan will sympathize with the Bailey clan just because they've cooperated with you before. Also, your father's death won't affect the justice court's conviction." Bailey Lixiang was stunned at first. Then she seemed to go crazy as she desperately tugged at the bars. "My father didn't know anything about this, nor did my younger brother. I did it all by myself. It was my idea. It was me. It was me. Fine. Even if it's your fault, this seat will tell you right now. If it's a light punishment, it'll be the execution of 3 clans. If it's a heavy punishment, it'll be the execution of 9 clans. Han Yunchi raged. Bailey Lixiang fell heavily to the ground, as if she'd never be able to stand up again. It was only then that Bailey Lixiang came to her senses. She looked up at Han Yunchi and asked, "Then what are you doing here?" Chapter 1257. Han Yunchi loftily looked down at Bailey Lixiang and said coldly, "I'm just here to see what happens to those who oppose me." "You." Bailey Lixiang was furious. "All right, now that you've seen, I'm leaving." Han Yunchi smiled coldly. Bailey Lixiang grew anxious and raged. "Han Yunchi, the Shao clan is also opposing you. Why is Shaoan given the title of duke but my father? Han Yunchi, this isn't fair. You can't do this." "The Shao clan?" Han Yunchi laughed. "Shao and donated more than 200 million taels of silver to the disaster areas in northern Li last night. How is he opposing me? Han Yunchi, you know very well that Shaoan is a mystery man." Bailey Lixiang shouted. "I don't know. I only know that Shaoan is the Junwang now. Right now, he's in the imperial study with Xiao Dong, drinking tea with His Majesty." Han Yunchi replied with a smile. "No." Bailey Lixiang's hair was disheveled, her face twisted like a female ghost. "I have proof of Xiao Dong's collusion with me. Han Yunchi, I have proof. I want to see His Majesty. I want to see His Majesty. Xiao Dong." Han Yunchi snorted disdainfully. Bailey Lixiang hastened to say, "I also have proof of Shaoan and my father's collusion. Shaoan and my father have met before. They're working together in northern Li." Hearing this, even Gu Beiwei, who had been standing quietly on the side, revealed a happy expression. Xiao Dong and Bailey Lixiang's collusion could drag the Shao clan down with them, but it was far from enough. Xiao Dong was nothing more than a spokesperson for the Shao clan. As long as Han Yunchi wanted to, she could find proof of Xiao Dong's involvement in inciting the people's anger. But if there was proof of Shaoan and Bailey Yuanlong's collusion, then the Shao clan would have to pay a heavy price. Han Yunchi couldn't help but exhale. She'd been waiting for Bailey Lixiang's second sentence for far too long. She'd provoked Bailey Lixiang into this state precisely for the sentence. Bailey Yuanlong and Shaoan had sent troops north together. The Long Fei Yi had long sensed this, but he hadn't found any proof, nor did he know what they were up to. Han Yunchi crouched down, her previous haughty, angry, and disdainful attitude gone. Instead, she said sincerely, "Bailey Lixiang, you're finally willing to admit that your father was guilty too?" Bailey Lixiang finally understood. Han Yunchi, the Bailey Lixiangs and Lixiang. Is it still not enough? You've caused the Bailey army of Li? Han Yunchi murmured. "Bailey Lixiang, I'll tell you a secret, one that none of the civil and military officials know. The to you, she, the Li, Emperor, the king. The northern Li, S is for Ningqing, while the C's is for your father. His Majesty said to keep it for 5 years until Ningcheng returns, until your father changes his mind. Han Yunqi couldn't help but choke with sobs. Bailey Lixiang, it's understandable that you hate and resent me. You're always on guard against the D clan and the Ning clan. If you're dissatisfied, you can take it out on me on the Ning clan. But how can you resent and hate His Majesty? How can you collude with the ambitious wolves of Jiangnan? Don't tell me you don't know that the Shao clan has long wanted to rule Jiangnan. Bailey Lixiang looked at Han Yunqi. She wanted to refute her, but couldn't find the words. Bailey Lixiang, I hope your father didn't die from anger, but from regret. His Majesty has given the Bailey clan 5 years. You and your brother, Bailey Chiu, can decide for yourselves what to do. Han Yunqi rose to her feet as soon as she finished speaking, unwilling to spare Bailey Lixiang another glance. When she walked out of the prison, she instructed Gu Beiwei, make it convenient for Bailey Chiu to come visit. Not long after Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei returned to the palace, Long Fei Yi came over. Dinner was particularly quiet. Even the talkative Tang, Li, and Gu were silent. In the end, Tang Li said, Big brother, I've sent someone to tell my father about General Bailey. Long Fei Yi's expression was calm, but he didn't say much. After dinner, Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei kept waiting. But Long Fei Yi didn't move. Han Yunqi couldn't help but ask, You're not going? I'll go with you. I'm not going, Long Fei Yi said mildly. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei were very surprised. Han Yunqi couldn't sleep all night, afraid that Long Fei Yi would sneak off to the Bailey estate. But who knew that he really didn't go? He was lying behind her, his arms wrapped around her waist. She didn't know if he slept or not. The next day, he went to morning court as usual and busied himself with work. Just like that, 2 days later, the justice minister presented a secret letter to the morning court, shocking the entire court. This secret letter was none other than the evidence Bailey Chiu had given to Marble. It proved that Shao En and Bailey Yuanlong had colluded to plot a coup in northern Li. This was a military pledge signed by Bailey Yuanlong and Shao En with their own handwriting and clan seals. At the end of the month, when northern Li's weather warmed up and the avalanches became more serious, they would deliberately create a conflict between the army and the people. The reinforcements sent by the Bailey and Shao clans would point their spears at the Ning clan troops and declare war on the Ning clan troops. If inciting the people to revolt was only against the Empress and her wastage, there would still be room for discussion. But colluding with the two armies to cause trouble in the disaster areas and cause internal strife within the army was unforgivable and irredeemable. Back then, Bailey Yuanlong and Shao En had signed this document to keep each other in check. As long as they left behind evidence, they wouldn't be spared if they betrayed the other. Shao En and Shao Dong didn't expect this at all. They fell to their knees in shock, speechless for a long time. Had Bailey Chiu and Bailey Lixiang gone mad? After all, Bailey Lixiang's crime alone could be delayed and pleaded for leniency. But with this military pledge, neither the Shao clan nor the Bailey clan would ever have a chance to turn things around. These days, Shao En and Shao Dong had been keeping tabs on the movements of the justice courts and the Bailey clan. With one side being crown prince and the other being convicted, Shao En naturally felt guilty. When he recovered from the joy of being crown prince, he realized that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Just last night, he'd sent someone to bribe the prison guards to arrange a meeting between him and Bailey Lixiang. He'd even made up his mind to promise Bailey Lixiang that he'd do his best to protect the 100 clans. But who knew that Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Chiu would be so impatient? He'd even prepared himself for Bailey Lixiang to rat Shao Dong out, but he never expected her to be so ruthless. She'd rather destroy the Bailey clan's future than drag the Shao clan down with her. Long Fei Yi looked at the military pledge presented to him. Seeing the familiar handwriting and clan head seal, he was clearly furious, but he couldn't help but smile wryly. Hadn't he been waiting for an excuse to convince him to go instead of going to the Bailey estate? The military pledge in his hands was exactly that reason. Your Majesty, my father has already passed away. This soldier has come to accept his punishment on his behalf. Bailey Chiu's voice came from the door. Everyone turned to see him kneeling and kowtowing 3 times. Bailey Chiu entered the hall and knelt on the ground, offering the Bailey army's tiger tally with both hands. This sinner's elder sister, Bailey Lixiang, colluded with Xiao Dong to incite the 100 clans and slander esteemed empress. This sinner's father, Bailey Yuanlong, colluded with Duke Xiao to plot a coup d'état in Northern Li. Today, this sinner will plead guilty on behalf of my father and accuse Duke Shaoan. With this military pledge as proof, I ask your Majesty to judge clearly. I ask your Majesty to mete out punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, Shaoan began to shout, Your Majesty, this official, Long Fei, you didn't even want to listen. He tossed the military token at Shaoan's face and said angrily, You're going to add to your crimes if you continue to quibble? Shaoan was so shocked that he immediately fell silent. In that instant, he was suddenly enlightened and had a sudden epiphany. With Bailey Lixiang and Bailey Chiu's shrewdness and courage, how could they have dared to take out the military pledge in such a short time? They should be crying and begging the emperor for forgiveness for Bailey Yuanlong's death. Judging from the situation, the one making the decisions for the Bailey clan was either the emperor or esteemed empress. As soon as Shaoan understood the situation, he despaired. He'd lost in the end. He'd still lost to that high and mighty master of his. That master had steeled his heart this time to sacrifice the Bailey clan to destroy the Xiao clan. With ironclad evidence, Shaoan and Xiao Dong had no way to defend themselves. The case didn't go through the justice courts. Long Fei Yi gave the order on the spot to strip Shaoan of his title, execute the 3 Xiao clans, and confiscate all property. Out of consideration for Bailey Chiu's voluntary confession and meritorious service, the 3 Bailey clans weren't executed. However, Bailey Lixiang was sentenced to death. The entire Bailey clan was demoted to Navy boatmen. They had to atone for their crimes by meritorious service within 5 years, without any salary or promotion. Moreover, none of the 3 Bailey clans were allowed to hold any positions in the army. Both clans were heavily punished. Bailey Chiu's meritorious service had allowed the Bailey clan to avoid being exterminated. Some people were sincerely convinced by the merit of his report, while others were extremely unconvinced. However, Long Fei Yi had given the central military command to Han Yunqi, but didn't take back the southern military command. Instead, he'd sent word that he'd choose a great general from among the deputy generals who weren't implicated in the case to take over Xiao Dong's position. After all, many of the deputy generals were backed by great Jiangnan clans. Now that Long Fei Yi had given them such a chance, would they still use the Xiao clan's matter to cause trouble? Instead, they'd all hit the Xiao clan while they were down and fight to perform well for Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi's move looked like he was afraid of the other powers in Jiangnan, but in reality he was driving a wedge between them. Jiangnan's largest clan had its assets confiscated, while the other great clans were fighting for military power and the position of number 1 clan. How could they unite? Under these circumstances, there wasn't much resistance to implementing tax reforms. 3 days later, the case was finally resolved. Bailey Lixiang was sentenced to death in prison, and Bailey Mingxiang went to collect her body. She didn't cry, but her eyes were unreasonably red. The next day, Bailey Yuanlong's body was buried in a simple, low-key ceremony for commoners. Aside from a few ministers who'd been on good terms with Bailey Yuanlong and came to send him off, none of the civil and military officials dared to do so. However, after Bailey Yuanlong was buried, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi arrived with Rui. Tang Zijin also rushed over from the capital, covered in dust.